Hello, hello. 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 Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Guardian Leviosa. Oh, there was a hello. Why can't I hear anything? Oh, that's why. Hell yeah, brother. All right. Where's Wudijo? Wudijo.
Like it's completely the opposite of all AI classes for some reason.
Wudijo.
I don't know what went wrong there.
Knock. Knock. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm knocking. Woody always gets deep. So hard to get his attention. Hold on. Woody. Dear Woody. Moin. Nice. Paragon board. Yeah. Dear Wudijo. Chess Arena. While I was playing chess, I want to fucking be playing chess. I'm not gonna lie to you. What's going on, beauties? How are we doing today? I'm supposed to be hanging out with my friend Wudijo, the very famous, very smart man, and he just hasn't noticed. You know my very famous friend Wudijo? I've now sent him 3 different notifications. I've commented in his chat. I have DM'd him. I have knocked. Woody. Woody. Woody, how hard is this, bud? I'll get him. Don't worry, I'll get him.
I think we do this one instead. I think this whole demonology board is not really that hot. This is very easy to keep up here.
Woody. Yes, I'm sneaking a peek at Woody's homework on the class we work on together. Eviscerate build? Eviscerate looks like it's gonna have some cool stuff. There he is. That's when he's looking.
Yo.
There he is.
What's up?
All right, bud. You let me know. All right, Woody, you let me know, bud. Woody's great. Okay, so let's talk about all the different builds. Can I do this? Maybe. Builds. Okay, let's talk about all the different builds the Warlock has. Because it's a lot of them now. Let's talk about it. So we have Command Fallen. We're going to have Doom, Abyss. There's Doom, Hellfire. There's Hellion, Abyss. There is a Bombardment. There's Dreadclaws. Probably do it this way. Abyss. Do this. Boop. Boop. We got left align and we got up. So let's redo this. It's Command Fallen. This is Doom. This is Doom. Hellfire. There's Hellion Abyss. Now, I don't think all of these are worthwhile builds to build. I think these are builds that exist and ones that we should explore. Just to say, hey, are these things anything? That's the current idea. There's Dreadclaws. Abyss might all end up in one thing. There is a Blazing Scream. And now, here's the problem. There's Blazing Scream Hellfire, which I think is the real Blazing Scream, because it's already incredibly strong and it just got stronger. There is Abyssal Oppression. Now that the mini boys coming out will be the primary skull's damage. That's actually probably the stronger one, to be honest with you, but we're going to check it out. Abyss. Dude, the fucking elegy changes are insane. Like, truly, truly, truly cracked. Lunatic is Command Fallen. There's Umbral Chains, which is already a good build. I should mess around with Umbral Chains. I mean, the PTR is right around the corner. All these occult skills, though, could be built in two different ways, because now we have the ability to run Hemat Stone as a charm. Which doesn't sound big, but it's fucking huge. You don't have to apologize, Dwayne. I'm just letting you know that we have that. There's Hell Fracture. I tried running this as the Hellfire version, and it just feels really bad. It might be a controller thing. But Hell Fracture, I think, continues to be the Abyss version. We have Dark Prison the skill. Just Dark fucking Prison, dude. Insert one to the right. We got Dark Prison. None of these are things. We have Rampage. Hellfire. We have Rampage. Abyss, Titan. We have Key Sentinel. Abyss. We have Key Sentinel. Laser beams. Which I do need to like go figure out how the fuck this works. Because that scaling's insane. We have Infernal Breath. Which I think is only an Archfiend setup. I think is a call this bad boy Godzilla. Godzilla lock. Can we talk about this? Which Warlock is expected to be the strongest? In the PTR, I have Apocalypse and Blazing Scream with a lot of unknown factors for these Archfiend skills. Because a lot of them are going to be doing things we've never seen before. Tyrant's Grasp. Then we have... there's Apocalypse. Hellfire. Then you can already do Apocalypse. Abyss. Like it is a whole build. I've already piloted that. We have Abaddon. Backpack. I think you could do other Abaddons. Sure. How many aspects can this? Oh. Woody. Woody.
Yo, hello.
Yo. Ooh, I can't tell if you're loud or if I just have you turned up a lot.
Same, actually.
I actually have you fairly low. I'm gonna bump you up.
That's because I'm shouting so much in the Maxwell meetings. Okay. Yeah, guys, we have Macro here.
Have you, did we join the chat or no?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna invite you.
There you go.
Booty, angry, exactly, yes.
Oh yeah, just
yeah, Macro can attest to that.
I was going to say, guys, like, that sounds like a joke, haha, this is cute, and you know I normally am a shill, I like to save face. Woody has been relentless. I haven't slept in 3 days.
Even before the patch notes came out.
Yeah, just one day I just got a DM, and he's like, hey, are you busy? I went, for you? Always. What can I do for you? And then I just had to mute myself, I had to mute my speakers, and I just waited until the line stopped topping out on my mixer. And then when I came back in, he was just panting, he was crying. He just kept saying, it's your fault. It was weird.
Yeah, that's exactly how it goes, guys. Every time.
It's actually crazy. Yeah, being, hold on, let me turn off the mic here. Okay.
I did invite you, by the way.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
in.
Yeah, so I've been cooking a little bit on a Doom build earlier that I just kind of put together now. Trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in this class now.
So I had an Abyss Doom that is just like fine. I do think it's going to be Hellfire now, though. I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah, so the main reason for me to try to make a Doom build is because of the contagion effect. So I kind of, you know, okay, there's the Hellfire thing that does a lot of damage and stuff, but I don't think this is really the way to have fun with it. So I think specifically I wanted to make the Contagion version work, and that's what I've been working on.
So you just want to hex things and just have that apply Doom.
Yeah, it kind of like just spreads on its own. Like you kill one guy and then it just spreads the thing to everything, and then it's just chain reacts over the entire screen. So I did actually play this build already back in season 13. I'm not sure if you've ever tried to make a Doom build, but I got it to work in T11. Like I was going into a T11 Helltide, I killed one guy and the entire chain just like the entire screen exploded basically. So that is a thing. And it's getting a lot stronger now. So I think you can do this in T12 now. You can just walk in and you just like explode the entire screen.
Yeah, so I have a T12 viable Doom. It's like, it's fine. Let me see what it went up to.
Yeah, basically I want to recreate like an ED Contagion build from PoE, if you know that one. So that was the idea that I had for this.
The only class I've ever played is Witch Minions. Of course I know ED Contagion.
Yeah, see. But here it's actually one button, not even two. Perfect. The big question is, Necros, the whole thing is to raise the dead. Can a Necro be powerful enough to raise itself after all the abuse on Blizzard? Oof.
Oof.
Oof. How do you feel about the Necros, actually?
Would you like my honest answer, or would you like for me to be very nice?
I take the honest.
I don't know who we pissed off, but they have a vendetta against this class. Like, do you remember when the game first came out and the Sorceress was just straight up dead, and we just kept memeing on it, and poor Northy was just like, I don't know, dude, just do, this is the only build that works. That is legitimately, it's legitimately how I feel about the class. I got so excited reading through all the Warlock stuff, like every single change, every single bug fix, every single unique difference, the new aspects, like the changes to them. And I went, awesome. Like, look at how, like, I looked at all the barb changes, and sure, it's a bunch of nerfs, but there's like a lot going on. And I got to the Necromancer and they changed 6 things, and none of them matter. And I was just like, who sincerely, there must be a disconnect between our experience of the class and the developer's appreciation of its current power level. But if you do the math right now, Woody, Bloodwave, the strongest build, there's 2 or 3 arguably strongest builds on the class. There's Singularity Mages, there's Bloodwave, then every other minion build, and then somewhere directly underneath that there's Bone Spirit. But if you look at the difference between Bloodwave right now, not next season, right now, and Blood Surge, Bloodwave does 113 times the amount of damage of Blood Surge. In the class.
It's just 2 zeros. What are 2 zeros, honestly? Come on.
Bro, it does 2 zeros and then some more damage in the class, and our strongest build is still 28 times weaker than the Meta Barbarian build in the current season. I really think people don't understand the difference in numbers. Right now, we can do pit tier 138 on Bloodwave and minions, right? The Barb, the highest push without it being an exploit was a 150. That difference between 138 and 150 is 28 times the amount of damage. It's crazy, guys. Good. Like, the scaling of differences between the classes are so egregious, it's not even funny.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy for sure. And, I mean, Bloodwave is not even really getting an upgrade, right? It's just, okay, maybe some of the new uniques could come in, and like the season theme will buff it slightly.
Yeah.
And that's it, right? So,
well, what's funny is,
defense, I guess.
Well, one of the things that was keeping Bloodwave alive was actually a bug. So there's the aspect that says your fortified drain rate is increased by 3x. That had an extra 0 on it. If you have Fortify and you take any damage, you are instantly healed to max life. It is instantaneous. And that's how Bloodwave was surviving. And that bug got fixed.
Ah, yeah, the embattle aspect, yeah.
Yep, so I actually have Bloodwave at about 95% of its current output, because I think it's going to have to sacrifice more for survivability.
Ah, even better, okay. Great.
And then it's like, It's these other little things, right? And you're to blame for this as well. So Azure Wrath, you know Azure Wrath, that cool sword that made freezing monsters worth anybody's time
I used
ever?
It earlier. I cleared 139 on my rogue on first try. I was vibing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Good.
So that thing was the only reason why a cold necromancer theme even vaguely worked. And I don't know if you noticed, Woody, but they changed Azure Wrath because you goddamn rogues keep blowing up the entire screen with it.
I mean, to be fair, everyone keeps blowing up the screen with that. No, it's like any build that pushes without Azure Wrath actually these days. I don't think so.
Yeah. It's just like if you are
Spiritborn, I guess.
Yeah, if you're like, technically, like there are some options, but like, when two people have a gun, but one of those people is actually a nuclear bomb in disguise, if you take the gun away from both of the people, one of them is still a nuclear bomb. So Azure Wrath was our like 9mm pistol on the Necromancer. And they're like, guys, look, the violence has to end. We have to get rid of these weapons. And we said, okay, here's the gun. And then I turned around and it was Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime. He's like, yeah, we give away the gun. And I'm like, this isn't fair, guys.
Oof, okay.
But they slightly buffed Desecrated Ground, and that's kind of cool. So we might have like a Shadow Surfer build again. And that's the
for
end
like
of
T11 or like what are you going to do with Desecrated Ground exactly?
No, it's actually T12 viable. We do it on Bone Spirit right now, and it does, I don't know, like 20 trillion DPS, so you could do T12 on it.
Okay. On Bone Spirit, Desecrated Ground, so not even like the circling thing?
Oh, well, no, actually, you could build Bone Spirit all three ways. Bone Spirit is our coolest skill. It's like actually not even close. There are 3 completely viable Bone Spirit setups.
Interesting, okay.
Now, the silver lining in all of this, right, is I like the direction that they're going with utility aspects. At first, I was a little bit like freaked out because I saw all the changes to like the Warlock utility aspects, and I was like, wait a minute, why does this utility aspect say 50% multiplicative damage? But then I noticed that they're kind of rolling out this like added value to these aspects across the board. And I like that. I like that they're adding like damage reduction to some of them. So if you really want to, you're playing hardcore, you could just transfigure that onto your amulet as opposed to, you know, like another like 20 or 30% multiplier. And I think this kind of augmented power in the systems that aren't just damage number get bigger is a really good direction. And I'm hoping that we see a bigger proliferation of that. So the game itself, I think, is getting better. And the Necromancer is the sacrificial lamb to get us there, I guess.
We sacrifice one of the classes for the greater good.
You know, there's always been a bad class. I would argue that Necromancer has been the bad class for too long. But if it means everybody else gets to keep enjoying their game more, then that's my silver lining.
Okay, chat. Any Druid, Sorks, Spiritborn, or Paladin enjoyers who are really looking forward to Season 15 right now?
Oh, I didn't even look at Paladin. Is Paladin wiped further down the line?
Nah, they didn't nerf it or something. And besides maybe indirect changes or so, but they just didn't really do anything on the Paladin. That's the bigger problem.
Okay.
So it's just like, you know, like there's like 3 out of 5 sets that you just either cannot play or don't want to play. Or both in some cases. So yeah, that's kind of cool, you know. There's like 2 sets that are like okay, you know, and that's it basically. Sorg is a log out angle. Yeah, these like the Paladin is definitely rough, man. Like, it's even if they buff it, which is like the most likely scenario, right? They're gonna like throw some random numbers on some shit, and then they're gonna like try to pacify the people. But what they actually have to do is they actually have to change 3 separate sets, and nothing has really been done to like address any of that. And they just like They just like designed them in a way that just makes them completely unfun to play. That's the issue. Because there's like gigantic downtimes on their damage buffs and stuff on these sets. So yeah, it's rough, man. On Druid, I'm optimistic on to see more human form builds. Yeah, I feel like on a Druid, like even if we get human form builds, like they don't do anything special, right? Like the human form builds, you would maybe use them if they turn out to be stronger, but that stronger is basically just a numbers game, right? If that number is bigger, I will go human instead of werewolf. But you know, there's no difference really. Okay, I can see my character, nice. I can maybe they will sell their first transmog on the Druid even, right? So after 3 years, but you know, like why is there no distinction in the builds, right? Why is there no exclusivity of some effects? You know, why like they literally have the skill tree choices, right? Like I'm not sure if you've seen this macro, but the Druid skill tree has like the form choices, right?
Yeah.
So why don't these form choices don't just add some special effect, you know, to every skill, right? Like, you know, like my tornado, like if I cast it as a werewolf, then I don't know, maybe make them like go faster and like they like circle around more or whatever. And then as a human, you just cast double the amount of tornadoes or something, right? Like some distinction, you know? There's nothing.
Sorry, hold on real quick, just because you did miss a golden opportunity. I believe you meant to say Wolf-nado. Continue.
Wolf, yeah. So what I mean is there could be a human version of that, but it's just not gonna happen until we get a bigger number on the human form, and then okay, we're gonna play human now, and no one's gonna play wolf again. But you know, there's like no actual like different build opportunity there. There's nothing that makes this a special gameplay experience or something, you know? Even if we build it slightly differently with like one different Paragon board and one different unique to facilitate the human playstyle, you know, it's still the same playstyle, the same build and everything. So that is the main issue that I have with that. And I think there's like plenty of such missed opportunities.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, and this is not me just trying to hype up the Warlock, although I will go on a 5-hour rant about how I think it's the best class in the game right now. Everything that you're like asking for is in the design DNA of the Warlock. And just like when they released the Spiritborn and like everything was like cool and new, and we were like, oh man, now let's just get this stuff into the other classes. Like every other button I click on the Warlock feels like that, where I've legitimately like completely changed the build because I've clicked a different button. And I agree. Yeah. I think that needs to be everywhere. I think that needs to be what the game's schema is. Except for Barb. Like Barb can keep just being like just spin and infinite like tornadoes and big burly men and earthquakes shoot out of you. And I don't even mean that as a diss. Like legitimately, I don't think that every single class needs to be like, you know, super big brain, super complex. Like after I've set up my Root Goldberg machine, I get 1 trillion damage. But like the Druid is the I make a change that fundamentally morphs what I'm doing class. Like it's the first one in the game, and I agree. It feels like somehow other classes are just better at it.
Yeah.
It is literally the transformative overlapping systems. Your bear skills are now werewolf skills that shoot lightning out of their ass, and that lightning is made out of rocks. And it's like, hell yeah. And then I look at the leaderboard and it's like, ah, Shred is here. Nice.
Shred is a very special kind of build right now, I guess.
Yeah. And the tornado thing, right? Like people are just straight up like macro exploiting, and it looks like a speed run. Like it looks like wild speed run tech is my understanding.
Yeah, basically TAS, yeah.
Yeah. There's I was watching a TAS speed run recently where like the way that you move faster is you have your character like continuously sit on and then get up from a chair, but you move the chair with you. And the TAS is just doing this thing over and over and over again. And that's what I imagine the druids are doing, but a tornado shoots out every time.
Yeah, something like that.
What up, Blood?
That's kind of... What game was...
That's Stardew Valley speedrunning.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that game.
It's... I was describing Stardew Valley recently. Stardew Valley is an absolute masterpiece of a video game, and it is the least interesting game to play from my perspective. I think it is a supremely unfun game, but it is a masterpiece.
Wait, how does that go together?
So it is the perfect farming sim. Like, the guy who made it has made a perfect Harvest Moon, but strictly better. And I liked playing the game. I probably have like 50 hours in it. And then one day my character woke up and I went, I have a new watering can and I have the golden shovel or whatever, and I can go down to the mines and wait a minute, I don't want to do any of this. Like, none of this has been fun. I've just been making more money every day, but I'm not actually enjoying myself. It's just like literally a perfect game, just not for me. I want to make sure it gets its flowers. It is, nothing else comes even close. And you could not pay me to play it right now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I would play that game either, but maybe it's just like not my type of game. Old school Harvest is way better, so it's simpler and more cozy. Okay, these are just like what farming sims or something. Like you just like grow shit or whatever, or what?
Yeah, so the basic idea is you get a farm, and the idea is you plant crops, there are seasons. So inevitably, you get into the min-maxing of it. You're like, oh, well, if I plant these ones 7 days in, I'll have this many days left in the season, and I can plant this one. And at the end, you make money or points or whatever, and that allows you to buy more crops, etc. Then you have automation. So it's like, oh, I can set up sprinklers, and the sprinklers will automatically water, meaning I don't have to do that. So it is a game built for... It is a perfect game. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It is a game-ass game. It is a game that tells people, if you are good at this game, you feel better about playing it better. And then you you get like 50 hours in, and you're like, this is not real. I don't have crops. I don't have chickens. I don't have a farm. Oh no. And like the illusion breaks for me.
Okay. Fun. It reminds me a bit of like the experience when I played Cookie Clicker.
Yeah.
Have you ever played that?
Oh, yeah. I love incremental games. Except at one point, like, it tricks your brain. The human brain wants to experience progression. That's why we play ARPGs. And keep this in mind. I'm not being high and mighty here. ARPGs are the exact same shit, right? Get gear to get better gear to get better gear to get better gear to get better gear to see number go up. That's ARPGs. The illusion just doesn't break for me because I just understand I just like doing this. That's the same people who play, Cookie Clicker, or the same people who play any farm simulator. They just like that particular illusion. It's all the same shit.
You just realized the season 15 surprise. You have fishing, but now you're getting farming. Very pog. Yo, that is a big surprise, guys. Are you excited to grow your own? Dude, they deleted the elixirs on the game, but they're coming back now. But this time you have to craft them yourself. You have to farm the ingredients and mix them in like a little pot or like a cauldron.
What are we talking about?
The season 15 BlizzCon surprise, the secret.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna get farming, says Crucible. Grow your own uniques. Yeah, it's not PoE yet, I guess.
Okay, so here's the only thing though. Settlers of Kalgura was awesome. Does anybody disagree with that? Settlers of Kalgura was a good season.
Yeah.
That's farming sims, baby. Bring farming sims to Diablo 4. I'm back on board.
Oh no. I thought you would make like a point that, okay, it was a good league, but everyone hates Kingsmarch, but I guess that never came, so... Are there any actual Kingsmarch enjoyers, like outside of the fact that it's like OP? Settlers of Kyovashad. Login.
Hold on, they're cooking.
Settlers of Kyovashad, man. Oh my god. In like the fractured peaks, surrounded by like
just snow.
minus 30 degrees all year round.
We're out there building greenhouses and the demons are shattering them. We're like, my hibiscus! freaking out. Gotta fight off Lord Zier's vampires from stealing all of my blood oranges.
Oh god.
So I do want to talk about the Warlock a lot, actually, because I'm full in, like, game saved. You can't say hashtag Warlock bad anymore. I think Bjorn won the game. I don't know, like I'm trying to not cuss as much. I think the developers have done an incredibly good job of answering a lot of the pain points that the Warlock had, giving further incentives to be able to play the builds that you want to, and the tools to actually be able to go explore all those weird things everybody wanted to do, but just weren't quite good enough. How do you feel about the changes to the Warlock?
Yeah, they always seem pretty good. Yeah. So we have a lot of really good builds now on the Warlock. It was already decent in Season 14.
Yeah.
But I was still waiting for example, like, more mobility, more dominance generation, and this sort of stuff. And now we actually did get that. Like, I really like the fact that we have like 3 skills now that we can just cast on moving, so that helps a lot to like improve the validity of the class. And I think you're gonna see a lot of builds run those. Just if you want to trigger any sigil, then it's gonna use that sigil that you can cast on moving. Dark Prison, he's gonna press that whenever you can while walking. The bombardment as well. I think it's gonna be like a nice inclusion in a bunch of stuff. You just summon a few guys, right? Boom. And you have nothing else to do, you just run, okay, you press your bombardment, boom. So it's kind of nice. And yeah, on top of that, we have a bunch of like really nice and interesting and varied build options. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what we'll be able to do here.
The big challenge for us as guide writers, and this was something we kind of talked about when the new skill trees were coming in, people would be like, oh, you can build all these skills in different ways, but we can't write a build guide for every single variant of a skill, right? Like, that's just insane. It's not manageable. But right now, I'm looking at my list of builds, and I have Abyss Doom, kind of more of this Contagion build that you're talking about. I have Hellfire Doom, which I think is more of a proactive Doom, like Hex Stacker, Hex Eater, Explosion type build, with like a lot of the Hellfire bonuses that we get now with like Molochs and being able to run Hemat Stone as a charm, so you still get to get the Volok, powers, and you get to use the volatility setup. And I legitimately feel like every skill I'm looking at, I'm like, well, there's the Abyss and then the Hellfire version of it. Well, there's the Summons version or the Archfiend version of it. I have 2 different Apocalypse builds here. I have 2 different Abaddon builds here. And I am afraid of almost like putting a lot of time and effort to mastering one of these 2 different things that you can do kind of across the board. And then somebody, is sweaty enough and puts enough things together and they're like, actually, the other variant is 10% more damage, and this is how I do it. And I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to cover these builds, Woody. Like, I don't know how to choose between them. I don't even know how to fully test all of them in a single PTR. There's that many options.
I think we just have to like pick like what are your favorites, right? Like what is fun for you? What do you want to actually cover? What do you think people will find fun? So it's just what it is. I think we just have to make a decision, right? And it also doesn't really help if you make like 25 different build guides for a class, and even if they're all good builds. I think that's just like kind of, a choice paralysis at some point, right? Yeah. So we just need to like make some decision and go with it, right? And then you can still add like, if like something pops up or something like, it's like really requested, then you can still add a build guide later. I think that's fine, especially if you have already tested it.
Yeah, for sure. It's, if you go look at the leaderboard right now, people are finally experimenting with the Sin, or like the A variant of Metamorphosis, to actually go into Archfiend demon form for Tyrant's Grasp and for Profane Sentinel. So people are already doing laser beams and like Sin demon versions, as opposed to dealing with the B version, like the B Metamorphosis version. Yeah. it's been really funny. People like, why is this guy wearing this ring? They don't have the skill in their skill bar. And I was like, oh, you sweet summer child. Did you know that there's a whole mechanic for this class, which is you get a different skill bar? I know you've never seen it because it's just like too big brain to think about. But yeah, this is a whole thing that people do. And and it's like, yeah, I'm thinking about not only like a Hellfire Demon Abodian build where Abodian does all the primary damage, you just kind of let him go, but also finally making the you ride on Abodian while you have a backpack demon and a Blazing Scream Sentinel that explodes brimstone everywhere. And like, both of these I think are going to be completely viable builds. Now, are people going to want to play them? No, there's 2 other guys who want to play them and they already don't need my help. But now I'm seriously considering them, as opposed to before I saw it, I was like, I mean, that's cute. I'm never going to click this button, but like, sure. I don't know, man. I want to click every button again. I feel like it's a whole new class again, and it came out 4 months ago or whatever.
3, actually.
Yeah, 3 months ago. Time doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Woody, the year just started. I'm positive. Okay. Like, I woke up yesterday and it was, I don't know, March maybe. And then I woke up today, I had a birthday, and it's about to be BlizzCon.
Nice. I do have to say that the last 8 months passed pretty fast. With, since the Pandon introduction, it was going by pretty quick, I gotta say. Yeah. And now it's gonna go even faster, man. Like if you also look at the PoE schedule and stuff. So, oof.
What's up next for PoE?
Well, they have a restart in September at some point for PoE 2 with a new patch, and 1.0 launches in December. So that is gonna be something, and that's not far away. It's like 4 months away.
I think GGG could milk it a little bit longer and we can get like a Q2 2027 launch. I think that'd be really nice for me.
Yeah, I can ask Jonathan what they can do.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going, man? Macro, who has been on stream a little bit saying he thinks you're kind of a dick. He was asking if you could push it out a little bit, actually.
Oof.
Yeah, I like Mark. Mark's awesome.
But not Jonathan.
I just think we have different, being really parasocial because I haven't talked to the guy, right? I just think we have very slightly different viewpoints on what is and is not fun, and it's okay to disagree.
Okay, I see. Okay, Macro, I have a question for you. A serious question.
Okay.
Can you imagine a Warlock build that does not run Greater Hex?
Yeah, I saw you doing that.
No, I have not done that yet, actually, but I'm considering it right now.
I don't know, man. It's like, I mean, it depends on the build, right? So if you are a demon build, I think you don't have to touch it for sure. But everything else, yeah, it gets kind of hard. The only issue...
Even more interesting is, what about Greater Hex versus Pyrosis?
Well, see, here's the thing. So before we get off of Greater Hex, the big issue with Greater Hex is that, like, the nodes on it do suck if you don't do this stuff. And I think you end up with that a lot. Like, I think you very often... Yeah. It has 2 life nodes, it has a little bit of res, and then everything else is, like, Tech W 33 additive damage, and you're like, cool, man. That's sick. Awesome.
Yeah, abyss damage that I can't even use on like most builds, so.
Yeah. Pyrosis. Yeah, Pyrosis. I mean, Pyrosis is very similar, except it suffers from why do things like this exist when combat in this game is like 5 minutes to kill a boss?
Well, I'm considering running Pyrosis over Greater Hex right now because the idea is that it's just like waltz through Torment 12 and one-shot everything. So
yeah, I mean, these things change depending on what you're actually doing on the build, right? This is one of the things that we run into all the time. There's a very big difference between trying to push a pit tier and every other thing you do in this game. And for most people, Greater Hex is just like, yeah, also you're just going to feel good all the time because you're just going to take only 75% of incoming damage. And that's honestly good enough. Whereas Pyrosis is the difference between if I one-shot or if I two-shot everything. And if this makes me one-shot everything, then I have doubled my efficiency. At least for combat. You know, obviously it doesn't change mobility. But these are just two wildly, wildly different things.
Yeah.
That's like...
Yeah, I'm making a backpack demon build right now with the Fiend of Abaddon. Because I think that could be kind of fun to explore with the new glove update and stuff.
How are you going to summon your Archfiends?
Just Profane Sentinels, I guess. So they cost not that much. And I'm thinking about doing something like Hand of Apotheosis to go with this. If you put that on the talisman.
Oh, hold on, you're doing backpack without shield? The gloves? That's
no. You can Hand of Apotheosis is a charm now.
Oh, a charm. I don't know about charm, but I think it's a rampage build, and you just let it eat the rampage brute that comes out with you every once in a while.
Ah, true, from the Vanguard thing.
Yeah. So you just rampage around. Anathema.
Yeah.
Anathema on your charm. You just rampage around, let it eat that.
Yeah, maybe that's enough. I'm not sure how fast it will ramp. And I think you can only have one of these rampage guys out, so it depends on how often it actually eats the guy, right? Because you kind of want to stack it fast. So you have a 60-second timer on your Fiend of Abaddon before it despawns when you use the Warden Fragment.
Yep.
And you want to ramp it maybe in the first 10 seconds, let's say, if you can. So I guess the idea is you press Abaddon and then just like, you know, Sentinel, 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 jump, Sentinel, 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 jump or something. And just use like, you know, like the resource cost reduction from the gloves of, what was it? Hands of Apotheosis. So that is something I would consider here.
The thing I was thinking about, because you want to keep your dominance up for dynamism, right? Dynamism board.
Yeah, it depends on what we do here. I haven't really decided yet.
Dynamism, dude, it's 3% per dominance. Like, it's just insane.
Yeah, it is.
I'm wondering if Backpack Demon stays longer if you're in a... I'm going to go check if it's in a Sigil of Summons. Do you know?
I think it works with anything.
I believe so.
It might work with the Sigil of Summons as well. But I think there might still be like the global limit of 1 minute. Like, I'm pretty sure the other Fiend of Abaddon versions can be put into a Sigil of Summons.
Yeah, they can.
And that works. Yeah. I guess I can try this real quick. I think the backpack even should work too.
I'm already going, so if you're doing something else.
Warlock is doing 140s now. Think about the new buffs, 150 easy. Yeah, I think there might actually be multiple 150 builds.
I have Health Fracture. I have at least Health Fracture and Apocalypse currently at 151, just for like known meta. And then the things like Tyrant's Grasp and Profane Sentinel that are currently up there as well, I think easily make it. And then after that...
I think Tyrant's Grasp is going to be that strong? That's kind of crazy.
It's already one of the top builds right now.
Yeah, okay, I think it is like relatively good, but I mean, is there something special about it in this patch?
The big thing that I'm feeling for the patch is sorry, hold on. It's, I don't know, dude, just like everything just kind of is significantly stronger. Didn't they buff its ring as well?
I mean, the ring is pretty large and it has the mythic version, I guess.
What is the name of its ring?
Hekaton Chasm.
Hecaton is not. Oh, it's also the big buff to Infernal Homunculus. as a mythic as well, which is just like insane. Just like truly, truly insane. But even like you were saying, like the Hand of Apotheosis as a mythic charm, that means that your dominance costs are cut down to 54%. Like that's just insane.
Yeah. Yeah, we like that. And they also have the extra damage from like it's like not exactly the same damage multi by itself as like another option, but it has this dominance cost reduction. It has the extra life as well. Like it's like really powerful. I think this is just like, you know, wherever you can, you're gonna include that basically. And it's gonna be like transformed into a demon somehow. Worst case, just with Rampage, right? You can just jump around. And the Rampage is just gonna cost so little that it can kind of keep it up. I think you have like 4 seconds demon form after the jump. So
yeah. Backpack demon works with Sigil of Summons. I thought it would, but
yeah.
But yeah, man. If they just keep adding multis to everything, I don't see how they don't all do 150 in the PTR, or at least damn near close. Like I put Tyrant's Grasp. Well, the current version of Tyrant's Grasp that isn't running this Sin Demon version, I have at 145 with the changes, I guess. But I also believe that I'm being a little bit conservative and a little bit underestimate its power. It's also hard to say. So they buffed the chance to stay volatile on the ignition glyph, and you don't always lose volatility on a skill, but you lose volatility often. Do you know the chance to lose volatility? Is that a number we have? What up, Alan?
I thought it's like 50-50 maybe.
Maybe. So with the 70% on, I think you're going to almost never lose volatility. And it's been hard to measure this, but let's say you lost volatility every other attack. That turns off a massive amount of your damage moment to moment. Like from Moloch's Beating Flame and from volatile bonuses.
I guess realistically, the idea is you're gonna put this on the neck and you have 100% chance to never lose volatility. I think this is what you want to do. On like a build that actually builds into this.
So but you can't do that though, because you would always run Moloch's Beating Flame on a volatility build, I think.
I guess worst case you have a charm for that.
For Moloch's?
Doesn't it have a charm? I think it has a charm. Doesn't it?
Can Moloch's Beating Flame be a charm?
What?
No, I didn't think it could.
Yeah, it's a charm. 20% damage for every skill for empowered. Yeah. And then the 50% cost stats.
Yeah. The problem you start running into on the Warlock is our set charms are just very, very good. Like, do I want...
We're getting a lot of new unique charms now. So maybe it's time for Golden Epiphany.
I was thinking about it, but that's the other problem. A lot of our power is tied to the 5-set bonus. And then in addition to that, because we can just run Nameless on everything, it's really hard to argue with not just using 2 sets in addition to the damage reduction. So if you go Golden Epiphany, you lose the vast majority of the power from most sets. Like Horizons just doesn't work, right? The Abaddon Flesh, like Abyss, none of them work if you don't get the 5-set bonus, basically.
Yeah.
Because I was like, ooh, Golden Flame, because I'm going to run Moloch's, and I'm going to run Hemat Stone, and I'm going to put Dust, Respite and Dirk there, and then I'm going to run, I don't know, the Abaddon Flesh. And I was like, that's not bad if it opens up another amulet for me, for sure. But then I was looking at it, I was like, but if I had 5-piece Abaddon, that sure would just be a lot better. I actually had to run Golden Epiphany on a Necromancer build because the Necromancer
I think
sets suck.
if you want to make a Golden Epiphany build on the Warlock, you will always just do the reverse of the Diamond Mind setup. You just take the free piece right of the Nameless and ignore all the other sets, and then put whatever free unique charms you want.
You could do that, yeah, because it's a 3x and damage reduction, right? So it's like, yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, I think that's just like a really good combo.
I
think the only set that would really matter there is Horizon set, because Horizon set has all the other small stuff, right? Like the Dominance Generation, especially. It could be interesting. So I think that's probably what I want to do. I'm considering this right now for this build, actually, instead of running Horizon set.
That's just it. I think like most builds don't run Horizons.
I was gonna make a Golden Epiphany set. Fuck it.
Do it. I'm now just like staring into the abyss, trying to run numbers in my head, because they bumped up so much of the 5-set bonuses by like fixing them, not actually like giving them bigger numbers. But can we talk about the Deeper Shadows? Or no, can we talk about the thing that says while you have shadow form you get to eat unstoppable and missiles don't hit you and convert your damage? Can we talk about the convert your damage aspects, actually?
We can.
I think this should be on every class. I think Warlock should have a set that says if you would take damage, destroy one of your minions. It can't be resummoned for like 2 seconds. I think...
I mean, we kind of have that, no?
For Necro?
No, I mean for the Warlock.
Oh, I'm sorry. For the Warlock, you have, yeah, eat your lesser demons, right? But I want that on the Necromancer. Like, I want bone armor that is, like, it'll permanent, it'll, you know, like, debuff you and -1 minion, but to, like, eat an effect as opposed to you dying. Like, I want... I described it as Path of Exile level effects, and I just want to see more of it.
Yeah, it's definitely like a nice introduction. I like the damage conversion stuff. I would definitely not be opposed to seeing more of that. It could also be interesting if they actually like make uniques, and then you have stuff like Andario's Visage that has like, you know, 3,000 poison res or some shit. And, you know, like all the damage you take is converted to poison, and then you can combine that, and suddenly it's a good item or something.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, that would actually give some of these like some actual viability and some interesting choices to make. Yeah, it's definitely necessary, I think, to like just make itemization more interesting. But then we'll see exactly like how this will play out, I guess.
There's what I like about it a lot is how it both opens up things for you to explore, but also answers a lot of the questions in the current meta, right? So Hell Fracture is a very popular build. It has to offset the burning damage that it does to itself. And you already stack a bunch of fire res. What if I also ran this aspect, went only fire res stacking, and then like, yeah, sure, I have to avoid things on the ground because that's where the majority of like dot damage will come from. But I already have to avoid things on the ground, so like how does that fundamentally change my gameplay experience? And now I'm just like 99% DR versus fire and kind of laughing.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Does the self burn actually get reduced when you have more fire res? It does, right?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that could be pretty cool for these like Metamorphosis Hellfire builds. And especially, I think I mentioned that like the self burn caps out at some point, right? So you just need to find that sweet spot. I just realized I made a Warlock build with 0 offensive aspects.
That's, well, hey. Oh, because of unique items?
Yeah.
That's a little bit been, because mythics are just so strong. That's been my problem even in this season right now, being like, oh, okay, yeah, like let me put it together and I want to fit all this stuff in, and I look at it and I go, I guess I have one offensive aspect slot, and it's on my gloves. Huh. Because I'm running Ring of Starless Skies, I'm running a Mythic Amulet, I'm running Signet of Pelgain, I'm running a unique two-hander, and I'm like, huh, I guess I will put a 65% damage multi here. Call it a day, boys.
Actually, I just deleted my amulet, and we're gonna put it as a charm instead, since I'm doing the Golden Epiphany strat. And I was unhappy with the options I saw there, so I was gonna put Seed there.
But Seed of Horizon, well, because you can get a mythic version of it now. I was going to say, because I have to recalibrate my mind, I'm like, well, you can't put Seed of Horizon as a charm because you get so much less value out of it. And I was like, wait, nope, you can get mythic versions now, but I think those are going to be very rare.
I also think so. I wouldn't really expect mythic charms, to be honest. I think they're gonna be like some giga chase that you'll just never see. Because there's also like so many mythic, so many charms now. So every class is like 30 different unique charms, so good luck with that.
Yeah. I do like it as a chase, though. My only thing is that, like, you know, somebody's going to put out a video, it's like, best mythic charm farm, and it's going to be fucking absolute bait. But they're going to have 15 of them, and everybody's going to be like, where are my mythic charm? You know, like the... Just... If a thing exists, the developers are personally cheating us out of them if we don't get them. That just, like, mindset that I don't understand.
Yeah, that's how it works, guys, right? That's just how it is. The evil developers are gatekeeping our mythic charms.
I just want you to know, if you felt personally offended, or if you're like, this dude's insane, he doesn't understand the plight of the true gamers, you are the problem. And I'll stand on that 10 toes down.
We all know about the streamer launcher. Yeah.
Talking
all high and mighty here, Macro. Show us your launcher.
Show us what update you're on.
I want to see the game version.
Show me your launch protocols. Don't run it as an admin. Don't cheat us. I mean, to those people's credit, right? We did like the solo self found race, right, for this season because it finally released. I did kill the new boss one time. She immediately dropped a diamond mine for me, and I immediately was in T12. I was like, cool, man, nice. Yeah, it's pretty good.
You were Warlock?
Yeah, that was Warlock.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, because you just go from running full horizons to also having 3-piece nameless on your build. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty strong, actually.
Funny.
You know something I discovered this season? You probably just felt it automatically, but I never thought about it. The cast animation speed for Command Fallen is like twice as long as any other basic skill. And I've now swapped over most builds that don't need dominance to running Molten Bomb with the little turrets as like a primary resource gen.
Yeah, I think they also give you like when they hit again and again, right? Yeah. Yeah, I guess that works.
Yeah, you can cast them without hitting anything and it gens resource, and then also when they spit at people it gens resource.
Yeah, it's kind of decent, I guess.
I like this change.
Yeah, personally, I like the little fallen guys still. Like I actually have to. I just put them into this build here even, just because you know you cast them 3 times, and I think they last 30 seconds now, right?
20 seconds, yeah.
No, they was buffed to 30 seconds actually. I think at some point. So it's,
I believe you.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's kind of nice, and yeah, like 3 casts per 30 seconds. That's acceptable, I think. So you know.
Oh,
especially on a build like what I'm doing here right now, where I do this, and then I just kind of like run around with my backpack demon, and I cast bombardments while walking, right? So it doesn't really get much better than this, I think.
Yeah. There was actually, it was kind of funny. There was, you know, because I'm still a small content creator, so I have to like engage in my comment section and like drive engagement on videos. And somebody hit me with, I just can't be bothered to manage all of these systems. Like, miss me, this is bullshit. And I went, the only thing you have to do is cast command fallen twice a minute. And they're like, yeah, that's bullshit. And I went, clicking a button twice in a minute in an ARPG is bullshit? Damn, dude. We are playing two different video games, I think. I think we have two very different appreciations of this video game.
Yeah, why do you press 2 buttons a minute when you can just hold down right click forever? And it moves you and you murder everything on the screen.
Yeah, just develop just full arthritis only in your middle finger.
You can also press right click with your ring finger.
You can.
Or if you're very experimental with your index finger, how about that?
Well, what I was going to say is, yeah, you can either do right click with your ring finger, or you can click the macro button on your left thumb, on the left side with your thumb, and then bada bing, bada boom, you're in.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? So, I don't know if you saw some of the different, maybe you were already doing this because of hardcore, but a lot of our builds on Warlock are able to run both the Ichor and the Death Aura glyphs, just for their tankiness. How do you like this new superiority glyph, the DR and Dominance gen?
Yeah, I think that just goes into every build, to be honest.
It goes into every build. It's just insane. This was one of the big things I was talking with the dev about. I was like, I would really like one more magic node increasing glyph. Because we have one, but it only works if you are a Wrath build. And a lot of our builds just aren't at this point. And, or rather, there are a lot of interesting builds that have no way of triggering that, really. And this one just came in and I was like, yeah, this is exactly it. Absolutely this, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so guys, you can thank Macro for that, I guess.
This one, well, you know what? I will unironically take credit for this one. I fought really hard for something like this. I didn't develop it, but I sure bitched about it. I think the team has had like a very good vision on the things that they wanted to change about this class, and I'm just really happy with the work for the past 2 seasons that have gone into continuing to transform it into what it should be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm also kind of happy to see like that they're actually updating this in a big way. This was pretty good updates on season 14 and 15 on the Warlock. I feel like the Warlock patches have been good. Like, you know, besides like Rogue just launching really nicely, and you know, Barb had like a really like the time in the sun right now with a few builds and so on. But you know, most other classes there was like a lot of really scuffed stuff, and then like most of it was just not addressed for the last 3 months, and it will continue to not be addressed for the next 4 months as well, right? So the way it's looking right now. So it's like, you know, like we get the expansion launch and like almost all the classes are just scuffed in one way or another, or at least, you know, many builds on those classes that we would hope to play someday, but then we can't play because they're undertuned, buggy, the sets are shitty designed, whatever, right? And there's a lot of stuff like that across all the classes, and we don't have really any good classes basically that just kind of work with everything besides Rogue. Basically, Rogue is like the only one, and they're not even like doing much to like fix that. That's the problem, right? It's just yeah, it's only the Warlock that's really getting the updates.
It's like, so I have a conspiracy helmet on right now.
Psyop, let's go.
So everybody, I'm gonna gaslight you, but I promise you'll be happy at the end of it. They have like hung a lot of lanterns on BlizzCon, like in incredibly overt ways. Half of this patch note is like, but this isn't real. Maybe you should check out BlizzCon. And I'm like, what does season 15 possibly have to do with Blizz? Like, it's just the next season after the expansion, right? And and this season, like, yeah, you know, we knew at least some stuff, like they were on vacation and it took them a while to like roll out stuff, and you know, communication wasn't great, but then like they basically like churned out a whole bunch of changes very quickly. And then we look at this setup, and again, like the only class that really got like major love is the Warlock. Everybody else is like, I don't know, man, you're nerfed a bit, and like Rogue, you're fine, I guess. And like, we just got a mailbox, you know, for all the things they don't send us They're like, no, you know, when we send you a bunch of stuff, now you have a mailbox for it. I'm like, you've never sent me a single thing in this video game. And they're like, yeah, that's why we gave you a mailbox for it. To send you stuff, all the stuff we send you. And my big cope is like, the Paladin was just a wild release, right? Holy shit, we're getting 2 classes was a wild release. Banger after banger. I think something fundamentally has to be changing about the game to coincide with BlizzCon's whatever reveal it is. And that's why somehow we're still getting slim pickings as far as like true class balance is concerned.
Okay, so what is your guess what we're gonna see on BlizzCon? I mean, it's obviously gonna be something big, right? They already set the expectation.
Yeah.
They literally like reinforced them again in this PTR update with the developer note. So what are we getting for Season 15?
A third class has hit Diablo 4. Expansion 2.
Yeah, no way, man. That'd be insane.
Nayrel is back, and you can play as Nayrel. Your character has to be named Nayrel.
Oh my god.
It's just 10 Nayrels at the world boss. New class hits the expansion.
And they all have one arm.
I cannot envision what it is. I have no insider knowledge. None of this is tongue-in-cheek. But it has to be something. Because if it isn't, this is about to be don't you guys have phones all over again.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that would be funny.
It's just like
of Narelle.
I think
guys, we're talking. Okay, they will announce some stuff for Diablo that is not Diablo 4 for sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, of course.
So there's probably like a D2 expansion or something like that. There is maybe even a D1 remaster just because for the lulz. Oh, sure, right? And there's most likely also a D4 expansion announcement. Okay, but what are they announcing for Season 15?
Auction
so
house.
That is what we want to know. There is something coming in Season 15 that they have not shown us. And they have said that there is something coming.
Auction house.
Auction house.
Asynchronous trading. PoE, eat your heart out. For the thing you've already implemented in your game. And much earlier and faster.
D5. Oh my god.
No, dude. Like, I know D5 is mostly jokes. D4 is going to exist for another 10 years and you're getting an expansion every 2 years. Hard stop. If they could do it every year, they would. The what is this Nemesis thing though?
Uh-oh.
No, because I didn't play D3, right? And it's like, oh, a weird boss is gonna hunt you down. It's gonna be a thing. And everybody in my chat who's played D3, they're like, oh, this is Nemesis. And I'm like, I actually don't know what that means.
That is something that only a few select people actually know about, I guess, in D3. Because it only existed in the console version.
Oh.
And I think the way that it works is that if there is a monster that kills someone on your friend list, then it will also come hunting you or something like that, and you can try to defeat it. Something like that, I don't know exactly. Maybe someone can explain this better. But either way, this is not what the Season 15 feature is, I think. So
yeah.
I'm not sure why people say this is Nemesis. That's kind of strange, but it's not that. That's for sure.
I don't think the feature, like, I'm not exactly sure what the feature is. I do think that this thing that's hunting us could be like a shadow of what's his name, Malthael. Just because this season, when you kill the Reaper, she's like, he's coming. And then this season, we're getting splinters, and one of the splinters is of the Black Soul Shard.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, am I actually going to fight this angel again? Because, like, I never got to fight him in D3. I wouldn't mind that, but that is, like, a little...
Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good connection there. I see it, actually. With the Black Soulstone Splinter and, like, the Soul Shard Splinter, and... Yeah, it could be something like that.
Yeah, because they're all, like... I mean, this one literally says Splinter of the Black Soulstone. And, like, the other ones are splinters of the different bosses, but it's clearly like of their soul stones, right? The Splinter of Lies is Belial, the Splinter of the Mother, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, they did like the lesser evils and then like some other random stuff, right? So there is pain, anguish, sin, lies, so the 4 lesser.
Yep.
And all of the greater evils are missing, but also, okay, what is the Hellfire and the Damnation? And then there's also the Black Soulstone, right? So do they represent something, or did they just like try to fill it, right? It's still 7, which is, you know, not really a coincidence, I think. Wait, is it 7? No, it's 8 actually. Sorry. Okay, so it's actually 8 now.
Well, because it's 8. It's the 7 of them, and then the Black Soulstone, right?
And the Black Soulstone, yeah. But we have Mother, Hellfire, and the Nation, which are like the, you know, that would otherwise be like the 3 prime evils, right?
Oh, right. But
evils.
yeah, and Mother is like kind of a stand-in for Mephisto.
Yeah, the Mother is kind of the Mephisto. Hellfire is kind of the
kind of
like Diablo, maybe. And then the Nation could be Baal. I don't know. So I feel like there is a bit of a connection there, but they didn't actually go with their, like, you know, titles.
Yeah. They'll do anything but put Diablo in the game.
Yes.
Which, I know this pisses people off. I continue to like it a lot, actually.
Danger says, I want a splinter of a good season.
Okay. All right. Look. So actually, here's I guess a pretty divisive conversation now that we're like all the way out of the woods, right? Did you have a good time this season? I had a great time.
I had a pretty good time, to be honest.
Like I unironically just enjoyed playing the game a lot.
Yeah, but it's definitely not a praise of this patch this season or whatever they were doing after the launch. You know, I had a good time because the expansion was good and it still kind of carries on.
Yeah.
But the season update was objectively bad.
Oh, objectively bad. So, and I was explaining this to people. I was like, wow, yeah, this season doesn't work. I guess I won't care about it. And then I just had a blast. Like, I just went like, yeah, this doesn't work. So I won't click these buttons. And I'll just go do everything else in the game. That's fun. I just had a great time.
Yeah, basically that.
How much did they pay me to say that? I'm actually in I'm in works over that right now. We're still in dispute, but I figured I would just put it out there anyways, and then we'll kind of figure it out later. Yeah, without question, season objectively horrible. And I had a great time playing Diablo 4 for the past month or two. A little bit more.
How does that work?
I don't know, man. The game's just fun. It's just a fun game to play. I also just don't like mythics, so I was kind of fine not having them. Still crushed T12 Mephisto, still did, 125 plus in the pit. Just had a good time.
Why you enjoy this game when season update bad?
Why you play video game ever? Why you have fun?
Yes.
Dude, the first time I ran out of Resplendent Sparks and didn't get a Ring of Starless Skies, and I went, oh, I just won't have one. Okay. Moving on.
Expansion fucked my class, so I'm in perma despair and too stubborn to switch. Oof.
Oofa doofa.
Yeah, that is rough, man. Spiritborn. Sanitizer Spiritborn enjoyer.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Man, I played a lot of Spiritborn in Rise of Hatred, and I enjoyed it. Like, every season I played some Spiritborn, and, I made a bunch of guides every time, and so on. And now I kind of I'm happy that Rogue is back, and, it's kind of like the two just reversed the roles, Like, Rogue was, down bad the entire time in Rise of Hatred, and I barely played it, and I just, went to Spiritborn instead. And now it's, it all flipped, basically. So Rogue is, absolute vibes, blasting, everything works. You just log in on Rogue and you will just have a good time no matter what you do, right? Spiritborn is the exact opposite, man. You log in and there's one build that kind of works, and everything else just it's just like broken. You know, it's like, oh man, dude.
I was trolling
It's
through
crazy.
Reddit. I was trolling through Reddit, and somebody put up like the, you know, like the pretty classic evade build, and they're like, all right, what about this 20 seconds to kill T12 Duriel? And people are like, yeah, it's like pretty good, man. This does suck though, and like we do only have one build, and I have almost no context for it. I was just like, dude, Spiritborns are down bad. I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah, exactly. It's sad, man.
I have a build I'm just calling Godzilla, which is the you do the infernal breath, which I'm very excited to try out.
Oh shit. You think you're gonna have fun with that?
I don't know, man. If they keep buffing it, it's eventually good.
I mean, the idea of it is very fun, and I guess eventually it's gonna get there.
It does feel a lot like Incinerate, but maybe if it does enough damage, that's okay. I think any build I show doing like a 125 that I called Godzilla will get traction. All right. I think that's good enough. I could call it Lockzilla. I could call it Warzilla. I could call it something. All right. I have to start marketing my builds with better names. That is what I've learned over the past year. Every build has to have a name. It can't just be the name of the skill. I have Big D Necro build. I have Frozen Reaper. Every build needs a name.
Oh no, not you too.
I'm just saying, dude, it clearly works.
Yeah, that's the sad part. How did we get here, guys?
It's somebody's fault for sure. It's the consumers.
Just blame them, yeah.
Oh yeah, like so like we have a like just like a crazy Bone Mage Singularity build on Necro where you're literally, it's kind of like the Reaper build from Last Epoch, except your minions die continuously and it doesn't actually feel good. But it plays the same. You like just throw Bone Mages at stuff until they die. And I'm thinking about calling that thing the Bone Zone. Like, just everything. And oh yeah, this definitely isn't PTSD from Infinimus getting nuked from the meta. Alright, it's definitely not that. Bio hut breath is crazy. I just brushed my teeth. Leave me alone. What was the best? I assume it's Rogue, but what did you have the most fun on this season out of everything you played?
Definitely Rogue, yeah. I had the most fun on Rogue this season and last. I mean, this season I have done, wait, have I done 3 or 4 classes now? I've done Rogue, Paladin, Zork, and now I started doing Barb a little bit. So yeah, actually I'm like only 3 classes in after all this time. So I was doing like a really long grind on the Rogue at the start of the season with a bunch of builds, and like I was doing like this whole like, you know, gear up for rank 1 push and all that. And we finally gotten our rank 1. I don't think I'm gonna be contested in this leaderboard this time with the bug gone, so that's nice. I just cleared 139 right before this call, basically, which was actually just like 1 run or something. So I could probably do like 140 relatively easily, or even higher if I YOLO it a bit. But I'm not 100% sure if I will actually get my reward next season if my character dies. So I'd rather keep it alive for now.
See, here's the problem with you goddamn streamers. These bugs are the things that allow the average, everyday dad gamer to actually compete, and you want them to take them away from us. It's so selfish.
Where's that coming from?
This is a joke I'm doing right now to incentivize people to foment hate.
Okay. Guys, who agrees? Hands up.
Big hands. Do you have a hand emote?
I do have a hand emote.
Are they your hands though? Like if I look at them, I'd be able to tell.
No. But
What
you will
the-
recognize it.
What the hell's the point? Wait a minute. I'm not subbed to your channel?
Oh shit.
Dude, I can't check Woody's emotes.
I was low-key expecting someone to type it, but I guess I'll do it myself.
There we go. Oh, is that is that the solo self-found hand?
Well, I don't know why that that has a hand icon. It's very sus for sure. No, this is the halt emote.
Oh, yes. Okay. Why did they just put a weird little hand up there?
Yeah, I think it's no coincidence, but who knows?
Oh, is there a clip? I do not. I do not.
You certainly have seen the clip, I think.
Have I seen the clip?
Do we have a command for that? Yeah, we do. But okay, I need to like.
I have
Yeah.
almost the tankiest rogue I can
Yo.
imagine.
Sanitizer, thank you.
Bro, this is 5 minutes. I don't have the attention span for that. Where do I... Oh, thank you, hand sanitizer. There we go. Got him, boys. Got Woody another sub. Huge. I get half of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, you don't have to watch 5 minutes of this. Just like the first 30 seconds is probably what you need to see.
But I have
This clip was
almost the tankiest
3
rogue I can
years
imagine. So if I can't survive this,
and nearly 2
then
months
good luck to
ago.
you guys.
World Tier 4, let's go.
The spikes, one shot. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, I might have to TP out, so let's see if I can survive the spikes or not.
Oh, do you like try to scroll and instead halt? How does this
Yes.
happen? Dude, the 6-figure damage numbers. Can we talk about those? Wowee.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean this was the halt incident. Yeah, this was my the rogue that did the world first solo 100 hardcore, and then I walked in after they disabled Lilith for like a few days, and like I heard that she's like doing a lot of damage and you get one shot by everything and stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try it with the potion. I'm gonna scroll out and we'll see what happens, kind of deal, right? And yeah, I wanted to scroll, and I was moving with my mouse wheel as I usually do. And when I opened the emote wheel, the mouse scroll changed the page to a different page.
That's so
And
good.
then I hit the halt emote, and I was so bamboozled. I was just like stun-blocked basically from what happened. That I just got blasted.
But do you pop it?
That was it. Yeah.
Damn,
Instead
you...
of like trying
Oh.
again. Yeah.
Ah! Halt.
Okay.
Halt. Yeah,
Where's my
exactly.
scroll?
So this is what I came
Where
from.
did my scroll go? I'm dead.
Yeah, very fun.
You know what's so crazy is Woody dies in hardcore and starts laughing. I die in softcore and I'm like, man, fuck this game. What's the point of playing?
Yeah, this is why I play hardcore, you know? In hardcore, you usually don't die so much, you don't get tilted so easily. That's the strat.
I have a clip. I don't remember if anybody like took the clip or if I just stole it as a short form, but it was like I was in a pit tier that was my push, and you know the it's like the Penitent Knight's Fortress where it has like the really thin catwalks, and then there's the one left turn room where it kind of has a stairway that goes down, but a little like weird alcove on both sides of it. I don't know if you know this room I'm talking about. but the rupture portals popped in there, and since they were close enough, I was like, oh hell yeah, I'll just pop these. But then the amount of time it took me to clear them out, the next one popped, and then they immediately started summoning monsters on top of me, and then the next one popped. I was in this hallway for 3 minutes straight killing monsters, and it's just me playing on controller, so I can't use any of my mobility to get out because it just targets the person in front of me over and over again, stuck in a corner. Just screaming, let me out of this hallway, let me out of this god. And then eventually like three crackling souls and a mortar explosion land on me and I die, and I was like, finally I'm able to leave purgatory never again.
Freedom.
Mobility feels so good until you pick up a controller, and it's like you just wanted to teleport 1 inch in front of you, right? I was like, no, actually I wanted to go to the other side of the room. It's like, absolutely heard, brother, you'll stay right where you are. You've played a lot more Eviscerate than me. Is this Dreadclaw's change just huge?
Well, it's a ×4. That's quite an upgrade.
It's big number. And Scorn now is, or whatever it's called, the Gore Feast is now just a 50% multi too.
Yeah, so that is kind of huge. And we'll see. So the Dreadclaws thing, I tried it and it was really weak. So there was like no way to really make a build of it. But a ×4, maybe. So it might be like an alternative way of like, playing like a dot build with Eviscerate stuff and like, Dreadclaws as well, right? You're mostly just playing like this like circular Dreadclaws. And now it's like a multi-shot kind of skill, right? It's basically like Warlock multi-shot. And that's kind of cool. It just feels fun. And it was just way too weak. So yeah, you just need to like try to get some sort of like demon summoning in. So usually just use like Agrom with like the passive summons and you just like murder them with your Dreadclaws. And then you trigger the Eviscerate stuff there. And then you have the mutilation aspect that is now way bigger. You have this Gore Feast thing. So there's a bunch of support there where I think, yeah, this will probably work. So definitely worth trying. I might cook a setup actually for it. I guess I can just take the existing Eviscerate setup and modify it slightly, and that's basically going to be the Dreadclaw thing. I think other Evisceration setups will be way stronger. Maybe even the minion stuff. Like the Evisceration fragment is getting a ×5 as well, which is kind of insane. Or not more than that even, right? I think that just the damage is ×5 and the chance is also ×2.5. Yep. I don't know what's going on there, but that is crazy. So I think like your minion build is probably just going to be like Evisceration now, if it's not already doing that anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't previously because it was like, it just like didn't have to. But yeah, man, they failed to Eviscerate. So the only thing is that like you have to hit and Eviscerate to trigger their ability to fail to Eviscerate. So against elites, obviously that's super easy. Against everything else, you need like a pretty decent system to do it. What do you?
Basically, what I would try to do with the Eviscerate build that I was trying to make with the Dreadclaws was I used Dreadclaws to like clear the small shit, and then I used the Rampage guys for the elites. So that is the combo I was trying to build. But it's kind of hard to do when you have like the uniques for Rampage, and now there's mythic versions of those and so on, right? So. Yeah. That definitely contributed to like the Dreadclaws being very weak. And then I kind of like moved over to just Hellion stinging stuff and then having the Rampage on the elites. And then eventually I just figured out how to actually make a Rampage build entirely. Yeah. And that is now the Maxwell guide. So, like that.
The thing I'm kind of wondering about is what if it really is just, you just make a fully functional zoo build and also you just select the Eviscerate thing and put on the utility aspect. Like you give up a multiplier to put on the, if you fail to Eviscerate, apply bleed anyways. And then you run
that is like part of every Eviscerate build anyway. It's just the best aspect. So that is like not even a question, I think.
So it's just like, no, you just build a fully functional zoo deck so it's doing competent damage. And also, it'll just pop off. Like, given enough time, it will just pop off on the Eviscerate procs. Like, on the minion build I ran, and the setup that I have, I did just slot in Profane Sentinel for bossing, because you just can. Like, you just have an extra skill slot, and also it just works fine. And because so much of the stuff that just makes your summons do more damage is pretty ubiquitous across the board, other than like your chest armor for Agrom or whatever, which even still gets you like more summons. It does feel like it has like a lot of like modularity to it. You can't just kind of like put a new Lego piece on that says like, and now it has a spear on it. And when the spear hits, it just does gigaton damage. It's like, oh, cool. Yeah, sure. So I think Eviscerate can just kind of just fit there.
Maybe, yeah. But the problem is that usually when I go like crit and crit multi versus dot multi, you know. So it's kind of hard to like co-scale the stuff because the Eviscerate is not like a damage echo, right? It doesn't go off the original hit. It's still its own thing with its own damage number, and you have to scale that.
Yeah, but it says
that is the main issue with it,
1,000% base damage.
Yeah,
you know,
but that 1,000% could be like 5,000 if you invest in dot multi, right? So that's what I'm saying.
It could.
So you very easily get into this territory where, okay, I'm just gonna stack dot multi again. So, and then it's just a better build.
Yeah, but you don't have to. It could just be fun instead, you know? This is...
Yeah, but then you realize you have like T15 bosses that take 1.5 hours to kill on a shitty build. So I really recommend you to make a strong build.
Yeah, sure. It's... I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like... But if we keep only exploring what is like the logical destination, then they're like never incentivized to make multi-scalar builds ever.
Well, first of all, we need support for these sort of builds, and we don't have that. So what are you trying to achieve here right now? So it's first on the devs to actually give us an option to even try something like this.
Look, man. All right, I'm just a boy with a dream.
Yeah, forget your dream.
Damn.
Make a build that actually functions.
All right, boss. You're right. You signed the checks. Sorry, Chad. I tried to make the game fun. Papa Woody said no. Do you think Sashes of the Wretched see use anywhere?
And they changed that a bit, right?
Yeah, it gives damage and DR. And it's like, that's like all, like we're getting there, kinda.
15% damage and 50% less damage. And then, okay, it's like basically 20-20 when you have a mythic. So, It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's like,
I mean, some people put it, yeah, some people put 20% damage on their pants, and that's it, you know, so.
Yeah.
And you get a free torture badge as well when you drop it about 55%, and then that saves you as well for a bunch of stuff. Yeah. So the question is just, if you stand in like a bunch of fire explosions that all go off at nearly the same time, like how fast does this thing actually spawn a torture badge and save you?
Well, you would have had to have taken the damage. So it's not like, it's not before damage is dealt, this triggers.
Yeah. I'm talking about like you kill like a blue pack of fire enchanted, right? And then they go off like boom, 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 boom. And let's say you survive 3 of them and the 4th one kills you.
Space? Oh yeah, we need
saved by the
dash
4th,
space
from the 4th
sure.
one
like
from the torture badge. So that is, you know, depending on how fast they explode. So I'm not sure what is the delay on this thing. That would be interesting to know.
Oh yeah, it has to have an ICD for sure, right?
Oh yeah, at the very minimum, you know, like, is it gonna instantly appear and save you in like the next frame from the incoming hit? You know, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's just it. Like, I almost think that's nearly irrelevant. It is just like, if I want to cast Tortured Wretch, do I also want 15 DR and 15% increased damage? Because I'll let you know, I do want to cast Tortured Wretch. It is pretty good. Tortured Wretch is actually probably too good, but I don't think they're in a place right now where they could just like axe it.
Tortured Wretch is pretty good, but it does compete with Rampage, and this is why I usually don't put it in most builds.
You, the hardcore player, don't put it in?
Yeah.
Homie,
Yeah, the problem is also like...
Homie, it says face tank T12 Mephisto effects.
I mean, okay, like they do stack up their shield, right? The torture matches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and you can have 5.
You can have like... Yeah, you can have 5, and it's how much? 15?
It's 30% per dude. It's cracked.
Yeah, it's pretty good, yeah. But you also have to, like, in order to have 5, you definitely have to, like, spam it, right?
Yeah,
the 30% reduction and so on. So you spam, like, all of your dominance down, and then, okay, you can make them extend in the last 12 seconds by default. So it's pretty good, yeah. But you have to be in that range as well, right? It's not a very large range. So I feel like for, like, general gameplay, they're kind of just too slow and clunky to really be better than just spamming more rampage jumps, Like, I'd rather just, like, jump out of a fire effect instead of putting down a torture bridge and tanking it. Or something like that, so...
This is the difference between controller and non-controller. I can't rampage out of stuff if there's a monster in that direction. But you know what I can do? I can take my hand off of the D-pad entirely and then just drop 5 tortured wretches. I could do that real easy, right on top of me. Hemat Stone is like too strong, right? Like they absolutely did not need to make this stronger.
I mean, to be fair, just DPS wise, it was kind of outclassed. So I think it was fine to buff it.
So,
there's also no charm version of it, I think, right? So
no, there's explicitly a charm version of it.
It is. Did they add it now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, yeah, so that's pretty good. As a charm, that's pretty good.
It's a 3x on Warlock and the shard now, and the fragment, and a 60% damage multi, and it can be a charm. And I was like, excuse me? Who I didn't ask for, who asked for this? And they're just like, yeah, dude, have fun.
Yeah, so you get 6 overpower and you get 120 resource, right?
Well, so it's because it's also a triple on a secondary effect, so it's 6 passive and 3 from activating. So it's 9 overpower stacks on top of title on your amulet, which is 4, so 13, 4 from the base is 17.
Yeah, you can just put a charm, it's pretty good.
Pretty good charm.
Definitely gonna experiment with that. Yeah, like for example for Doom. Like, overwhelming aspect. Dude, overwhelming aspect on a neck is 51%.
Dude, Woody. So I did the math based off the old amount of overpower stacks that you get, but here's the math. It's 17% for a stack. You can have 17 overpower stacks. It's doubled against elites. You could put it on a 2-hander. What? I think I'm okay with losing out on a damage multi against non-elites to do, and let me just run the math for you real quick. To do 12.5x my damage versus elites on a 2-hander. I think that's okay. I think my 2-handed weapon saying 12x damage versus elites is pretty good, actually. That is unhinged. Like, because the issue...
It also works with, like, the already good builds, like Apocalypse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Like, yeah, you have Grandfather on Apocalypse right now.
Yeah, that is going to change, for sure.
I think, and hear me out here, 12x damage is bigger than 2.2. I haven't run the numbers yet, but I have made it through grade school, and I think 2 number bigger than 1 number.
It's just +1, right? Basically.
So it's because there's the first one plus the second one. That's 2 1s. That's 2. It's pretty good. Absolutely.
I mean, like, you put the 1, but you put it in front of the 2, basically, and then you have the new number.
Well, this is the insane part too, because like one of the big things with the Hemat Stone is that it was constantly in contention with Molochs, and Molochs is just so powerful that, like, what can you do? But now you just run both of them. every build that can be Occult Hellfire probably should, and you should probably be running Molochs and Hemat Stone. And then, I don't know, man, just laughing. Because it also doubles the base shard, and the base shard was giving you 3.5% damage per overpower stack. So at 17, at triple that value, what are we talking about, dude? It's like 170% scaling just from that. And then 80, no, it's because it's like maximum radius increase from all effects as well. I'm going to cast Hell Fracture and destroy the moon. I'm going to hit the moon from here.
Wait, what's going on with Hell Fracture exactly? It's also just because of the double like amulets plus the overwhelming aspect, and it's just like that insane, I guess.
Well, so for a Hell Fracture, you get to run the other insane amulet, which is Night Terror.
It's doing Abyss Hell Fracture.
Yeah. The Fire Hell Fracture actually like sucks. I like fully built out.
Why is it so bad?
The major issue with it is that its effect is that it shoots out these little things between them. And then, like those can hit people, but monsters have to be on them. And then also, if you only have a single target, they actually just don't hit that monster. So like it's supposed to give a bunch of damage, but the weapon already makes you hit the entire screen with your skill in 3 different patches. So like there's kind of no point. I have not made Hellfire Hell Fracture work, and that was in this season with Mythic Molochs, and I put it together and it just kind of sucked. And I was like, huh. That was not my expectation.
Okay.
I keep thinking that Profane Sentinel is an occult skill because it's the most occult-assed demon skill in the game, and it just isn't.
Yeah, no, occult is like all of this like sigil stuff and so on.
Yeah. Although
just
that
drawing
was
things, basically. Just think about drawing things.
Well, so that's the thing, but it's not all the sigils, because the sigil of summon isn't an occult skill. That was like a big thing. I was like, wait a minute. How is the ritual that summons demons not occult? That's literally what occult means. And they're like, yeah. Moving on. And I was like, no, wait, hold on. No moving on. No moving on. We got to talk about this word. But I guess it makes a little bit of sense.
I guess they did move on after all.
They sure did, boss. What skill are you going to use to spread your hex around? Are you just going to do like Occult Hell Fracture to hit the whole screen? Are you going to do Umbral Chains? What's your idea?
For what?
For the Hex Contagion build you want to make.
I mean, the Doom itself just like spreads when you kill stuff, right?
You're just going to walk around punching dudes?
Yeah, you punch one guy, he dies, and it just spreads, yeah? And everything just dies, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, try it. Just go normal and try it, you know?
Oh, yeah, no, like, that does work, for sure. It's just, like, in the end game, when the thing doesn't die for 10 seconds, and everything else is nearly dead already, it loses a bit of that identity.
Well, the thing is also, like, they changed the helm now from Doom, and you instantly apply the Doom forever, right? And also, it's now stronger. So you don't have this requirement of getting them down to 75% anymore. You just get the full value of the helm at all times. So you just go punch a guy, and you can literally just, like, run away. I'm not sure when the thing actually expires, or if it expires.
It never does.
You can probably just, like, you can probably just run away, yeah? And everything will just die. So...
Although, for any of the Doom enjoyers, there's a side upgrade that says you do more damage per second. This stacks up to 30. It is not an infinitely stacking buff. I see like a lot of confusion around that.
Yeah, classic. But either way, still like, you know, a good upgrade, right? It just like ramps up slowly, so kind of nice.
Did you see they finally broke my Prid Rune Bindings of Attrition tech? They said, no more, Mac. You can't have free damage reduction forever.
Yes, I saw that. And that's entirely your own fault.
It is explicitly this one. I will also take credit. This one's explicitly my fault.
I was not really a fan of this tech anyway, so I don't really care. But...
Yeah. it was whenever you can cheat a little bit, like it does feel fun. You're like, ooh, you're like, why would you do that? I'm like, actually, let me let you in on a little secret. Come here into this dark alley with me. It keeps the buff. And people are like, whoa. I'm like, yeah, I know, right? Danger Stin does say we better get these Warlocks nerfed. Unironically, yes. I think we will be too strong. I think coming out of the PTR, you'll see a toning down of some of these numbers. So just get ready.
I'm ready.
See, here's the thing, everybody. I am an equal opportunity nerfer. I think everybody should be doing less damage. I only compare to things doing more damage to point out why they should get nerfed. Not even that we should get buffed. Nerf everything. Let's only run 110s. If you can run a 120, you get a medal.
If you can take down Mephisto in less than 10 minutes, you're gonna get on the leaderboard, guys. He called me by my full name. I feel uncomfortable. Yeah, why did he do that, Macro? Why do you make our chatters uncomfortable?
Wait, is this our danger?
This is our danger, yeah.
Oh man, I don't know everybody's tags. I'm sorry. Why you got it written out like that? If you don't want me to say the Stin. Also, what is Stin?
I know, but it means something.
It means something and he doesn't want us to know. This is actually the psyop. He wants us to ignore the Stin.
Mm-hmm.
Because Danger was taken. That's unironic. So my girlfriend, she goes by Panda on Twitch, but Panda was taken. And at the time, that song, Panda, 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 I got broads in Atlanta, was very popular. So that's why her name is Panda X4.
Okay, that does not ring a bell for me, but nice.
You don't know? Hold on.
No, I'm not holding on, actually.
Hold on. There you go. You can listen to that later. I don't know how Woody is boomer. I'm older than Woody.
Yeah, I don't think I can play this on stream anyway, so... but
no, oh no, you can't. This is literally for you to listen to later and then just send me a laugh react.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Demo asked, is there going to be a Dark Prison build? I am absolutely making a Dark Prison build. I'm calling it Fight Club.
Oh no, guys. I think the only defensive skill that actually has a bit of a chance to deal some damage is Tortured Wretch with Eviscerate.
What? The base damage on Dark Prison got bumped up to like 200, I think? And it's a sigil skill now.
Let me see that. Calamity variant 200 and sigil, okay. So I can use like the chest and...
Yeah. So you run Morlu Flesh Ward, right? Because it's a defensive skill, so you have like a 6 or 7x on your pants with a mythic. And then you drop them in a Dark Prison. And then you laugh at them, and then they get out, and you put them in another Dark Prison.
Okay, so how do you kill a boss with this build? Like, what, do you need like a plan B for that?
Yeah, so you put them in a Dark Prison. No, actually, I think that you add Dark Prison to the Apocalypse build for added damage.
And you would run that over the like Hellfire version for just like compiness? And
yeah, you don't,
I guess you have Morlocks as well and stuff?
Yeah, you don't. No, you don't need it. You just put them in a Dark Prison.
I mean, to be fair, in like an Apocalypse push, there is actually an advantage in keeping like the small stuff alive, so you can like, stack your stuff faster because there's more targets. Mm-hmm. So I can actually see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you put them in a Dark Prison. Sick.
Yeah, so you walk in, you make the pull, you put down the Dark Prison, and then you just like start blasting.
Yeah, you do have to get inside of the Dark Prison to enjoy any of the survivability benefits it would give you. That's all right. That's why it's Fight Club.
But yeah, you would not equip the pants just to try to do more damage to this, I think.
Yeah, probably not. But I mean, I'm going to try it in general. There's also the no, I was about to lie to you. I am a little bit, because it's when the prison ends, all enemies take additional damage increased by additional enemies within. Yeah, it does just suck against single targets, don't it?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Porque no los dos.
Okay.
It's Tortured Wretch,
What?
and it's Tortured Wretch and it's Dark Prison. Fuck it up.
Okay, how does any of this go together?
So they're both defensive skills, and maybe that's good enough. Morlu's just says like 40 million quadrillion damage for offense, you know, for defensive skills. And at some point, these numbers are going to be big enough.
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior overwhelming aspect?
Overwhelming's pretty good. Pretty good aspect, yeah.
It's kind of funny that they freshly nerfed like stuff like Eurosign Might on the Druid with resource stacking. And here we are, overwhelming aspect, guys. The luxury of having so much damage you can do random. Yeah, like the fact that we're even discussing a Dark Prison build is wild. Like, what is going on, man? Why is this happening?
What up, Alan?
I need to get a snack. You got the snack?
I'm gonna click the buttons. I'm gonna be, guys, I don't like, how do I describe this? I expect to test the most things I've ever tested in a PTR in this upcoming PTR. And I test every single build my classes have every single PTR. I don't think I'm gonna make it. The only thing that's going to stop me is the first time I walk up to Marak and I go, what do you mean I can't just get one of these items? And then I'm going to uninstall. But like, other than that, nothing will get in my way. Oh, I'm gonna test Necro too. There's only like 2 builds though, so that's gonna go pretty fast. They did have the audacity in these patch notes to call Marak reliable or something like that. They're like, don't worry, Marak will be able to set you up with everything just like he always does. And I was like, yeah. The gaslighting's crazy, but sure. Yeah, for sure. Chat, did Woody die? Oh, yep, Woody's dead. Nice. Who killed Woody? I see your chair. Hold on, high key. Let's investigate Woody's setup. Woody has a really good setup. He has displate. I need to be a bit more famous so I can get a display sponsorship so I can get some sick art. Woody, we need some backlighting on the inside of the trophy case because I can't make out everything from here. Oh, he has one of those bladeless fans. That's nice. I like that. Is that a nightlight? Chat, does Woody have a nightlight? Is that what I'm looking at? A nightlight right there next to the case, or what's up with that? We have Diablo 2 up there. That's looking nice. We have like a commemorative Power Rangers dinner plate or something. I don't know what that is. Got some Elden Ring. Elden Ring is such a good game. I was watching somebody talk about Elden Ring recently. I was like, you're right. Elden Ring is in fact the best Dark Souls, and I should play that again. Yeah, it looks like a multi-outlet kind of deal going. We have... I think that's the Butcher Pop. Do I have that one? Hold on. Looking at my own pops. No, I have the Dark Wanderer and the golden Luke Goblin. He just has an urn. I assume that's where he keeps the ashes of the Necromancer. Alright, chat, while Woody's gone, I need your help. If you were going to get a gift for Woody and surprise him at BlizzCon, what would you get him? Only funny answers. Oh yeah, they sent out urns for hardcore rip clips. Yeah, I forgot about that. A cuke, okay. That's suggestive for sure. Necro action figure. Cucumber is so sus. We're not going to talk about it, but maybe we should talk about it. Firm handshake. We're kind of past firm handshakes. A calendar with only Tuesdays. That's actually very good. Oh, a big cucumber. Okay. Who's this new one? Hi, my name's MacroBioBoi. I'm one of Woody's friends, and he has to be nice to me because I work with him. And we're discussing how many cucumbers I should give to Woody. Damn it, he's back with a kebab. Don't let him listen.
Okay, we're back, guys.
Oh, everybody be cool. Be cool. Be cool.
What did I miss?
A lot of cucumbers, actually, unironically.
Oh, I like those.
What do you, is that kebab or is that like leftover Chinese food? What am I looking at?
This is it's called kalamakia, which is like skewers. This is pork skewer right now.
Yeah.
I also have a chicken, which I usually don't order, but it's the leftover from Nini earlier today.
This is Greek food, right?
Yeah, this is very standard, like in every Greek place, at every corner you get this.
It's really interesting. This kind of like food is very, very common everywhere that isn't the United States. Like, yeah, we make like barbecue skewers of stuff, but it's mostly because we're just copying other people. It's like everywhere you go, they're like, yeah, we make meat on stick. And I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. They're like, yeah, meat on stick's pretty good. I'm like, why don't we make meat on stick?
Yeah. It's simple and effective.
Yeah, dude, meat on stick. Gamer
The
fuel.
best part is you get a weapon after you're done eating.
Well, that's the best part. The worst part is if you're a little bit dumb, you also every once in a while stab yourself. You know, it's what happens.
And in America, this can cost you a lot of money really fast.
Oh, stabbing yourself in the mouth with like day-old sweet sauce? Yeah, dude. Is that Joe? Yo, shoutouts to my boy Joe. Hell yeah, brother, I miss you.
Wait, which Joe?
Hello, Joe. Hello, Joe is a fucking legend in the D2 community.
Oh, okay, I didn't know. Yeah, I see him in my chat sometimes. Hello.
Yeah, Joe's a real one.
It's a giant toothpick. I guess so,
okay.
actually.
Okay, so Kealoha does make a good point. We have hot dog dipped in corn batter on a stick. You take a hot dog, and then you dip it in corn batter, and then you deep fry it, and it's called a corn dog, and it's always bad.
Why is it bad?
The hot dog's never cooked enough. It's always too oily. It tends to like sit out for a little bit, so by the time you get it, it's not even hot anymore.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not such a big fan of the idea of hot dog. But maybe there's good ones.
So there are good hot dogs. You have to think about them. They are just a sausage.
Yeah.
So you have to make them with good meat or they're bad.
Hot dogs with onions and peppers. Okay.
One of those hot dogs, like a sausage, peppers and onions? I don't know hot dogs, peppers and onions, but I know sausage, peppers and onions. Hot dog on pizza is a crime, and you need to ban whoever that is. I don't know who they are. I don't trust them. Nobody puts hot dogs on pizza.
Do you have any Italians in chat?
And just for the people who don't know the lore, my family is first-generation Italian immigrant, and we owned and operated a pizzeria. We got big opinions about pizza.
Uh-oh.
Big pizza opinions over here. You crack your... Okay, so as a person who's grown up eating pasta my entire life, sometimes you have a small pot, dude, and it's okay to crack it. It's fine.
A hot dog pineapple pizza.
Do I say mozzarella or mozz? I don't know anybody who says mozz. Or at least I don't trust them.
Mods. What the fuck?
It's just short form for mozzarella.
Yeah, I understand that, but who the fuck says that?
Got little mozz sticks, kid?
Hey, can you pass me the mods? Like why is it even abbreviated? Like,
Nobody says mozz. There's mozz applesauce.
I only know Reddit mods and they are no good.
I like this note about fixed an issue where the reanimation aspect was available for the Warlock, despite it not working for their demons. And I'm sitting there like, what? I've been using reanimation this entire season, and I like ran off to test it real quick, and it does work. At least it works with Agrom, and I was just like, this is a very sus. This is a very sus developer note. But I think it didn't work with like the other stuff.
It did not work with a bunch of things. Yeah, I also tried it at some point, and yeah, I think some things are probably fine. But yeah, in general, like most of the Warlock stuff is short-lived anyway, so it's kind of like not a great aspect.
since the explosions are triggered from Agrom, you still got the multi on Agrom from like blowing up your lesser demons, so it was fine on that build, but yeah. Also, Abodian giving Unstoppable the full duration is so goated. Have you played with Abodian at all this season? We use it on like a lot of Hellfire builds, obviously.
Well, I tried a bit in season 13, but I'm not sure what changed since then.
No, so this season, it's like they just made it smoother. Is the only way I could describe it. He's just like better and smoother, and and the movement speed was multiplicative, as opposed to Cap 1. That was a big change too.
Okay, here. Wait a second. I need to feed my dog, who's clearly starving. Look at this, guys.
Hold on, not yet.
He has definitely not been given any food for the last week. Look at him.
Chat, Woody is clearly botting. He's feeding his dog, and he's also running a pit or a tower. This is bullshit. Damn. We do not feed our dog any human food.
Well, it's not human flesh, it's chicken, so...
Oh, yeah, sure. No, so not even like a judgment thing. We just like, we didn't want the dog to like beg. So we're like, you know what? We're going to try really hard. And like, sure, it makes us monsters, but she still begs anyway. So it really didn't positively impact anything.
Well, I'm very strict with this. So, you know, he only eats when I'm done. And then gets like a little piece or something.
Yeah, sure. So that's good.
That's how you have to do it. Because else he's not going to touch his own food. Like, literally has this bowl right here and he's not touching it. Man, then go eat your food. Yeah. You need to grow strong and tall. Yeah. How are you going to protect our home like this? I mean,
strong.
So tiny.
Hold on. Strong and tall.
Yeah.
A thing achievable by the dog. You must grow taller, dog. No, I say the same thing all the time because like our dog, she's like a medium-sized dog, right? Like Pipples are not big. They're very strong. But I look at her and I'm like, you need to be twice as big in every direction. You need to be twice as big up. You need to be twice as big wide, twice as big long. My friend is like, I think you're just describing a Rottweiler. And I was like, yes, I'm describing a Rottweiler. I think if we get another dog, it'll be a Rottweiler.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, how do you feel? I don't know what you did in Soul Self-Found because you were a degenerate, but I have like fully funded all of my gold costs off of just selling legendary seals. How do you feel about that?
I really hate going to the vendor every 5 minutes and selling seals and looking at them all individually to check if they have 6 slots. Like, I think this whole system needs like a, you know, a revamp. Like, the gold income needs to come from other sources and not just vendoring shit. And also like the fucking seals themselves, you know, like there needs to be like an ancestral quality or a unique quality for the 6th slot. And so I can just like, and also like just make them worth less gold, you know. I don't want to look at them and vendor them. I just want to salvage them all, boom, goodbye, and that's it. So I think this is very low quality of life, really, and could be easily improved.
Rots are truly the best dogs ever. Yeah, so one, I completely agree with you. I wanted to remember all the good Rottweilers I had. We had Chaos as one of our Rottweilers, a very good dog. She was a female. She was the best ever. Then we had Treacherous. Chaos and Treacherous. We called him Tretch. One time the mailman like had to deliver something, like actually to us, like a package, but they stepped into the house and I was I don't know, I was like maybe like 5 years old or something like that. I was like a little kid. And I have this big Rottweiler I used to like lay on top of, because when you have a dog that grows up around little kids, they become like their best friends. And this person who we did not know did enter our home, and he did promptly attack that person to protect me. And I will always love him for that.
Oh no.
But yeah, Rotties especially like purebred German Rotties. They're beautiful dogs. They just have a lot of health conditions.
I'm gonna be 1 second again.
I think right now, and this is ignoring some builds I just don't like, I think there are 23 viable builds, chat, for the Warlock. Mostly because I think there's a Hellfire and Abyss variant for most skills that you could realistically build out. Get him a fancy hot dog on his pizza, get him a pickled rogue figurine. Danger, what does a pickled figurine mean? In excruciating detail, please. Boiled chicken? Yeah, I think preparing food for your dog is very different than your dog eating some of the food that you have. You pickle it. Nice. Like a cucumber. A framed picture of myself. Woody, would you like a framed picture of me?
I'll take it.
Yeah, I was admiring the stuff that you got in the background there. I do have some feedback though, if you're open to it.
I'm open.
I think you need to get some backlights for the inside of the little altar. You know, like the little set of display case you have. So not behind it, but on the inside of each shelf, because it looks like it has like a black back panel there. It's just hard to make out each thing. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, that would make it more enjoyable for me to watch your stream.
How much would that increase your watch time?
Well, right now it's at about a 2%. I think we can bump that all the way up to about 5%.
5% of my entire stream time?
Yeah, dude, like 2.5 as much.
That's a pretty big commitment, actually.
That's huge. Yeah, right now I'm watching about 200% of the time. I think we could bump that all the way up to 1,000.
Okay. How many machines do you have?
Enough.
Nice. Okay. Anyone else who would be enticed to watch my stream a lot more if I had a more interesting background? People really don't want to see my face, right?
Yeah, this is a dangerous game. You're like, guys.
I can just sit here on the side, you know, like this, and then play from here.
Yeah, just like hide.
Yeah, we're gonna do like swag cam, right? There's dog cam and there's swag cam.
I do want to get a dog cam really badly, but I have to get better lighting in here in the first place. I don't think holding your dog in front of the camera is the same thing as a dog cam, actually. I think those are two different ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, is a high key, actually a huge change, is that they fixed Abyss Titan so that when you recast him, you actually get the buff for the Wrath generation again.
Oh. I mean, yeah, from the Dominion or what?
Yeah, whichever side upgrade it is.
I know the side upgrade, okay. Yeah, what about Dominion Legendary Node? That is probably not getting reapplied, right? Because it's like based on the summon of the...
Yeah, no, you have to have a dominance expenditure.
Yeah.
But it's for 20 seconds, like... That, it is kind of a little bit behind the scenes. I got into a conversation about this with the devs where I was just like, if these are effectively unlimited timers, why aren't they like... There's kind of like a very logical conclusion, which is like, we just shouldn't have Paragon, and instead, like, once you hit a certain level, you should just unlock like 10 extra damage. And basically, it is just important that there are systems that you are choosing to participate in, else none of this matters. Like, why would anything do anything at all? But 20 seconds is effectively infinite. Hi, beautiful.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, you know, it's kind of bad to have high impact, very conditional effects, right? Like, conditional effects need to be kind of low impact, I think. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like a 20 or 30% multi is fine, and then you have to press the thing to activate it, and then sometimes it drops, and you just, okay, I don't really care, it's gonna blast down this pack anyway, right? And then, oh, here's an elite, now I press this button. But if you have like a node that like doubles your damage, or like an aspect that doubles your damage, or, you know, all these sort of things, then it's not optional anymore, because it's just too much of an impact. And we have exactly that problem with like a lot of effects, I think, where you have like, you know, strict conditional effects, and you have to do something to trigger it. There's like also what I talked about earlier with like the paladins with their sets. They have, for example, this Righteous Will set, which is the Juggernaut set, and that one says you only get your 500% damage multi-buff if you try to crowd control an unstoppable target or a boss. So basically, you just never have your 5-piece bonus until you actually fight the boss in the pit or something.
Yeah.
Because you never fight anything long enough to actually trigger it in the first place. So you just have like ×6 the damage, but only on the boss. Or occasionally you get like this unstoppable pack that you find, you know, like once in a pit run or something, and you just absolutely annihilate that. And then for 10 seconds you have a buff to like absolutely annihilate anything, and then you just go back to shit damage. Like, you know, like, you know, an effect like this could be, you know, -1/0 and like on the 2-piece or something. Then I would say, yeah, maybe. But, you know, like all of the damage of this entire set based on this effect is just insanity, right? And that is like kind of the biggest culprit of this whole conditional effects system. Like, they try to get rid of damage on Tuesdays, but we just have it back now anyway. So like, what's the point here? And then like a lot of other sets also work like this, where you ramp up a bunch of stacks, and then they just like mandatorily drop. You know, they just drop. You can't even like keep them up or something. So you just like reach maximum, and then 5 seconds later you go down to 0 or some shit. You know, like
What is it, baby?
like, it's complete insane. And this is like, it's not just like a 20% damage multi, right? It's like a 400% damage multi or something. You know, it's like you have no damage.
No, not that.
It's like, yeah, you know, like you're ramping, you get the boss down to like 10%, and then his stacks drop, and you just can't kill him. I mean, like,
Oh yeah, dude. Well, it's like it's also the whole premise of even just crowd control, right? No, baby, no. Oh my god, my dog is trying to get my attention, which is very cute. She keeps almost clicking the power button on my computer tower though.
oh,
We are 1 second away from me dropping the call.
okay, preemptive 07.
Hold on, I need to like give her a toy or something. 1 second. Hold on, mama. Hold on, baby. Can I move? I don't want to run over you. Oh, you got into the fluff again. That's nice. That's cool. Holy, it's hot. What is it? All right, I'm actually. So she's been having like a bad time for a little bit. I thought she was over it, but I'm gonna very quickly take her outside, so I'm gonna AFK for 5 to 10.
Okay, I got this.
Yeah, feel
I
free to
guess.
just scream everything you would say into the speaker and entertain my chat as well.
Well, the problem is that right now I don't actually talk much because I'm looking at planners.
That's
so
okay.
What the fuck am I doing?
You know, whenever you just say like the random, I don't know, like German cuss words you say under your breath, just make sure they can hear it. All right, boys, I will be
Okay,
right
do we get
back.
a season 15 plan at some
I'm gonna
point?
take her out. I just want to make sure
Yeah,
she's like
we have
not
to wait
feeling
until we can
bad.
data mine
BRB.
it, so that's gonna be on Tuesday. So we're probably gonna get like the planner, the new items, and so on. There's a lot of new stuff, so we definitely have to make the PTR version. You heard the click of the button when your PC turned off from the cat. That is evil. How do they understand this? That's crazy. What is that about, Mr. Llama? Straight toasters? Hello, by the way. What's the best one for gems? Escalation dungeons with the 3 portals. No, King Scraps, I saw that earlier. You have to be careful in hardcore. Never teleport to someone before checking where they are. This happens very often. On Sork, your height of switches to Frost and Familiar to Shock if you equip Uncanny set. Really? What's going on? Ah, it's because it's, I guess because of all upgrades or what? But I guess the set doesn't give you the variance, I guess. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that is wrong for sure. The upgrades are just the side upgrades, right? Yeah. I'm gonna just write it down. Warlock will be stronger than Rogue, funny enough. Yeah, I do expect that Rogue will be the more popular class. But, I mean, okay, well, people seeing like 150s on Warlock on PTR might actually entice them to play in this class again. And, you know, Apocalypse is kind of cool. You have a bunch of other really cool builds these days. I'm personally excited for some Blazing Scream action. I'm gonna do the Doom stuff. Yeah, we'll see. Jeez, Evil shouldn't have named her Lilith. That's funny, Vampire. Smoke Nade, Rogue Stonks. They did buff the grenade stuff a little bit with the Applied Alchemy set and some stuff like that. And aspects. Yeah. Smoke Grenade is like... I wouldn't really recommend it, but if you really want to do it, it seems like a build, yeah. Ava has played it a bit. What's the pre-PTR tier list so far? Yeah, Warlock is insane, Rogue and Barb are really good. And then a whole lot of nothing, and then the rest. For a crown, pit push, Warlock, what do you think about running title on chest using flurry for movement to proc full crown and fortify? Huh. That seems rough, but I mean, you could do it instead of dash or shadow step, I guess. You're gonna lose like defense. It's gonna be kind of clunky to try to pill this, but it's, yeah, for pushing, for like the try hard push, it might be the way. At some point you'll have a trap playstyle similar to PoE. Yeah, I guess the closest to that is probably Death Trap, right? But I mean, like stuff like, I don't know, Poison Trap or so, it's not really a thing. Where you just like throw traps around. Maybe if they give us an option to like throw multiple traps at once, like the multi-trap stuff you get in PoE. So you have like better coverage and stuff, that could be something. How good is the Conjurer sword gonna be? That was a pretty big buff to the Conjurer set. So we'll see. I think in Season 13 that was actually like a really strong like Lightning Spear build at least. And also Hydra is possibly pretty good. There's like a way to Giga spam the Beam of Hydras with the enchant. You can get like a lot of resources, spam Meteor, consume all the resources, and then just like spam Hydras everywhere that otherwise have like a big cooldown. So that is something I might try. Should put it together actually before the PTR. I want to have a few planners sort of like ready to go and see how that will go. I think there's a bunch of interesting stuff. I'm not sure how I want to build this setup here, to be honest. Isn't the biggest multiplier for Hydra reliant on the cooldown? Yeah, but you can circumvent the cooldown with the Hydra enchant. You just need to spend a lot of resources. That's what I just said. Why does the title aspect not have an icon here? That's kind of strange. It doesn't get a multiplier from Ancient Flame. I didn't actually test any conjuration builds myself. So we're gonna try some on the PTR, I think. So I'm not really sure how exactly it will work. Yeah, if I have time, I'll definitely try a bit of Sork stuff. I think there's some potential for some interesting builds on a Sork. We just hope that they're gonna buff Sork across the board a little bit. But you have so many like cool and fun builds these days actually. Just they need to become a bit better. That's the main problem. I'm trying to make a Dragclaws Eviscerate build. They massively buffed it, but like ×4. So I think there could be something here. Plus a bunch of other like incidental buffs. We'll see how this will go. Should be kind of nice. What else could we be doing on this Warlock actually? I guess Apocalypse is something I need to check out because that's gonna be good as fuck. Prismatic Familiar is super cool. Yeah, I think in general the Familiar is kind of cool, and the fact that there's like 4 variants. I hope we're gonna get like a 4th variant for all the skills like in the next expansion or something as well. So we have like even more options and stuff. I think this will be a relatively easy way to like increase build variety and bring back some of the old classics as well, right? Like you're missing stuff like Trample Slide, you're missing like the original Stormclaw, you're missing, you know, the core skill Ravens that you can spam. We're missing the Reap Skeletons and the Chaos Seasons. There's like so much stuff I feel that I could add here. What are the standards for posting a build? I mean, they need to be good and fun, right? I don't know, there's not really a direct defined standard for what I post, I guess. But, I mean, the 3 things that I just made there, they will definitely like destroy everything. So, I mean, it is just kind of concepts for now, right? They're not like fully fleshed out. I didn't put like the gem here, I didn't put the stats here and so on. So it's just like, we'll see how this will go. But the expectations are there, at least, for that to be good.
Good girl, B. Yes.
Necro and Paladin in Season 15 will be as bad as the season. Well done, Blizzard. That's damn right. I mean, okay, to be fair, you know, everyone is getting power crept from the seasonal theme, right? Everyone is just like twice as strong or so. In some cases more than that even. Dot builds actually just get like a ×2 just from one of the splinters. And then you get, you know, a bunch of defense and whatever. I guess the charm is a placeholder. Yeah, I mean, Scepter is, I don't know, like I'm not sure how it'll play Apocalypse now, so you want Molochs, you want the Scepter, you want the Hammers. Scepter stacks to 100 now. I can get to 100. And once it's stacked, it's stacked, right? We'll see. But like, you can't go Diamond Mind, really, I guess. And you also can't go Golden Epiphany. You need the right as a nameless set for Apocalypse to like really pop off because of the sigils and stuff. But yeah. I think you might equip Scepter. And then actually put like a standard overwhelming aspect. I'm not sure. I would have to like map it out. I mean, 100 stacks, as long as they stick, are fine. They have a title. My curse touch. I mean, you might actually want to swap this, right? Title here to get a plus. Besides that, I don't think that much changes on this. Everything else is relatively locked in. I guess we can do the new rune. New glyph. Yeah, Apocalypse is gonna do so much damage, man. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be even crazier than Season 13, I think. This build is gonna be crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna do 150. You haven't played Warlock yet? What is the complexity level compared to other classes? It's certainly the most complex class. Warlock is 45 heads. Yeah, I guess Lunatic Warlock would still be something. You have Eviscerate. Like the traditional Eviscerate. You have so many Warlock builds, man. At some point we have to make a cut. There's so many. Interceptor stacks are annoying as fuck. Just send Overwhelming 200 and Hammers. Yeah, I mean, you can do that, right? Plan B is you just put Overwhelming 200, put another aspect. I mean, Hammer Charm is there anyway, but you can just drop the Scepter if the stacks are annoying, right? If the stacks are annoying when you equip it, then they'll also be annoying as a charm. So, what's the difference, right? But yeah. Hammer stacks is kind of rough. But on the other hand, it is possible to keep them up. You'll see. For push, you want 200 overwhelming anyway. I mean, if you want that on a push, then you also want it everywhere else, because 200 overwhelming is more consistent than the Scepter. I would have to math it out and see, like, overwhelming, like you can't put it on neck either because you have Warlocks, and that's also really strong. I mean, you don't really have a slot for it on the charms, so you have to equip it. So yeah, I would definitely like to put Overwhelming here. So if the stacks are in any way annoying, we'll just drop the Scepter and put Overwhelming there. That's it. Oh, Danny. Hello. All we're going to and it has to be insane for boss. Yeah, it is like the extra damage against elites. But I would just assume that, like, I'm not even gonna necessarily calculate the difference from Overwhelming against Trash. It's actually gonna be really helpful because you're gonna kill Trash more slowly with Overwhelming aspect now on the Apocalypse build. So there's actually a chance that Trash will live for a little bit, which actually increases your overall damage done because you have more targets to stack from. And the Trash lives longer to kill the elites, so they might actually all just kind of die together as a result. So Apocalypse is gonna feel really good, actually. It's gonna be insane. Lunatic. I think Lunatic doesn't really change, actually. It's just a bit weaker now. Maybe would replace one of the utility aspects. There was like some change. Is Rogue gonna be the best? I think overall, yeah, but Warlock might beat it in power.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
The dog did not have to go to the bathroom. She just wanted to play. Debated.
So did you play?
Yeah, a little bit. We've been working on like teaching her all the types of calls that you need, like being able to recall her in case she sees something she really wants to go after and things like that. So just been working on stuff.
Okay. I've also been working on stuff. What about Pally? Donkey is asking. Yeah, Pally is basically the same as before, with maybe a little bit of judgment added now, but we'll see. I don't have high hopes for that. I might do a Fist of the Heavens build. We'll see.
Good, bro.
And Wing Strikes is maybe a thing now again.
What up, Whack?
IGGM is legit. Wait, what
Channel
is that?
recently and subscribed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what that is. International Gaming Girls Masterpiece.
Okay.
It could be International Gaming Grandmaster, like in chess.
Mm-hmm.
Although International and Grandmaster are two different levels. Oh, it's RMT? Ah.
Okay, RMT and legit doesn't really go well together.
Best in-game trading site for gold items boosting and account services. So
I'm sure they're the best.
I'm gonna make two bold statements. First one. Adults can spend their money however the fuck they want. I'm not your dad. You do whatever you want to do. Second statement. Buying shit in video games is lame, y'all. You could be buying real stuff in the real world and have it. You could have real stuff. things you want. You can even buy stuff in video games, but that's the point, like a trading card game. Like, don't buy a Shaco, buy a pack of Magic cards. It's an investment. Brother, you ever open up
How much have you invested?
in Magic the Gathering?
Yes.
Woody, I have a single Magic the Gathering deck worth $5,000.
Nice.
That is one of my Magic the Gathering decks.
Okay. So is this gonna be like a retirement fund or something? Like, you know, like in 20 years or whatever, like you're gonna sell it off and then you're gonna be, you know, living off somewhere on like some island for the rest of your life or something?
Well, let me say two things. One, I don't keep the majority of them here, right? Because a lot of it is like collector's pieces and collections. But if I were to sell off all of my Magic cards, I could probably put a down payment on another house.
Okay.
I have been collecting Magic cards for a very long time.
Asking for a friend. I see IGGM ads everywhere. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know who that is, what they do. Oh, okay, apparently I've learned now what they do. But either way, forget about it. I think is my advice.
It's like it's a site whose entire purpose is meant to like undermine like the game to extract the most money possible. And then you're gonna get like, when you use your credit card to get gas at like a gas station, a lot of times those gas station like credit card information machines like get hacked and like your information gets out there. Imagine just handing it to a ne'er-do-well. You like walk up to like a dude mugging somebody else and you're like, hey, did you want to see my social security card before you leave, or what's up? I wouldn't trust them with my credit card.
Maybe you can pay with PayPal. But yeah, I would definitely expect there's like probably a good amount of like ripping off going on or something as well. Or, you know, other sort of security breaches. I think this is probably part of the business model, at least. I mean, the amounts of money that they offer to someone like me to advertise, you know, RMT websites are pretty ludicrous. Like, this is like a big thing. Yeah.
They do, and like even at my level, they offer pretty good money.
Yeah.
COD, thank you so much.
Yo, COD, thanks for the Twitch Prime.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, and Greeny Tuck. Yo,
There's nothing under there.
look at them subs. Thanks, guys.
Hey, so fucking stupid. There's nothing under there. Stop fucking fighting. Stop fighting this. Good. Be a good dog. Be a good dog. Stop fighting the fucking... There's nothing in
Dude,
there.
I just realized I need to try a Hellion Sting build now. Nails of the Gore Crown. Have you seen that change?
My dog decided that food fell under like a fan that I have when it hadn't. So I did just turn around to her, just trying to put the entire fan in her mouth to try to get to it. Do I have any rogue builds? I don't play the rogue, sorry.
Smart dog.
She is actually incredibly smart, and it kind of sucks.
Why?
So like, yeah, so we've been taking her to like training classes, right? So we could learn how to train her, and we can also get like good advice. And one of the ones that we were teaching her recently was wait. So the idea that stop doing what you're doing, and then when I tell you, you can then do it. And the reward is that she gets to do it. And it also helps to like teach her how to like break her concentration on things that she really wants. And she did it immediately. But the whole idea is that you're supposed to, like, your dog should be fixated on the thing, and then you get them to look to you for permission. But she knows that that's how it works. So the moment that I say wait, she just sits down and just stares at me. And I'm like, no, there's supposed to be like a whole... There's like a whole extra step to this. And she's like, no, I'm cutting out the middleman, dude. And I'm like, oh, okay. But if you just look at everything, then I'm... Okay. Yes, you can just go do it. And she's like, sick, thank you. I don't know why you were wasting my time. And like, you know, she understands the relationships between things that we do and what's going to happen next, but very, very quickly. Like, we've only had her for like 3 or 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And she already knows, like, all the sounds that my, panda makes when she comes home. So the moment that she hears anything like it, she goes and, like, checks all the windows and everything, which is cute, but also, like, is a bit of a problem because she becomes a maniac if she thinks she's coming home and stuff. Recast via Soul Shard Demon. Not start the bonus from Horizon set. Moving during no sober big shadow form. Oh, another very undersung fix here was that you used to break your stealth when your rune words would trigger from your shadow form stacks. It would actually mess up your like getting the maximum bonuses from stuff, and apparently that's fixed as well. Hopefully that's for everything. What up, Bacteria?
Yeah, again, what particular case was that a problem though?
It's very funny. So you gain stealth by moving while having shadow form stacks, and then you don't break those stacks from the 5-piece Harash set bonus. So you can gain the stealth and then you can spam cast your skills, but when your rune words trigger like once every second or two, you lose the stealth, so you have to remove to regain stealth to then stop and then cast with the stealth buff up. So one, if you weren't aware of that, you just were missing out on like half your damage. But then two, you have to be stagger stepping the entire time, so it's just like a higher level of play, obviously.
Yeah, okay, I see that.
There's just a lot of things that, like, the Harasha set is actually just incredibly powerful, but you have to deal with all this bullshit to get the benefits of it, along with Night Terror. And each one of these, like, little things that didn't quite work constantly held me back from recommending it to people.
Yeah, I think the Harass set is kind of interesting. Also, like, how it just, like, makes everything move and CC'd and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually watched enemies just, like, walking in. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
you just kind of taunt them towards, like, the center.
You taunt them towards the center. You also have your sigil just, like, teleporting people into you as well. It's all a lot of really interesting stuff. Oh, now with, since the Blazing Scream ring that makes you have sigil trails underneath it is actually good enough to run, a lot of builds are just going to be able to, like, Blazing Scream will just fire off in every direction and then teleport everything to the sigil that you're standing on top of. You can trap them all in there with Dark Prison.
This sounds kind of funny, actually.
And it's pretty funny. If you haven't played around with the Shadow set makes the sigil trails underneath you, and if they touch the sigil trail, they teleport back to your sigil. It is, you just like, you just run around vacuuming up all the enemies, and you turn around and they're all just kind of standing there dominated, waiting for you to get back.
Yeah, I mean, that's I don't really want to like move into all the enemies to then, teleport them somewhere and then kill them, right? I want to like hit them and just move on. But for pushing and stuff, it's kind of interesting. I guess that's a bit more like tactical.
Yeah, it's...
But yeah.
I mean, that's a perpetual issue with the game itself, though, and combat itself, though. Where it's just, like, it is too fast, so, like, all these really fun things don't see the light of day unless you're pushing.
So the 8-fold idol, have you tried this? So at least the trails behind it, is that also from the small skulls?
No, it's just along the primary path of the missile.
Okay. Yeah, but I guess it could be kind of nice anyway. So maybe just like throw this on like any Blazing Screen build. Like maybe even the rotating one. You could even put this on a rotating one and just have Sigil of Subversion like around you all the time, basically.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think you absolutely run this on every one of the builds now for sure. Like, or every Blazing Screen build for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I do have like a build that I made earlier where I just have the rotating one to keep up Demon Form, for example. So it's like, you know, jump, rampage, and then if I fight a boss, I don't want to like randomly jump, right? I just press Blazing Scream once in a while, and it keeps my Demon Form up. That's I can actually put this ring in there. And it's a 60 multi, 80 multi.
Yeah, you do more damage to enemies in it.
It's an 80 multi, yeah. And with Mythic, that would be 104. So it's pretty good. 8-fold Idol. And you get the 20 movement speed from the sigil at the very least, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That is a cap 2 movement speed. It also slows everything.
It's just good, dude. This is what I'm saying, dude. Just like Warlock is just a good class.
What do you think about the Molten Bomb build? They buffed the bridle. And not just that, there's actually a double multiplier for the Molten Bomb brimstones on this helm. It's 2 times 200%. Actually, it buffs the Molten Bomb and it buffs the brimstone, so it should probably get double benefit.
Yeah. I don't know. How do you feel about it?
I tried brimstones once, and that was with what I've considered the most promising version of it, which was Health Fracture brimstones. And it miserably failed to the point where I couldn't even kill like small white mobs in T12, like not even like little skeleton. I could not kill it.
Heinously bad.
And I was wondering, okay, what went wrong? Like, what is missing? And I was looking at all my gear. It was like perfectly rolled. I had good uniques and everything. I was like, okay, so why is this not working? So I just concluded, okay, something is just broken. And I was just like not in the mood to investigate, and I just left it there. So that is my conclusion so far. I think something is not working with brimstones. Like something major.
Oh, I didn't even realize this was happening. Apparently the Shadow of Harash set was just making monsters unstoppable when you became unstoppable.
I didn't know that either, but it's kind of funny.
So that probably is one of the reasons why it felt pretty bad most of the time.
Oh, you put exploiter aspect on your neck.
I'm finding it harder and harder and harder to fit exploiter on a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm not using it really. It's like mostly a push thing.
Yeah.
And even then, it's like questionable. Like a cursed touch, for example, is kind of important if you don't have Lanish or something. Like besides Lanish and maybe Profane Sentinels, like there's not really good vulnerable, I feel, on most of these builds.
Yeah. Well, now you can do it through the sigil.
Wait, what did they do with the sigil again?
They made the Sigil of Smoke. Hold on, which one? They made Sigil of Chaos Smoke variant will make enemies vulnerable. So the Abyss Chaos one will do it.
Yeah, I see it.
So like on Blazing, well, no, because that's Sigil of Subversion. Never mind.
Yeah, it's something, I guess. But it's probably too slow paced for most play. Because you have to cast the sigil all the time, you know. If you don't use Rite of Nameless set to like, you know, for example, Apocalypse, just trigger the stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you would actually do this. But yeah, on Apocalypse, maybe you just do this. You just spec into this and you have easy vulnerable everywhere and you get a utility aspect. I think that works.
How do you feel about the nerf to Cage of Madness?
A bit strange considering how many other buffs there are for every other stuff.
I think it's...
legitimately,
I think it's kind of like a... It's almost like the dev saying, like, hey, go try something else.
Yeah, I feel like we are trying enough other stuff already.
Yeah.
So we don't need a lunatic nerf. I mean, they are buffing the explosion and like the whole like transform and go boom effect, which might actually be good enough now to actually like kill some stuff here and there. But most of the time you still want to like attack yourself when you have like ping gorgers and all that, right? So some stuff just doesn't even function for it.
I was trying to figure out... Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they should have like also buffed the like auto mini lunatics a bit more, so that you can actually just like walk, you know, through small packs of monsters and they kind of just get killed at some point. I mean, when you're really strong and really geared and you can actually do this in T12, you can kill like some trash mobs while just running through them. So that's kind of nice. But with the nerf, it's gonna be tough to actually achieve this again.
I was wondering how I just didn't do the math because I just kind of refused to do it. I was like, with the buff on the explosion, what is the effective multiplier over a given duration of combat where this isn't actually a nerf and is instead a buff? Where like, if the explosion damage is high enough where you can just drop out of command fall, you can just drop out of lunatic mode, pop that pack, and then get back into it. Is this actually not like an overall nerf?
Yeah, I think in terms of like overall damage output is certainly a nerf because this only works when you're actually running around for a few seconds and then you find an elite and you pop in and boom, you get it to like 80% and then you shoot 3 times and then the elite is dead and then you move on. So this is kind of how I envisioned this. And like some small trash will just kind of die incidentally. So yeah, I mean the build will be fine, but it's definitely not going to be like the top build anymore. Also, we have like the overwhelming aspect coming in, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And okay, we get stuff like Shard of Erathiel now. So maybe you can do some shenanigans with like a Golden Epiphany Seal, Shard of Erathiel, or whatever, or like just even just like Horizon set and put in Erathiel. So there's some stuff there.
Oh yeah, because I know you didn't spend a ton of time on Necro, if at all, but how much design space do you think is really opened up now that we can have the Mortar Crux as a unique charm?
Yeah, it's incredible. I think everyone is really excited to expand with that item.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like as a mythic charm, I assume it'll be worth more salvage material.
I think you can probably even sell it for 12 million gold to the vendor.
12 million. That's pretty good. 12 million is pretty good.
Yeah. Trust.
Greedy.
Any chance we get account-wide wall plans and no chance at all?
0% chance.
Actually, I just realized that this was not in the patch notes, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's crazy, right?
That is crazy, actually. So... my autism doesn't pick up on the sarcasm. Yeah, Mortar Crux is just like a absolute meme item ever since it came out. 10 seasons ago, actually, at this point.
Is that... No. Oh my god, you're so right. Yeah, they gave... So, when they gave the Umber Crux to the Rogue, they made a set of lore combined daggers. And they gave one of them to the Necromancer. And it says, some of the times when you eat a corpse, a little skeleton comes out that doesn't do anything. This counts as a macabre skill. We still don't know what that means. And it's now 2026. And you might think, surely, it does something. And the answer is no. It does nothing. A little skeleton comes out and it does nothing. And we've never made it good. It's never done anything ever for any build ever. Oh, okay.
Umber Crux and Mortar Crux, two of the worst items ever. Yeah, one day there's gonna be like a bug and somehow Necros can equip Umber Crux. And then they're gonna speedrun 150, watch out.
Well, that's just it. It's like, when they say, watch, it's bugged and Necro clears 150 with it. Yeah. I bet you if you gave us Umber Crux, the Rogue Dagger, we could find some way of doing stuff with it. But sincerely, we've tried. It was even, like, the history of it is even so much funnier than that. So, like, it offered a bunch of passive skill ranks to Hewed Flesh, which said, lucky hit chance to be able to generate corpses, a thing that you need to cast Corpse Explosion a lot. Except it occupied the same weapon slot as Black River, which says eat 5 corpses for a 6 times stronger Corpse Explosion. So it answered the question of another weapon, but you couldn't equip them together. And now, with passives gone, it literally does nothing. And also, Black River doesn't exist, so they got rid of its competition, and we still don't equip it. It's like, fruit. Like, go, even if you don't play the Necromancer, let's say you've never touched the class ever, go to the Diablo 4 planner on max roll, go to your main hand, you know, click uniques or scroll down, and read Mortar Crux, and then look at it and go, wait, what does this do? And the answer is nothing.
Yeah, this guy's.
They seek out enemies, but they can't attack, and if they would die and enemies do not target them, they explode for a small amount of shadow damage. Now, if you're running a Corpse Explosion build that doesn't do shadow damage, it does even less nothing. It's so crazy, dude. It's just insane that this item exists, and they're like, yeah, we don't know what to do with it either. I don't know, man.
I mean, I don't know, just add like something that comes out of this explosion, right? So it just runs up into an enemy pack and it goes kaboom. And then, you know, at least, I don't know, like it sprays like desecrated ground from its corpse when it explodes, and that applies like a debuff to everything. And, you know, like now you deal like double damage to those targets, or, you know, some random shit like this at least, right? So.
Yeah. If it did a thing, I think it would definitely be more interesting. I'm 100% there with you. It could do anything. It could do something, and that would be pretty cool. It's also funny because, like, they slowly die over time. That's how they explode, because monsters don't attack them. Like, they don't draw aggro or anything. But if you manage to summon enough of them, there's a limit of 5, I think it is, and the one before will die off, so it will explode. And you're like, oh, okay, that's the idea. You eat corpses enough to spawn them fast enough to make them explode, but they have to run up to the monsters. So, like, they'll often just explode on the other side of the room while trying to get over to people, because they died off because you ate corpses too fast. It's truly, truly insane. Oh, man.
Like, imagine you have like this one chance, one opportunity to create your own item in Diablo 4, and then this is what you make.
And everybody's like, yeah, man, I get it. And he's like, yeah, no, in detail explain to me what it does. And they're like, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And then I assume they walk away without saying anything.
Is there any chance they change wall plans and not require sequential order for completion? Nah, I think that is definitely not on the menu. Like, the wall plans account-wide is on the menu for sure. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't get it. But I think that will be just a matter of time. Or at least something along those lines. But yeah, the sequential order, I think that is staying.
Now that we've played with it for a bit, how do you feel about war plans?
Yeah, I think they're overall a success. You know, obviously that doesn't need polishing. Like, I want more changes to wall plan trees every season. I want like a seasonal tree. I want new branches, bigger trees. I want a tree for the tower, you know, all that kind of stuff. The wall plans, like doing the wall plans, I think it's generally fine. I would like to see like a favorite and a ban system, so I can, you know, never see an Infernal Hordes again. Maybe you unlock this after rank 5, you get like a ban for one of the content types, right? And you just like never see it again. I would like to see maybe like, you know, double the chance for my favorite my favorite content type, you know. So, you know, I really need to do some escalations now to get my gems. Okay, I'm gonna favorite the escalation thing. And then like every time I reroll, there's like 3 escalations in my 5 things or something. So pretty cool, you know, stuff like that would be nice. And besides that, I think like the rewards in general maybe need to be better. In particular, the mythic rewards are just like all complete bait. The only one that's actually worth a damn is the gems, but it's so rare that you just never find it. So there's no point to do war plans for the extra rewards in order to try to get the mythic gem reward, because it just never happens anyway. So yeah, I don't know. Also, like the fact that like it's so easy to miss the mythic rewards, like you just roll over them sometimes. I probably have rolled over a few of them because I just never noticed. So it's like not really standing out enough. But yeah. Activity completion giving more XP towards wall plans when you do them outside. Yeah, I think that just one activity XP. Like, why is that even a thing? Like, what's the point of that, right? It's kind of a joke. I think I could definitely ramp up a little bit, so that if I just like want to farm like 3 hours of Nightmare Dungeons, then let me farm 3 hours of Nightmare Dungeons, and okay, now I advance like 3 levels on my war plan on the Nightmare Dungeons without actually doing war plan. I think that's not a bad idea either. How about spending currency to roll a single node instead of the entire wall plan? Yeah, I feel like this is like too much micromanagement. You know, I think like you don't want to like sit there and stand and like look at this wall plan and then like, you know, figure out for like 5 minutes, okay, what am I gonna do in what order? You know, you just want to like click, 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 boom, done, and start blasting, right? And then you just do like your 10-minute session and you go again. Like we already have this downtime of like every 5 runs, you know, every 10 minutes or something, we go back to town, we salvage all our shit, we have to go do the wall plan, and then we roll it 3 times potentially, looking at it and looking at it and looking at it. And that is already too much downtime, I think. So then having like rolling individual nodes as well would be a disaster, I think. So if anything, you know, there needs to be like a structural change that gives us the stuff that you want more often, more quickly. So this is why I want this ban, this favorite system, because it's just like a one-time setting, and then okay, like, you know, we can stop it, whatever, right? But you know, you set it up, and now I will never see Horde again, and I will see double the amount of Nightmare Dungeons and double the amount of pits, and now I can go farm my glyphs and I can go farm my gems. And now I'm done 3 days later, and now I'm gonna unfavorite those things, and I'm gonna go for whatever, right? So that is kind of like how that should work, you know. The downtime needs to be minimized as much as possible.
Hey, Danny. Hey, fucking crazy, dude. Well, that was crazy, huh? But you're fucking off. Got it against screen. What was the plan?
Yeah, anyway, I think the wall plan system is overall a win. And I'm kind of surprised to see that they have not really like done anything with it in like 2 seasonal updates now. So it's just there. And you know, there's like no innovation, no update. So I'm like, okay, what happened here, right? Okay, they gave us the party thing, but even that is kind of scuffed. So that needs to change, you know, that needs to be okay, you roll the thing, the party leader decides, and we go, right? Like this whole like, oh, okay, like now we have to coordinate. Like imagine doing this without voice chat, man. When you have like, you know, 20 different options there, and then you have to like, okay, this, you have to like write it all down and in like party chat or something, like, and then you have to click on the same things. That is like stupid, man. So that is really bad.
So I agree with a lot with what you said. I have a hot take. And the hot take is we shouldn't be able to re-roll the war plans at all, because we shouldn't have to re-roll the war plans because we don't want to do the war plans. like if it has to be do a set of activities in a row to get a reward at the end, it should just be like you pick 5 activities, and then when you pop in, those activities had random bonuses tied to them.
Okay, so you want the player to just decide, okay, I'm gonna do 5 pits now, let's go.
Yep. And those 5 pits had like random things on them. Sometimes you hit the mythic ones, sometimes you don't. But
I think that's a pretty hot take, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think the biggest draw of the wall plan system is that it gives people that have no fucking clue what they want to do, or what they can do even, you know, a structure. That is the whole point of the system. You know,
Okay.
you log in.
Counterpoint. The 7th rank bonus on a war plan is add this to the queue of ones that you can select from. So you still have to level up your war plans, and at the end, you get the ability to do this.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would rather get like a better structure of the wall plan itself, and like this, you know, for example, like I can pick the stuff that I care about more, and then here and there I do something outside of that because this is just the path that I ended up on, you know. I think that would probably be better because the variety still gives you like a bit less of the monotony of just like farming the same thing over and over. Like if you do something like, okay, you can actually pick whatever you want to do, then it's gonna run like, you know, 3 hours of pits, then you're gonna run like 10 hours of bosses, and then it's basically just like 3 extra rewards. It's like not really any different from just like bartering coins stacking up or something like that at this point, you know. Like what's the difference? I really hate this sort of stuff where I play the game and without thinking about it I just get free stuff extra. Is extremely like shitty design, I think. Like bartering coins should just be deleted, and you're just basically asking for bartering coins 2.0.
So we like, you fundamentally dislike the Atlas passive tree.
No, I liked it as a passive tree, and I was actually hope that, you know, we're gonna get like this like sort of overarching structure for that at some point as well.
Yeah, but isn't that the same thing?
Well, the Atlas passive tree also determines the sort of content that you do, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
In D4, you just get points for everything, so you have no exclusivity. Every tree gets its 7 points, and no tree takes anything from the other tree. Like in PoE, in PoE, at least in PoE 1, the Atlas passive tree is exclusive, right? You have to focus on 1 or 2 things, and you get a bunch of extra juice everywhere. And in PoE 2, you get everything, and you kind of just go do what you want to do. And PoE 2 is like very similar to D4 basically with the wall plans in the Atlas tree.
Yeah.
So
I see there are so like I hate the re-rolling the map. Like I agree with you. You shouldn't just be like sitting there like trying to like meticulously like get these things. You should just like be able to like pick up stuff and go. That's why I like the idea of you just activate a war plan and it tells you. So like either I just want it to be random and I have the ability to like minimize how often I see the things I don't want to do, or I get to pick the things that I want to do. To me, the outcome is the same. I don't randomly get undercities I don't want to run. Like I don't randomly get.
Yeah, I think, you know, what I proposed with like a favorite and a ban system, you would already get to a point where like 95% of the time you will actually do one of the 2 content types that you care about, and then 5% as like this random undercity, and okay, it is what it is, you know. So
it's
like that will already get you there.
What about a compromise between? Because that's just like, that is saying the same thing, but with like this thin veil of it's random enough that it appeases your desire to not just run the same thing again and again, which is like not a bad thing. Like I'm not judging you. It's still like that's ultimately what it boils down to. In my mind, you know, so here are the things that piss me off. I guess that, like, let me say pain points, and maybe they get resolved by things. I hate going Helltide Pit, Super Helltide, escalating dungeon, a boss. This is not the mode through which, like, one, I'm not about to go hit up the armory to you know, optimize for each one of these things first and foremost, which was a little bit of what I was hoping the war plans would offer us, was more reasons to have, like, different setups for different content.
Oof.
But
dude, you have a lot of hot takes today, man.
you have a speeding setup and a bossing setup. Bare minimum, you have those two things.
I do not.
You don't put on Rustbit and Dirk for bossing.
I mean, I may do that, but at some point I might reach a point where I just don't care anymore, you know? And if I do like, okay, if I do like a long bossing session, yeah, maybe I could have thing. But if I do like a random wall plan boss, I'm not gonna solve anything, you know?
Yeah, well, that's just it.
Kill it.
I'm not going to, but I do want an excuse to specialize my character to do different things. That's like one of the few ways of like further expanding the value of drops that you get is like, sure, these boots aren't an upgrade to me, but they would be if I was speed farming as opposed to pushing. Like, I want more reasons for the loot that I pick up to potentially be valuable for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do not want to ever swap anything at all on their build. You know, they want one build that does everything and that's it. So I think you're relatively alone in that attitude.
Well, that's just it. I don't disagree. I just don't, those two things don't counter one another in my head. But the reason why this thing is a pain point for me is, one, I would rather do all my Hell Tides together. You know, I don't want to have to stop doing the Hell Tide to go do something else.
Here's an idea. So every time you reroll a wall plan, as I mentioned, that system persists, right? There is one of the activity types chosen that you press on it, and the entire wall plan will become that activity if you do that. You know, you can choose to opt in to like transform every single node on that wall plan that you rolled to, you know, just pits or something. And it always picks one. Every time you reroll the wall plan like page, one of the activities will be chosen to convert the entire page into that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't hate it. There's in Slay the Spire 2, there's when you get to the second floor. If you've never played the game, it's a deck builder roguelike, but it has a map that you select nodes through. It's very much what we do with war plans. It's like the de facto, you know, roguelike activity progression. And one of the bonuses that you can pick is, for this run, this map is just a special list of nodes you would never see typically, but you have to do all of them in a row. Like, there's no decision making. I think bare minimum what I want is the war plan to either be more robust or stop making me just do shit that is just not beneficial to my character at that point, especially as the season progresses and it's like, no, me running a random Undercity literally is not me progressing my character.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of like, I feel like at some point you just outgrow wall plans if you blast a lot. And I think that's also fine. You know, maybe the bonus rewards are just like not enough of a bonus to care enough at some point. And he's gonna say, fuck it. You know, like, this is what I actually do in my alts. You know, I get like my few points in Nightmare dungeons, and I get like a few points in Diablo's tree, and I get like 2 points in Helltide or something. And then I just never do wall plans again. And I just farm whatever I want to farm. You know, with like a few points in each of the trees that I spend like 2 hours getting them or something. The end, you know. Like, everyone's complaining, oh, moo, account shared wall plans. Like, who the fuck cares, actually, you know? So, like, I don't know, like, it's not such a big deal, you know? Like, while I'm leveling up my character and, like, going from, like, Torment 1 to Torment 10 or whatever, like, I get my 3 points in all of the trees, and then I just never touch the system again anyway, and I just farm whatever I want to farm. So... And I think that's okay as well, you know. If I know what I want to do, and I have better things to do than random stuff, then let's go do those things, you know. Okay, now it's gonna do like a 2-hour pit session. I have all my glyphs done. Okay, now I'm gonna do like a 2-hour Nightmare Dungeon session. Okay, I have my Heraldic gems, nice. And you know, now I'm gonna go do whatever, like Hellworm farm for some paragons, you know. And why not, you know? You can choose to do that, and there's nothing holding you back.
Yeah, the only thing holding me back is that I realistically want between 4 and 5 points in my lair bosses on a new character to maximize my drop rate so I get my items as fast as possible. But
yeah, I agree. Like the lair boss thing is like the only thing that's like sort of like tedious level because it's kind of like rare.
yeah.
But yeah, again, like if you get 3 points or even 2 points, you know, you get to the double chest node, and you can, worst case, you just respec them, right? You do like a boss session, respec a few points, and then just spec out of it and get your like beast in the eyes or whatever, right? And there you go. So that's not such a problem. Even 3 points in the levels tree, you know, this is like what? It's like 10 bosses that you have to do or whatever from the wall plans. It's not such a big deal. So it's maybe even less on Torment 12. So
the thing I don't like is war plans to me were supposed to define what my endgame activities looked like, and they instead feel like a progression step. Like it's a bunch of little things. Obdicite is so insane that like anytime a node says Obdicite, I'm like, actually, who put this here? Like, it makes complete sense, except I have 300,000 Obdicite. I have made 14 characters. I don't know who runs out of Obdicite, but it ain't me. And if it ain't me, it's nobody.
Yeah, I mean, Obdicite is like completely misbalanced. I agree. So there's no reason to farm Obdicite, and that also takes away a lot from the like reward structure of Undercity and the reward structure of Infernal Hordes. So we, this kind of contributes to this whole discussion of I don't want to do Undercities because it doesn't progress my character. Well, but if Obdicite was not just like infinite, then yeah, maybe you would care about this occasional Undercity run. You're just gonna pop in your refinement tribute and go, and you're gonna at some point you're gonna do your crafting session. You're gonna feel good, you have it, instead of oh shit, now I have to go do Undercities, right? So that's the idea. It's just that Obdicite is just a weird spot right now. They have to fix Obdicite basically.
You know what, actually, the person who pointed out you actually don't have to do the Undercity, you could just like run past, and I was like, oh my god, you're so smart, I should do that. That did ruin it for me. It actually, like, I'm straight up cooked now, because I'm like, damn, I super don't care about clearing this all the way to 4 so that I get like 4 more runes. Actually don't care about that at all.
Yeah, I only do this when I don't have any point at all. Like before the first point, basically, I do like the just run to the boss. So like for the like 2 or 3 other cities while leveling up my character or something. But later, like usually, I always have a tribute that you put in, and you usually want to like max that. So the tributes are pretty good, I would say. And you have way too many tributes anyway, so you always put one, and then you also don't get the reward, and it doesn't necessarily slow the run too much. You spend like a minute to actually get the rewards of those tributes that you put. Where do you get Autosite? You never have any. Yeah, okay, if you're like not yet in Torrent 12 farming mode and stuff, you're not gonna have like infinite Autosite. But once you actually go to endgame, like there's so much Autosite dropping. Like once you start doing some escalation, like just farming escalations, which you want to do anyway for everything, you're gonna get infinite Autosite. Like every time Astaroth drops like 7k Autosite or whatever, like you can't run out, basically.
I can't stress enough. Up until I just stopped to think about it right now, if you asked me where is Obdicite drop, I could not tell you. That is how infinite the Obdicite that I have is. I have never once thought, oh damn, I need some Obdicite.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is definitely a bit in a weird spot. And who knows, maybe they're gonna address this, and this might not even make it to the patch notes. Maybe that is already changed. Like they do a lot of stealth changes to economy all the time in the season launches. So for example, this season they mega nerfed volatile dust by like 95% or something. So that was not mentioned anywhere. And it could be the same thing with Autosite, for example. They might just like giga nerf the random Autosite you get, and then give maybe hordes a better purpose and Undercity.
What is volatile dust?
That's the transfiguration dust.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, last season we had this like degeneracy of, okay, you just take any weapon and slam it until you get the modifiable gem strength. And so people just did that like 3,000 times. And then they said, yeah, no.
How much?
But yeah, apparently with like the escalation exploit, it was possible to farm lots of volatile dust. So that's why I see some of these crazy double and triple transfigured items, and like even like helms with like elemental transfiguration that is also masterworked and all this kind of stuff. So people have like, you know, elemental transfiguration like 12 slots, and like half of them are masterworked. So it's like, so that is like, that's like completely unthinkable without like the escalation exploit or something else going on. So
yeah, I have 73 dust left. How much do you have?
yeah, I think I have like 100 something on my hardcore ZF guy, and also like something like 70 on my normal hardcore guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I have like 400 hours on my hardcore ZF or something. So for me, I'm always running out of gold. Yeah, take the golden horde Labos node and sell your seals when you farm Laboses. You're gonna get like 30 to 50 million gold per kill. It goes up pretty fast. And by the way, I was trying to talk about this earlier. Have you seen this Nails of the Gore crowned helm for Hellion Sting change?
Yeah. Seems good.
So it says that it bursts out of enemies that you eviscerate, so that probably gives it like some pretty big AoE. Which is like the one thing that the set was missing. But it's gonna be kind of interesting to see if that's gonna be like a real build.
I think it's going to be to the typical range. Like, I think it's going to be like maybe 6 to 8 stings will fire out to the normal range of sting. So like close proximity. But still, yeah, I think it's going to be very good.
But it can also like proc for multiple guys at a time in a pack, so that's also kind of crazy. So you just shoot in a pack and then they all like chain react or something. So it sounds kind of nuts. Yeah, I'm watching my Hellion Sting guy right now. So I made a build last season when I did like the eviscerate stuff. So I'm killing a solo T12 world boss here in like 2 minutes of that. I'm not even 100% sure I actually had... Wait a second. This was not actually a Hellion Sting build. This was like the eviscerate build with Rampage, and it's just like, I just eviscerate, I just use Hellion Sting anyway, you know, on single target. So that's actually what I'm doing here. I think I could probably get a lot more damage out of this by just like spamming Hellion Sting. If you like it fully invest.
I'll let you know, people are like salivating waiting for a Hellion Sting build. I think like everybody read this item and they're like, this is interesting. And they're right, it is interesting. But they're like desperate for it for sure.
The moment Blizzard changes other side to make it more rare, people are gonna lose their minds like 2 seasons ago. Oh yeah, they will.
I don't know, guys. I just don't run out of materials. Which like always confuses me. Because again, like, I actually don't know how many builds I've made at this point in this season, and I haven't done any degenerate farming. I think people are just out here, like, slam crazy. Like, I get pushers, people who are trying to push for rank 1 running out of materials. I do not understand anybody else. Even like pushing for top 10, I do not understand anybody else running out of mats.
I think it mostly has to do with people not actually doing the proper farming loops, you know? For example, they just kind of like ignore Night Dungeons too much and never farm material reserve where you get like a lot of stuff, or they just don't know where to get some stuff. So, you know, you can farm like almost everything extremely efficiently if you know where to get it. But a lot of people don't know, you know, I get questions every day, like, how do you farm gold? How do I farm, you know, this thing? How do I farm that thing, you know? People don't know. And I think that's just a bigger problem. Once you know, you'll never have issues.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I guess a lot of people don't seem necessarily willing to even learn how to fix their bottleneck. They're more like in the mood to complain. Like, I just don't have gold. Baby rage, right? Or something like that.
I'm here to baby rage for sure. Let's baby rage.
Oh god.
Baby rage.
What are you watching? I'm watching me playing a shitty Warlock build from last season.
And I'm watching
what you're
watching Wudi play a shitty Warlock build.
You want to see my first hardcore Mephisto?
Yeah.
Oh, look at these like beautiful regular uniques, man. Holy. No purples. This entire build is no purples, man. Oh, beautiful.
I want mythics to go away.
Oh, here, I'm actually checking my gear. Let's see it. Huge pain gauge. Oh, the damage per overpower stack. Pre-nerf.
Huge, yeah, man.
9% crit chance. Imagine playing a 0 crit build. Actually, that's gonna be a reality for some builds next season. I think with the Splinter, there could be a chance to see non-crit hit builds. And I played Lunatic like this. Look, the Endurance Faith, holy. No Rust Bitten, I used Endurance Faith. That was a long fight, by the way.
How long does this go?
This is a 17 minutes video, but we're going in at 5 minutes, I guess.
I love your consumables tab. Because if you die, it goes away. So you dump your consumables, right?
Yeah, this is it. I have the crux and the scroll. That's it.
Yeah, man. I've never played hardcore. I've never had to live that life.
Yeah, look at my runes tab as well. My talisman tab, it's all empty. You know, so my keys tab is empty. Everything's in the stash. Yeah.
Funny as hell.
Yeah, on hardcore it's like -2 stash tabs roughly.
I love that.
For that. So I have one for all the consumables and the tributes and all that shit, and then I have one for the runes.
Alright, Woody, I don't need to see you do Paragon. I need to see you kill this guy.
Okay, we're killing him. And the funny thing is that actually almost most of the time is in like phase 3. Like my damage is actually not that terrible for like how tanky I was with this build and so on.
Yeah.
Like I was pretty tanky when I did this because it was my first kill, so obviously I was taking it a bit easy. But phase 3 was lasting forever, man.
I love you dropping these tortured wretches and then starter stepping outside of their area. Like, nah, it's cool. They're over there, dude.
Well, they're also giving me damage from the Horizon set, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
This is also why they're there. And
dude, OG Horizon set was so insane.
Yep.
15% per greater demon is nutso mode.
Hey, what is the weapon I was actually using here? Wait, let me see that again real quick. I think I just had like a two-handed random weapon, right?
This isn't...
Yeah.
This isn't...
So I think that was the summoner aspect, probably.
Oh, right. Dirge of Odium had to get, like, fixed, right?
Yeah, this was pre-Dirge fix. And also, I think what I should have done, though, is actually Rust Bitten equipped with an offhand. So
when you're going to give me necro coaching? Do you need necro coaching?
For Mephisto specifically, but I didn't do it, yeah. There would have been quite a lot of damage, actually. How do you find 6 charm seal of critical? You can't find it. I found the Corrupted Reaper.
Oh, how do you feel about Belial being nearly useless now?
Well, it's just a symptom of this season. It's gonna change again next season now.
But the boss is staying, right?
Is it?
I thought so.
I don't think that they said anything about it being a permanent boss. Is it?
Well, it's like it's like the Butcher. They like added in that boss for the season.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't mind having more bosses, and you know they're adding new uniques now, right? So they have to give that boss some loot table and stuff. So Yeah, I mean, sure. But yeah, maybe it shouldn't drop a mythic like with a 70% chance.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. It shouldn't be walk in, get your mythic.
that would be a good start, I guess. So, I
Well,
don't know.
that's just it. Pandemonium fragments are going away. Like that's a seasonal thing, was my understanding.
Yeah.
Like it can't be. There's only one boss that you farm to get the thing that says you get mythics. So I think that goes away entirely, and we're gonna have a new crafting recipe to craft your mythic.
Yeah, they didn't say what that recipe will be, but we're gonna see on Tuesday, I guess. So.
Yeah. I'll let you know if that's still the... Dude, these little laser beams, these things get me every time. For you, they're just kind of...
because...
Well, for you, they just seem to be like going in a pattern. For me, all 6 of them follow me and corner me. That's what they do. I'm positive every time I fought them, they just go, there he is.
They're out to get you, yeah?
Get him, officer. Like, it's crazy.
No, they actually go in, they have a pattern and it's not hunting you. And they kind of just like go in, like, you know, like 2 of them go like in opposite circles and then, you know, 2 of them go through the middle somewhere and like turn around or something. So they have relatively predictable pattern actually once you've seen them a few times.
That's a lot
but they
of
do
little
converge
orbs.
in some... Yeah. Yeah, I think the Pandemonium fragments don't exist anymore. Demo, by the way. Like, they will go away, I think.
Yeah.
So whatever this new mythic recipe will be, I don't think it will be fragments. The lasers were on him. Yeah, the lasers are actually like one of the most dangerous parts. Like, they don't necessarily kill you by themselves if you're tanky enough, but the problem is they stun you. So if you're not unstoppable or you have like a CC break, then you get hit by some follow-up and then you're dead.
Also,
and the other thing is that also
these guys, like the tails that they leave behind, I feel it almost feels a little bit like back in the day Lilith to me, where I'm just like, they can't do damage on every single part of this animation, right? And I'm always wrong.
Yeah, they sure do actually.
They sure as hell do. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to like let them completely pass and then you can walk over them. I mean, if you're tanky enough, you can walk over the trail, but it does hurt. Yeah.
I've never made a build tanky enough for that, Woody. You know that.
Classic Necro. Okay, so now this video is at 10 minutes and there's 7 minutes to go.
We probably skip the cutscene.
Wake up.
I do miss how cool this part was.
Yeah, I don't know why they like changed it to be like this. Like, it's kind of strange where, okay, like you have the phase transition, but it's like so like immediate. Like the phase 1 to phase 2 transition especially is kind of strange, I think.
Yeah.
Feels strange.
Yeah, it's I don't know. There's like the cool part about it where, because you know exactly where he's going to be, you get to do a lot of setup and you feel like you're cheating out extra damage. But it is weird where he's just like dying and now he's in the middle and I'm like, how did he get there?
Yeah, exactly. He just like randomly pops up there. Like, I think they could have just like made it so that, okay, there's no cutscene. Like, you just stay in character and, you know, you watch him, like, you know, just jump into the pool and then you make this whole thing like 3 times faster. And like the transition is like 8 seconds or whatever about it. And that would have been fine, I think.
Oh my god, being able to evade as the Fallen is such a cheat code here.
Yeah, but they removed the knockback from these waves anyway, so now it's like whatever. But yeah, this was kind of nice being even unstoppable with the Fallen form.
I'm even just saying, it's like you basically still have a skill. Like, even that alone is like... I guess Waning World exists, so...
Yeah, this is the vertical beams maybe that you meant, where they hunt you, so they actually converge in the middle.
Nah, man, I'm talking phase 2. Those beams, I don't know, I called their mother fat or something. They had something against me.
I staggered Mephisto, man. Look at that.
Yeah, big Mephisto stagger. It's kind of like the first time you see Belial stagger and you're like, you can stagger this guy? Huh.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably like the only time that happened, actually. I'm not sure if I ever staggered him again.
Damn, hitting 2 of the big heads is actually crazy. Or is this your 3rd big head?
Yeah, I think this is the 2nd. Yeah, it was a very slow kill. I think this is probably my slowest, actually. I did like, I don't know, 20 different builds on Mephisto last season or something. But this was probably the slowest. Because like later, like I knew the fight better, I knew when to nuke, and you know, I also didn't go as tanky necessarily or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or I had like a bunch of resource taking builds where I could just, you know, go more offensive. I mean, Lunatic is also not necessarily like the best boss there, I guess.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny like how much of your damage you lose on a single target.
Yeah, it's also like, you know, I don't really have like a good opportunity to even like set up the sigil. Actually, I don't even run the sigil, I just realized, I think. Yeah, because I went with the nether step, so I actually dropped it because it was like, you know, there's too much movement, I don't have time to set this up, you know, like screw that basically.
I didn't even know he shoots out more heads.
Oh, he hit me there with a few. Yeah, later in phase 3 he spawns double the heads, so it's like almost everything is full.
Things you learn playing hardcore.
You could learn it in softcore too if you wanted.
Ah, man. I learned the Lilith fight and I cared about that a lot, and now I just fight Mephisto where each one of these sections takes less than 30 seconds. Whatever torment tier that is, it's the one I do it on. How do you actually...
Yeah, I like the...
How do you feel about that? It's kind of like, I don't know. People like, you have to be able to do everything in T12, but like we also don't even have a number for how much better T12 is than T11. We just kind of like say that out loud. Everybody's like, dude, you have to be on T12. And I'm like, oh, how much better is T12? And they're like, what? I go, well, you just... You made a very profound statement that like the build isn't good unless it can do T12. And they're like, yeah, well, that's best. And I go, yeah, but how much better is it? And they just
I
don't
think
know.
that's really matters to a lot of people, right? It's also like a maybe like a factor of like pride and accomplishment, right? It's like, wait, I can't even do the highest difficulty of this build, like, you know, and it is objectively a trash build if you can't even do T12, right?
Sure, yeah.
So it is just like that much weaker than something that came from T12, and T12 is not even considered like a high standard in the first place, you know. So it's like, if you can't even do that, then yes, your build sucks. Yeah, that's just the reality. But on the other hand, in terms of like, what does it actually mean, right? Like, what are you missing out on? And the answer to that is basically nothing. So that's the funny part, right? It's like,
Yeah.
because the difficulty scaling, or like the monster HP scaling, is so steep, and the reward scaling is almost a plateau. It's kind of interesting how much of a focus there is on, you know, T12 viability or beyond even, right? Even though you get nothing basically.
Well, there's also like, there are just builds that like, so especially in this season, we had tried a lot of like frozen necro builds, and because everything is tied to staggering and frozen, you are just worse at killing bosses. That's just the truth of it, because we can't stagger them fast enough. So it's like, you crush everything. But the boss is like, okay, you fight the boss for a minute. Fighting a boss for a minute is just like unacceptable in the current meta. So I recommend like, you should probably boss on like T11. It's just like, you will have a better time, you will be more efficient and all this. And it's like, is that build also trash? It like, is that like, where is this line, this invisible line of, you literally shouldn't even waste your time playing this because it checks notes, gets the same amount of rewards per minute as another build does?
Yeah, I think it's most like a psychological factor that matters here.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Blazing
Like,
Scream,
and the thing is, like, usually in like every game that makes some sense, there is a reason to go to the highest difficulty. and in D4 there's just no reason. So that is just, it just goes against the whole like design principle of this game, or like this genre basically, right? It's like, why would you not want to go to the highest difficulty because it has the best reward? So that's, you know, it just makes sense, right? So you go like in PoE, like you literally, you know, you have item level progression, right? You can't even get the best loot, and you're not in like the highest level maps, and then it's like the map tier beyond that, right? You corrupt your maps to T16 and so on and whatever, right? So go even beyond that basically to then get yet another upgrade, and at least for like some items and some slots, there's like another item level step or something, right? So I mean, here we just have none of that. Like at the very least, I think what would be nice would be if, for example, you know, non-ancestors start at 850. You know, in tournament 1, and then every tournament adds like +5 maximum item power to non-ancestors, and then ancestors start at 900 in tournament 1, and then every tournament level adds like +10 maximum item power to the ancestors or something, right? So you end up with like, you know, a 1000 maximum potential, but there's like a bit of a range, and obviously going higher would give you like this maximum potential that goes up, and also the average goes up, right, with that. So there's actually like something to look forward to. There's like, you know, slightly higher values of armor and DPS and life and whatever, right, that you can get, where you actually have a bit of like an item progression, and not just, oh yeah, I found my GG item because I got lucky and like tournament 5, and now it's gonna have that forever. And I think that whole system is like pretty backwards.
Yeah, it's I'm constantly fighting the being an old man who played Diablo 2 and a modern day ARPG enjoyer and caring about the psychology of the game and like the impact it has on your reception of it. So I kind of go back and forth on it. Like, it would be sick if that cache I opened up while I was doing my season's journey is a weapon that I take all the way into the end game and upgrade and eventually make my mythic. I think the reality that like GA stats are so much more powerful that I will eventually want a mythic of with GAs on it is enough of a chase to make that okay. But I do also dislike the idea. It's like, well, my weapon plateaued, and I
mean, okay, what if, you know, what if we had a system where the item affixes on gear are like much more randomized, and getting like the right combo of stats is actually really rare. Like, you know, think season 13 uniques, right? And you actually do have that sort of upgrade path if you actually find one of these, even at like level 40, right? And then you have this upgrade path to like, you know, raise item power, and then you have like upgrade to ancestral, and you have upgrade to mythic, and so on, right? So why not necessarily? But it should be like something that you don't just do with like all of your gear that you found at level 30, right? It's like, you know, it needs to be like you only do this on like special pieces, basically, or something like that.
I don't even mean like level 30. I mean like Torment 6. Like when I'm talking about like early progression, I don't mean like that early. But there's a little bit of a problem since like weapons are significantly more deterministic, right? Weapons are meant to be a very easy, powerful thing that you can get, and sure, you can get stronger versions, but like bare minimum, you will have a functional weapon. It a little bit depends on whether or not your build is one with a unique tied to your weapon slot or not. Like if your build is tied to an amulet slot, I think if you could hit it big early and then just keep that one forever, that feels really, really good. In comparison,
I mean,
to
D2 does that really well, I guess. D2 has, I think that the general problem that D4 has with that idea is that there's, you know, almost all of the power comes from items, basically. And items have like various layers as well, right? So you have the stats, and then you have the unique effect or aspect or something, and then you later have like even more, right? With like sockets, transfigures, whatever. So, you know, like for example, D2, like almost all your power just comes from putting the right skills in your skill tree. And okay, like, you know, on attack builds maybe like other things matter a bit more, but on the casters, Yeah, it doesn't really matter all that much, I feel.
Yeah.
Right? So, okay, it's obviously nice to have faster cast rate. And, like, we talk about, like, the difference between, like, a well-geared guy and a not no-geared at all. Okay, like, disregarding late game, like, +1 skillers and whatever, right? Like, torch. But, just, like, the gear. Like, I don't know, you get, like, double the damage, maybe? Or triple the damage, maybe? From, like, all of your gear combined.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range. And here you get like triple the damage from like one item, if you combine all the stats and the aspect and everything. And then the next item is also triple damage, and the next item is also triple. So you would never even have any chance for this sort of like, oh, I found an item really early and now it just has like the perfect stats and I'm gonna just use it forever and until eventually I might find a better one or something. That doesn't happen, right? Continuously just like you have to upgrade your gear with item power because all the stats go up. And while on one hand that makes sense, right? You get higher level, you get higher item level loot, and that has higher stats. It's like, I think there should probably just be more variance, basically, right? Where, yeah, you can get lucky and you can find like a really high roll of like a low level item. And that is just going to be a thing now for, at least the next 10 hours as you progress for like the next 5 tournaments. And then maybe at some point you can find like a mediocre, higher eye level item that beats it or something, right? But we don't have that at all, basically.
Well, and it got compounded by now every piece of gear can almost say you have 3 multipliers on it. So, like, when the expansion first launched, I hadn't fully just transferred over to, you should probably just say crit multi, vuln multi, and then your damage type multi. I was like, no, you definitely, like, still need stats, right? Like, you definitely still need core stat, and maybe some attack speed or crit chance, or hell, maybe even some maximum life. In this season, I just went, does this thing say 2 multipliers? What if it said 3 multipliers? My amulet says 3 multipliers in skills. My rings say 3 multipliers in attack speed. My gloves say 3 multipliers in crit chance. Well, that's my build, and that's fine. I start looking at weapons, and I'm like, does this need to say maximum life? It could say 2 multipliers. And it's just like, maybe that was a bad idea. Like, maybe that sucks the moon out of the sky. Like, maybe that's so heinously, like, not good. But
I think the main problem really is that the dot, crit, and vuln multis are all just a little bit too high. So they do too much, and there's also like no alternative to going for it, right? It's basically unthinkable to do like a hit build that doesn't always also crit and also have vuln, right?
Yep.
Like, I think vuln in general is like a problem, and maybe the vuln multi just shouldn't exist, and vuln should just be like this 20%, and you have it or you don't. Like some builds have easy access to it, and they get that. They get that. You press a button, you apply the vuln debuff. Oh, now I do 20% extra damage. Nice. And most of the time you just don't really care, right? So I think this is probably like what vuln should be. I think the vuln multi should just go basically, and yeah, crit and dot multi just are too large. So if they were like, I don't know, cut in half maybe, I think there would be way better balance with stuff like, attack speeds or, like the elemental multis or, maybe other stuff. There's obviously like a lot more things you could add that would also just like spice it up a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that is kind of the issue here. Like, I do like how the multipliers feel on the gear, like once you first acquire them.
Yeah.
Like, as you progress through the torments, like it feels good to like get your first like big multi item, like if you're playing the dot build or something, and you get actually one that rolls like 60% dot multi, like heck yeah, like rolling that by yourself is really tough to do when you have like no mats and stuff early on, for example. And so it feels really nice, and then you get the next item, and you kind of feel the power spike there a little bit. But I think it would be fine if those power spikes were slightly smaller. It would still be like a pretty nice like steady progression as you like upgrade your gear, and then eventually get the masterworks, and you put the masterwork on that, and you dot multi ramps from like 100% to 200% to 300%, right? It just feels like pretty good upgrades. In addition to, like it's sort of like replacing the aspect progression and the paragon progression, right? In the later stages of the torments, basically, as you go towards Torment 12. So first you get like all of the aspects, and you get all the paragons, and then you get like the actual gear with the good stats. So it does extend the journey relatively nicely, but I think the numbers are maybe just too large on dot multi and crit multi in particular, and vuln maybe just needs to go.
Damn, dude.
Like, it's completely unthinkable to play without Vuln. And I think it should be an option to play with no Vuln.
Real quick, did you know that you can get a Heraldric Seal that says 15% damage reduction while in demon form and 15% damage reduction while you have shadow form? That's insane. I didn't know I could just do that. I mean, yeah, so like you're absolutely right. So like one of the big problems there is that means basically any aspect that says you apply so like a cursed touch just stops being relevant, right? Because you would never run a utility aspect that says you do 20% more damage, because most utility aspects are stronger than that at this point. But I do think,
I mean, you could further build into this if you wanted, right? So if someone, you know, wants to go for Vuln, maybe there could be other synergies that is, but you know, it shouldn't be like everyone needs to have Vuln, you know?
Things that, so like the theme of vulnerable should be that if the monster is vulnerable, your skill now does X. Like it should be like Hunter's Mark, and it's like if the target is marked, now your shot pierces. If the target is marked, now whatever. That's vulnerable actually having an identity that also makes sense thematically. They are vulnerable, and as such, you can exploit that vulnerability. Absolutely, right now, vulnerable is you find the way to make your build apply vulnerable. We finally got away from you are a hit build, so you will crit, at least, right? Like there are some people who are just eschewing crit chance altogether, be able to, you know, fit other stuff onto the build. Not a lot, but there were some examples of it. My gloves just shouldn't say 100% damage multiplier for crit by getting a single GA on a piece of gear. Like there shouldn't be a GA on a piece of gear that says now I do 2x damage. And obviously it's not that much as you add the rest of them onto it. But like the numbers are just insane. They're just like, they could all be 10 to 15%, and I would still argue that they're too powerful.
Yeah, they're definitely crazy.
Zumoji! Thank you so much for the 6
they're
months, I
kinda crazy.
appreciate you.
And that's not really a competition.
Like, every build, you know, we're playing Bone Spirit builds, right? So that lets us find some more damage by getting maximum resource and other gear slots, and maybe you don't run a multiplier in your amulet to instead get maximum resource. But I have to give up multiplier slots to have enough resource to be able to cast the skill. So the math doesn't even become, can I make this skill work? The math becomes, if I can't fit this many multipliers on my build, is the damage that I get even worth it? And I think that's just like way too much of a hampering effect. In this example, it turns out that it is stronger, so we go for it. But gear never should have been this strong. And I think everybody who has a critical eye of game design, when we saw my amulet and my weapon and my gloves are all gonna say 100% damage multiplication from a single stat, we went, oh, that can't be right. That can't be correct. There's no way that's what it's supposed to be, right? And they're like, oh yeah, no, you're right. I forgot the vulnerable multiplier and the elemental multiplier you can have on there too. And I was just like, wait, there's more? And they're like, yeah, if they're GAs too, you're a god. I was like, nice. My GA is on intelligence, which increases my damage by 1%. Oops, all crit multi. You're an old dude with teenagers who can't play much. Played a lot of builds, scared them all. Occasionally things get tight, but basically it's easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I know you said that a little while ago, but sorry, I just read it.
It's going to be 1.22% next patch. Be happy from the GA.
Right. So like, dude, here's the thing, man. So like, yeah, you know, you did the math pretty quickly, but it ends up being a roughly 22 to 24% damage increase across the board, depending on your build. Here's my problem though. Like people would go, oh, how much damage do I get from intelligence? I'd be like, oh, you take the number and you divide it by 800 and you add it to 1. And they're like, oh, okay, I can at least like say that out loud and like, sure, that makes sense. And now it's, oh, how much damage do I get from intelligence? I'm like, oh, you take the number and you divide it by 600 and 12.34. And then you add it to 1. Where it's just like, remember when core stat just gave you 1% for every 10 points you had, and that was just easy? And that was just
good times.
It was just easy to do that.
Good times, yeah.
They're out here like...
Okay, so question, yeah. Why does core stat give us damage? Like, what's the purpose behind that?
Yeah, so I mean, basically, it is attempting to replicate the idea that... Because we have to remember that Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop ARPG, or tabletop RPGs, are why Diablo exists. The reason why in Diablo 2 you can never get higher than a 95% chance to hit a target is because it's supposed to be representative of rolling a 1 on a 20-sided die. Just like even if you have no attack rating, you always have a 5% chance to be able to hit the target, as if you rolled a 20 on a 20-sided die. If people know D&D, they know what I'm talking about. So like, yeah, a wizard is stronger when they have more intelligence. How do you convert that into an ARPG versus the tabletop, where in the tabletop, that intelligence would change your chance to hit with the spell and the damage that you do with the spell. So that's why. If you get rid of it, you're just, again, you're stripping away a little bit too much of the illusion. You're stripping away a little bit too much of the, well, yeah, that makes sense, and it should work like that because video game. I argue.
So would you prefer? Would you prefer to get like the more D&D style elements back, like the 95% hit chance and so on?
I mean, we would have to talk about the fact that in Diablo 4, your barbarian is a wizard that swings its swords to do its spells because you can't miss other than pointing it in the wrong direction, right? I actually don't think that we need hit chance in the game because at the end of the day, hit chance was more of a burden than a positive impact on the experience and the ability to balance the game. So I'm glad that we moved away from that. But if my wizard isn't stronger by getting more intelligence, we just shouldn't have stats. And I think they would also like to get rid of stats.
All the stats, wait a second, all of the stats do give us some benefits, right? Armor, we get strength from, armor gives us strength, strength gives us armor, and dex gives us dodge, and then you also have like the crit chance that you get from, you know, whatever is like your secondary stat there, like int on and strength on the Warlock, whatever, right? So why couldn't it just be we get those benefits depending on how much you stack of them? But why do we need like a straight damage multiplier? And why is it like such a priority basically to stack main stat?
Well, the question becomes, why do we have stats? Because if we can't realistically, you can't realistically build into anything other than your core stat. Like, yes, you can get all stats, and I get my 3.2% chance to dodge from the 500 dexterity I have, or whatever hilariously low number it is. But I think it's very clear from the design of stats that they're like, we don't even really want you to like look at, like, don't look at these. It doesn't matter. Like, legit dexterity on Warlock only gives dodge chance. I've never gone, thank God I dodged that attack, because I literally don't know that it happens. So I think it's pretty obvious from the design. These things are here because, of course they are, because it's a fantasy ARPG. And if you get rid of them, you're losing like a little bit of the idea. Like, the idea is a little bit too watered down.
Okay, so it's just there as like a mandatory flavor element that's not actually doing anything. But then the question remains, like, it doesn't really answer the question, why do we have to stack main stat to get so much power out of it?
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. Like, I think main stat should be competitive with multipliers on your gear. It's not even kind of close to that right now.
So you want to make main stat even better, basically. You want to make it stronger.
I want main stat to be better, yes, because, so like, just in the same way you go, everybody shouldn't have to build into vulnerable. It should be a choice if I build into crit. That can never be true if main stat does nothing, in my opinion.
It does like 5%, 6%, depending on how much you have per roll, I guess.
Right, and the multi is like at least a 10% increase every time I add it to my character, if not more, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this, I think this inherently makes Paragon at least mildly more rewarding. Paragon is another thing where it's like, this is here because, well, it has to be. We put it in, so it's got to be. But it's, once you hit, what, Paragon 220? It literally doesn't matter anymore. Like, yes, you will be stronger, but by an amount that you can't even feel. I don't know. I find it very weird that items are the only things we get to feel after a certain point.
So, what if the +5 random stat nodes on the Paragon just set something else?
That's another like big question, right? Because if everybody remembers, and you know, I hate being the person who's always like, well, remember, we said this at one point. But I do think it's important because the context has informed how development has happened. Everybody was like, don't just make D3 Paragon again. I don't just want a node that says +5, right? And they sold us on like, dude, it's not just +5. You're making decisions, and also it modifies these glyphs. And people are like, all right, that's a good enough illusion. And now it really does just say +5 every time I put a point in.
Yep.
I would like, you know what? Here's what makes it interesting. I would like stat threshold breakpoints. Sure, the first 500 points of dexterity that I get on my character just give me the very small whatever dodge chance. But if I did invest in dexterity on my Warlock, if I hit 1,000, it unlocks a set of additional scaling. And since it would be separate from my intelligence, it would be its own little bucket.
Yeah, this could be like, just, like for example, when you have like a rare node on your Paragon board, and then maybe we just double it in value when you reach a certain number.
It could be anything. It could be like, oh sure, like you don't really want to get above around like 2,000 to 2,400 main stat because there's just no point. The multipliers are just stronger. But if you hit 2,500, the value of it is large, like just something a bit more. Something a bit more. It rewards you for paying a bit more attention. It rewards you for having a slightly, deeper understanding of the difference between picking up one stat and another one. People following build guides will just know hit the stat that they need anyways, which is what they already do. But I want stats to do more, not less, because if they do any less, then they shouldn't exist. And if they shouldn't exist, then too much of the fantasy, it's not substantial enough.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting if the core stats would do more things. And I think the Paragon system with like the doubled rand nodes is like way too little impactful to really matter, and no one really thinks about it, and we don't even have a way to really activate them besides to get a random lucky transfiguration anyway. Mm-hmm. So it's like you can't even do it if you wanted, right? But talking about alternatives to stuff like monopole, crit multi, dot multi, and so on. So why not actually open up the possibility to roll all 4 of the core stats on all of your gear, and all of them do something and enable something, and this could be like a way to build a character suddenly, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're a little bit, what is that, the Henry's Perquisition or whatever it's called?
Mm-hmm.
That thing is asking a question. I went and did the math on that, at least for Necromancer, and like completely rerouted my Paragon board to pick up Dex over Intelligence, prioritized Dex bonus glyphs.
Yeah, it's a pretty good item actually.
Oh, I think it's trash, dude. It's like an 85% damage multi when you do all the math.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty good, I think.
I don't know if you've seen unique items recently, but so Lidless Wall says 150% damage and also maintain permanent Bone Storm.
Yeah, okay.
Like it's.
What about dot build?
well, every dot necromancer build would be using Bloodless Scream, but let's say you're using an offhand. You have to give up a stat to get that dex stat. Also, on a dot build, it's the least valuable that it would be because you're not even getting the smidge of additional crit chance, but that's a little bit besides the point. It could be any stat, right? But it takes an affix slot.
What do you give up exactly?
So on a focus?
Ah, okay. Like, you mean one of the 4 stats that you have to give up for the dex?
Yeah,
okay.
like one of the affixes, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I see now. Yeah, that might be an issue.
Yeah, it's like at focuses, foci can get damage multis. So giving up one stat and not getting a damage multi in it instead cuts out at least like 10% of that damage value. So it's an 85% multi divided by 1.1.
Did you calculate this with your necromancer with like using glyphs that have like magic buffing nodes and stuff like that?
Yep.
And, did you calculate with a mythic offhand, I guess?
I did. So I calculated with a mythic with a GA masterwork stat. It gets up to like 43% dex. And then I also, again, I use magic buffing glyphs. I rerouted everything to dex. I used emeralds. I used Herodric emeralds.
Okay, no flawless Herodric.
It's just like, yeah, sorry, flawless.
Okay.
And at that point, you get about 3,300 intelligence from it. Now, I didn't include intelligence rolls from Transfigure, right? Which would like very slightly change this calculation.
Yeah, all stats transfigures, especially, I guess.
Yeah, but then
all stats is something that is like relatively common and easy to get, especially with Entropic.
All stats is good, but if we're trying to create a perfect character in almost every situation, that small buff to the additional int I would get would be worse than just getting an elemental multi.
Yeah.
So,
but it's also much more common to get all stats, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. It's when I look at it, I try to think of like, especially on Necro, it is hard because again, Bloodless Scream exists, but like in the universe where you would want to use it, on a crit build, it has to go toe-to-toe with Lidless Wall, and Lidless Wall says 150% damage multi. So it physically can't compete. So I don't know what it offers on other classes, for sure. But anything that says an 85% multi needs to not... And also, it should have 2 stats that it rolls with. And it looks like the other one might be lucky hit chance. I'm actually not sure. It's hard to say what is supposed to be on the item. But you would just roll the lucky hit chance off, obviously.
Yeah. I think that's movement speed on the offhand, actually.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
It's actually a very special item because it has no main stat or weapon damage pre-rolled.
So, I like the item. I actually love the item. I love the Nemesis bracers. The layer crown is like bad, but I still like it. I wish this is what unique items looked like. The reason why this focus won't see use, at least on the Necro, is because all of our unique items say more than double your skill damage and also make your skill actually work. So it's like, make this thing very cool. You probably have to double one of the numbers to make that happen. Maybe the percentage from dex to int. Or rather, maybe the percentage dex.
Yeah, it probably needs a bit of a buff. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they like upgrade Henry a little bit. Or maybe there's something coming down the line and this is like sort of an early introduction. Maybe there is something else going on with stats, that we don't know yet.
Yeah. Well, that when I looked at the uniques, right? Because you know me, I love making as much copium as possible. I looked at them and I went, well, nobody's going to equip these. They only, but not in like a shitty way. I meant in a realizing how people engage with itemization. And I was like, these things only make sense if something else is different. Just like the mailbox only makes sense if something else is different.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you want to know, my character ended up at 950 dexterity, which is 500 more than you would typically get on the same build. And that netted me 3,400 intelligence, bringing me from 2,200 up to 5,500.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that was like 85% you said.
Yep, 85% multi.
Yeah.
Indifference from...
Like on a Warlock, it's like impossible to use Henry because, you know, dexterity is the weak stat on this class. So you can't even get it from like the magic notes and stuff.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, Dex is our alt stat. So like, what's the Sork alt stats? Is Dex one of them? It's gotta be, right?
No, I think on the Sork it's strength. So Dex will be... Dex is like one of the 2 off stats basically on the Sork.
Yeah.
So you stack Dex on a lot of bliss as well and so on. So yeah, but on the Warlock, there's no Dex, right? There's always like one stat that's the weak stat basically, and on the Warlock that's the Dex. So yeah, the Warlocks can't get anything. Like Necros, I guess only dot builds would maybe consider it. And then we'll see about the Sorks. If you have like a weak, like random 60%, like, you know, aspect, then yeah, maybe we'll equip it Henry, right? And in that case, that'll be good enough. So yeah. If it has a niche, I'm okay with that.
Somebody did point out that is it Molochs on Warlock? Molochs does increase core stats by 50%. So that like no.
Oh.
You'll end up at like 450 dex.
You have no reason to have any dexterity. Okay, like one big chunk comes from the flawless erotic gems.
Yeah.
So you get 300 from those without gem strength. And potentially you could have gem strength, I guess, which would make that even more value. But yeah, let's assume 300. So this is like where most of it comes from. But I checked, for example, one of my characters, and without like really optimizing for this or something, just what I had 300 dex and 600 of like strength int, for example. So I had double of the 2 off stats and half of that from like the weak stat. So yeah, with the flawless gems it would go to 600 in that case, and then you'd have like maybe a little bit of pathing that you can do on the paragons, but there's like no dex nodes besides that. You know, there's no glyph that stacks dex, there's no magic nodes you can buff, so you don't get that much out of it. But yeah, then buffing it again by 50%, I mean, maybe you can get there with something like Morlocks.
I still don't think it gets you there, but it is something to consider.
Dex stackers in D4, holy. So what do you think are all these like new uniques that we haven't seen gonna do?
If they're all interesting like these, fill up my stash, but that's mean. I think they all have to be, some of them are weapons, right? Just straight up weapons. We got Ariok's Needle, we get, was the Furnace a weapon in D3?
Sorry?
The Furnace, was that a weapon in D3?
Yeah, that's a D3 item. It said
it says 200 mace, yeah. So like,
yeah,
I'm trying to figure out what Ingium does if we have Eldruin.
Yeah, that is kind of strange.
I don't know, so Rose can dual wield them, I guess?
Double Ingium, guys, log in. The axe will be broken because they're saving it for BlizzCon. Oh, you think they intentionally didn't put Messerschmitt's Reaver in because there is like some hint of something? Who knows? Maybe there's a lore piece or something on it.
Yeah, I'm like, Messerschmitt's Reaver is just a axe that says do a lot of damage. Ariok's Needle says
no,
plus
Messerschmitt's
skills.
Reaver is a... Wait, what are you looking at?
Messerschmitt's Reaver, the two-handed axe from Diablo 2.
Yeah, okay. I have to look at Diablo 3 in that case, because they actually do something there.
But I don't.
So Messerschmitt's Reaver in Diablo 3 is when you kill an enemy, you get -1 second on a cooldown.
Yeah, but I don't care about Diablo 3. Messerschmitt's Reaver's from Diablo 2.
Well, I can tell you who cares about Diablo 3, and that's the devs that are developing this game.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But none of them played with Ariok's Needle. Ariok's Needle doesn't say... Like, Ariok's Needle is skill ranks, a dick ton of damage, and a chance to deal double damage, like crit chance.
Mm-hmm. So what do we expect from that?
Plus skill ranks, crit chance, large weapon damage, like a larger weapon damage value, or a thing that says scale weapon damage per action. I'm also really upset that I'm not going to be able to equip it because it's for, actually, this is the irony. Ariok's Needle was a best-in-slot weapon for the Warlock in Diablo 2 Resurrected.
That's funny.
So it's funny that the Warlock can't use it here. But, I don't know. Like, in Stone of Jordan, like, it'll have skill ranks on it, obviously. If it has more than +1, though, it's, like, wrong. But only putting +1 skill rank on a ring would be bad. So it's definitely gotta have more.
Now the question is, why? Skill ranks don't do anything. Like, they're not even a stat you want on a ring. You would actually roll it off, I guess, in most cases.
The other thing about Stone of Jordan is it gives you percentage max resource, and I could see that, like, very easily making its way onto it.
Mm-hmm. +10 to all skills after walking for 5 seconds. While active, you get 200% damage, 200x damage, and 100% damage reduction. Very cool.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. Like, I really wonder what they're gonna do with some of these items. Like in Geom, like, you know, they literally gave us in Geom like a season ago, and now you get in Geom again. So what does it do? Like Furnace, okay, a pretty easy win if they just like make some big like elite damage or boss damage item or something. I think that would be something we have been waiting for. Yeah, Nemesis Bracers, dude. Spawn in elite pack. I mean, they literally put Nemesis Bracer into the game in the War Plans, and I figured, okay, close enough, you know? Why is this an item now? And who would ever wear it? Like, for what? Outside of like some insane exploit that's gonna pop up with that 100%.
Well, so I actually was thinking about this. So you know all those Nightmare Dungeon keys that are like, this one has channeling portals, and you're like, how is that a benefit?
Yeah.
Here's the idea.
So now the strat is you're gonna take off the item that, as we discussed, gives you like a ×3 multi after all the damage. And now you're gonna get 1 elite when you click on on one of the 3 shrines in this entire dungeon.
No.
That you have to have a key for that, and that key is like a bad key because it doesn't give you actually the rewards you care about. You know.
No, you short-sighted fool, Woody. Here's the game plan. You take the node that says every 25 elites you spawn an altar. You take the node that says that the altar spawns goblins. You take the node that says goblins bring you to Goblin Land. Okay. We put on the gloves that say every time you click a shrine, you get more elites. You go into elite heavy dungeons that have channeling shrines as the benefit. You pop tons of shrines, getting tons of elites, getting tons of goblins. You go farm the goblin zone, which I was told you can't teleport out of, so you can't pick up most of the loot. I don't know if that's true.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, also, they've nerfed all the materials walking into next season, so we actually have to kill the elites to get the random materials, so then it feeds into your farming loot. Checkmate.
Okay, I think you do have a point about the whole goblin farm. Let's assume that the goblin farm is actually good and desirable.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that is actually true.
I've never seen one, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've tried it like a little bit, and then I realized after like 8 dungeons, I have never spawned one of these altars, and then I was like, okay, just delete that fucking node, like goodbye.
Oh,
I'm never gonna
no,
touch it
so
again.
here's the problem, Woody. You did spawn the altars. There's no indication that they're there, and they completely blend into the surrounding area, and you often can't see them in piles of dead enemies.
Yeah, maybe.
No, legit, something stopped me from walking forward, and I realized the altar had spawned in front of me, and that's the only reason why I saw it.
I guess they might have an icon now, who knows?
They didn't have an icon yesterday, so I'll tell you that.
Okay. I mean, you can see the buff on your bar with the 25 stacks, so you know that it's coming, at least.
Yeah, for sure,
But
sure.
the problem is, if you do like random wall plants, and you're kind of just like farming stuff all over the place, like you're never gonna even get to those 25 until you like log out. You know, like you're never gonna spawn one of these altars because you're like busy doing like Helltide and bosses and pits and like all this stuff. Like you have this like buff on your bar, and if you relog, it's gone. Like how is that even tracked through a buff on your bar, man? That is insane. You know, like why does it reset when I log out? You know, like this is crazy. So I don't know.
Oh yeah. Don't get it twisted. It's truly insane.
Okay. So, Nemesis Bracer, guys. Equip it. You know, unequip your Fist of Fate Mythic. Equip the Nemesis Bracer Mythic. But by the way, it doesn't actually get more powerful. Wait a second. Is this the only item that does not get stronger as a Mythic?
Yeah. Well,
I think so, right?
the Crown of King Leoric doesn't get stronger because you would never equip it. So that's like a pretty big downside there. So actually,
I mean, wait, how bad is the crown actually? Like if you're assuming no season theme, right? So how bad is the crown? You can put 2 flawless Horadic gems.
Yeah, it gives you resistances.
Yeah, and it's a lot of resistances though. So I think the typical diamond is something like 7 to 10% all damage reduction. Like depending on like if it's a flawless Horadic, it should be like closer to 10%, I think. And then the lowest crown can have 2 of them. And it buffs it by 130%, right?
Yeah, so it's
I think that is a relatively good. Yeah, it should be a relatively good defensive item if you have flawless Horadic gems to put there.
2,300 resistances? Because
yeah, the typical all-res roll on your gear is, I guess depending on setup and class and stuff,
like
but an all-res roll is like, I don't know, 6 to 10% damage reduction, I think. So it's like 600 all-res or something. Like, you know, maybe for masterwork or something, you can get like 10% DR from like one all-res roll.
Did you just say masterwork all-res on gear?
Yeah. On a rogue, for example, when you have like lots of life already, then you would actually do that in some cases. On the pants or something. But yeah, in terms of
Danger, you can't get main stat from the helmet. It counts as jewelry.
It counts as jewelry. It's gonna be res. It's not gonna be main stat. So it's purely a defensive item, and it's like you choose which defenses you want to buff first of all, which is kind of nice by itself. You know, this can have an impact on, like, for example, the Warlock conversion stuff that we saw. And yeah, I mean, that literally just putting diamonds, which is like the worst case scenario, right? Putting diamonds in there. I think like a flawless Horadic diamond should be worth something like 15+% damage reduction each. So you can have 2 of them in that helm.
Voodoo brings up a good point. It doesn't say it counts as jewelry instead.
Like it's not end with that. That would actually make it pretty OP. That would make it extremely strong.
It says it counts as jewelry.
I think the Lyric's Crown will be good when you have it as a mythic, and you have flawless gems, flawless Horadic gems, and you have only shitty defensive aspects, right?
But
like if you already have your glints, and then there's like nothing else because you can't use might or you can't use heavenly strength, and then the next best aspect is like 20%, then you're gonna equip a Lyric's Crown, and it's gonna be pretty good, I think.
Give me a quick second. I think you're smoking crack, but give me a quick second.
Okay, I guess there is one problem, which is that you actually lose out on the damage portion. So I didn't actually consider that part now in this whole discussion. So you lose out on the main stat itself. Unless it gives you both. If it gives you both, it's actually really good. If it gives you only the res... It's a lot of damage reduction. I'm gonna log in now. Wait, I'm gonna log in. Why not use a DR aspect on the helm? Yeah, because most builds just end up with some shitty 20 DR aspect. Like, what do you want with that? You know, if you put it on the Dagger's Crown, you get like 40% DR, that's it. Even if you lose the main stat, that's pretty good. You get 2 more splinters. Yeah, but none of them do anything actually after the third, right? Like, I mean, which build would want more than 3 splinters in the first place? There's not really a lot of scenarios where that makes sense. I guess the crafting mats one might be good, pending testing, but who knows what crafting mats actually is good for. And yeah, okay, there might be the occasional build that can actually combine like a lot of stuff, right? But I guess you can put like the 35% crit attack speed splinter, even if you're not playing a crit build, and then just choose the one with the minus 100% crit chance, and then the net gain is like an extra 35% attack speed. So there's that, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna craft a flawless heraldic diamond now and put it on my rogue and see what happens. How do you guys fix the Infernal Hordes issue bug? If you're out of marks of Eldarin, you can make a level 1 character, do 1 war plan, get 3 more marks, then you can reroll your war plan. Or just level 270 and then do it in Torment, because I think the Infernal Hordes is always only bugged in Torment, in pre-Torment. Dude, I can craft 3 flawless heraldic diamonds actually almost. Okay, so I made 2 flawless heraldics. It's 625 all-res. So there's basically like a masterwork all-res roll on a piece of item.
Did you math? All right, I'm back. Had to chit chat with my dad. We're trying to. I guess it was my birthday at some point this month, so we're trying to set up some plans. But what's the math?
Okay.
What did we get to?
Okay, so I just crafted 2 flawless heroic diamonds. I put them into my gear, having replaced 2 other gems with nothing. And the first one gives me 9% extra toughness, and the second one gives me 7.3% extra toughness. Now, in the Lorix Crown, they would be a bit buffed. But together, yeah, they're like roughly 20% extra or something. 19%.
Yeah, man, that's a 20% DR aspect. And
Yeah.
not missing out on main stat if that's how we want to equate it.
Yeah, it definitely seems like not enough.
Yeah, it's just
I was
bad.
expecting a bit more.
Is it like and you know, obviously it's very easy for me to say like, yeah, I just looked at it and knew it was bad. The only thing that I think could be this thing's saving grace is it also counts as jewelry. And then it's interesting. And I assume you already said, like, we do have it confirmed that yes, it works with the splinters for the season, it just doesn't increase their power. So for this season, it's 2 extra splinters, which is almost certainly good enough to run. But again, these 3 items together, like, one, it's crazy that Nemesis Bracers gives you movement speed after killing an elite. I just saw that right now. Whoa. Wowee. Oh man.
It's gonna be insane when you run the minus 30% movement speed charm.
It's not even a multiplier, dude. It's cap 1 movement speed.
Yeah, and so it's a soul split that reduces your movement speed, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna ignore what I'm gonna ignore that for a hot second. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna ignore that for a hot second. But these 3 uniques being in the game says to me something has to be changing, because they would never just put these in the game. They're mathematically bad.
For sure. They would never put a bad unique into the game. Certainly not Mothercrux.
I don't know what you have. I don't know what you have out on this Mortarcrux hate, but it's weird, dude. Like, we all love Mortarcrux. All of them. We love that one. We love the Ring of Sacrilegious Soul, which now only casts corpse tendrils. We love that.
Maybe the Mothercrux unique is just meeting a quota or something. Maybe this is why it's there. It's just included on a quota.
Dude, I know when they added this counts as a macabre skill, they're like, that's a fucking cook right there. It's kind of like that. People love it. It's provocative. It gets the people going. We're just like, what does it mean?
They probably like spent a lot of time like trying to like make some new technology, like this counts as a macabre skill, and then they did the same thing on the Umbra Crux as well, where it says this counts as a trap skill. And it's like, okay, this is like a damage echo. It's not supposed to count as anything. You know, that is the whole point. Please don't count as anything. You know, stop. And like now they have this technology that they put into the game like 2.5 years ago, and like nothing ever happened with it afterwards. So yeah, it's like one thing to do like this sort of like proof of concept, or like, you know, like an advancement of the tools they have to make items or something, right? But then they did that. And not only did they not fix the items that they started with after they realized, okay, this needs to be better, but also they never did anything else with that system, you know? It's just...
You just don't get it, man. It
I
counts
don't get them, man.
as a trap skill. It's so crazy. It's just insane. So what is the elemental package?
Yeah, and like, okay, what is your explanation? Like, why is old stuff that clearly does not work they just never revisited. Like, you know, they took all this time, like, you know, I feel like it must be way easier to go back to like an item that never saw any use at all, or like a skill that never saw any use at all, or whatever, right? They already made, they already did like all of the work, right? And then maybe it was mistuned or whatever. And it's like, okay, you put in like 5% more effort than you have already put in there, and you could make it something, and you know, something, right? So, you know, they have all the artwork, they have the animations, they have the code, everything, right? So why don't you take the easy route of going back to something you already made instead of making something new?
Woody, when a man loves a woman, they go and they talk to the birds and the bees. And the birds and the bees say, you don't have time to fix stuff. You have to code the next expansion. And that's all I got. I don't know.
No time. Yeah, but that's exactly what I mean, right? Like, it takes a lot less time to go back to fix the other stuff that's already there than to make something new. No? Like, I don't get it.
Oh, hold on. And this is not a gotcha. Have you ever wrote code? Like,
Yes.
have you ever like you've done coding, right?
So,
Well, very, very little, and you know, very
Yeah.
rudimentary, but
You subscribe to
I
the
understand
content creator.
roughly. Yeah.
So
you're a real one.
I currently have, arguably, I have a fully functional damage calculator for Diablo 4 for the Warlock that I stopped updating in Season 6. I don't remember what I coded for that thing. And if I were to go in right now and try to update it to the current game, I would just have to make a new damage calculator.
Yes. Okay. But what I'm saying is, I completely understand what you're trying to get at, and I understand that sometimes starting over is the easier path.
Han, thank you so much for
because
the 10
it's
months.
like
Boo
too
Boo.
old. You have to like,
Thank
dig
you.
through everything, and by the time you do that, you could have just done the new thing, right? Okay. So scrap the code. But you know, you still have the art, you still have the animation of the zombie. That was, you know, like that is the hard part, you know. That is the hard part, you know. Making a cool effect is the easy part. But you know, so the hard part is done, and that is never going away. You know, the easy part is the one that needs to be fixed. You know, so the art is the bottleneck. You know, the art is always the bottleneck. It's not the code. Make new code, I guess. You know, just code like a new effect. No, like I don't get it.
Yeah. You know, none of us get it, Woody. I think that's the beautiful thing.
Or maybe Mortarcrux is just there to make you feel good about getting a better item than Mortarcrux. Maybe it's like a psychological. It's like a psyop, right? Like, they put in Mortarcrux, and they knew from the start that this is something that no one would ever voluntarily use. No one would ever equip this unless it's a misclick. And
It's literally a misclick, yeah.
it's a
You
misclick,
right-clicked
know?
it to move it like into your stash, but it equipped it instead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this is the only chance that anyone ever touched this item. And then, you know, maybe this is actually some, you know, weird psyop like phenomena, you know, that's like they have the research and that says, okay, you have to have Mortarcrux in the game, or else, you know, sales are gonna be down, you know, next expansion or something. You know, is some connection.
It's I don't know, man. Why does the Necromancer still not have a basic skill build? These are all great questions, Woody.
If they were to attempt to fix old issues, they have to task a current team doing something for the future to do that, and they don't want to put money in that. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, I think it would just make the game so much better, so much faster, instead of like completely creating something from scratch all the time.
Hold
You know,
on.
at the very least, you have the item art and, you know, that stuff already done, right? So there is if the outcome is that Mortarcrux is going to be a completely revamped item with a completely new effect, at the very least, you have the art, you have the name, you have the lore, you have the skeleton effect, right?
Hold on.
So it is more than nothing.
But hold on. Actually, so the thing that Sin said makes sense in a different universe where we don't know the history of what's happened. They've been only revamping and fixing the current content in the game since season 4. Almost all of the development time, other than expansions, has been in literally reworking currently functioning systems. That's like, it's like one of the biggest digs against Diablo 4 is that, like, starting in season 4 when they redid loot, every season since then, the content was actually just fixing current content. So those two things can't be true simultaneously. It can't be they're only working on new stuff and never fixing old stuff. Almost the entirety of the development time, other than expansions, have been explicitly fixing old stuff. They just hate this dagger.
How can someone so passionately hate one item?
Do you want to know why?
Yeah.
Do you want to know why? The Necromancer, before the game came out, had a skill called Corpse Explosion, Woody. It was a beautiful skill, Woody. Woody, Corpse Explosion was such a beautiful skill. It made people happy. It made people happy when they clicked it. You just loved holding the Corpse Explosion button and watching your Necromancer spin on the spot and just blow up the screen. And everybody cried, Corpse Explosion is too powerful. Surely you all will do something about Corpse Explosion. And you know what they did, Woody? They nerfed Corpse Explosion. And they gave us an item, Woody, that said this'll fix it. This'll make Corpse Explosion good again. But it required you to generate more corpses than you could ever physically generate. So much so that I got into an online beef with Ruse Crews about that item, and it was called Black River, Woody. Woody, this item was so powerful and you physically couldn't use it. And then one day, Woody, they released a dagger. And this dagger's name was Mortarcrux, Woody, and Mortarcrux said plus 10 ranks to hewed flesh, finally giving us enough corpses to use Black River, Woody. Except it was in the same weapon slot, Woody. So, okay, that's fine. We'll use Mortarcrux. We want to use Black River, but we'll use this one instead. And then when you clicked Corpse Explosion while using Mortarcrux, Woody, nothing happened. Because Mortarcrux says, summon a little skeleton that does fuck all nothing. So they tortured us into a place where we went, fine, we won't use the good one, we'll use the bad one. And then the bad one didn't do anything, Woody. And now it's 2026 and the bad one can be a charm and it will do nothing, Woody. How did we get here? Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the only reasonable explanation is that there is like a scientific, like psychological reason that this bad item needs to exist. There must be some purpose behind it, right? There needs to be a reason. So
they took Infinimus from me.
The reason is
it made me too powerful.
Man, if you find a mythic charm and it's not Mortarcrux, you're gonna rejoice. They have this one sacrificial lamp. Okay, you find a mythic charm, and then there's like a 98% chance it's not Mortarcrux or something, and you're gonna be very happy to get.
They have
X-Files Corroded Signet.
Do you remember the GameStop stocks fiasco, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody at Blizzard has shorted Mortarcrux stocks. And they're waiting to get their payout. They're like, this is the next GameStop, guys.
To the moon.
They're diamond hands, just in every single time they sit down at Scrum and they're like, okay, and we're looking at the list of uniques. Hey, Dan, have you had a chance to look at Mortarcrux? And it's just a guy sitting there on our Wall Street bets, sweating in his chair. And he's like, yeah. I'll get right on that. And they're like, all right, man, it's been a year and a half. And they're like, yeah, it's really complex. We made it a macabre skill, so it's been pretty hard to figure out what the hell that means. And we have nothing. Oh, by the way, there was nothing in the game that checked macabre skill tags, except for the temper that said macabre skills do additive damage. So legit, they said it's a macabre skill and nothing triggered off of that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stress enough how nothing this dagger did. It's like they put it in and they went, well, what does it do? And everybody else went, I figured you were working on that. And then they went, oh,
I see some chatters like talking about like, you know, what I said earlier with like how the art is the hard part and so on. I think art is absolutely the bottleneck for like video game development in most cases.
Oh, 100%. Art animation,
especially like in like an AAA game like this, you know, like the art is the hard part. Like, you know, look at how many games look like trash, right? So that is a big problem, you know. And like making new models, making new animations, and all, like that stuff takes forever, you know. So yeah, you might be a coder, and you know, like you might do like your projects or whatever, right? But in game development, I think art is by far the biggest bottleneck, like, you know, in general, like for most projects, I think.
Yeah. Wait, why do you guys think we fought the Realm Walker for a second time? Like seriously, like the reason why we didn't get a loot filter for so long was quite not just like the functionality of it, but quite literally just the UI. Like, you could code these things up in a day. It's 15 teams to take a thing and get it onto the screen so you see it when you click the buttons. Use Claude, use AI.
What is actually the Microsoft AI?
Claude, right?
Which one is that? Is that Claude?
I thought that was Claude,
no,
isn't it?
Claude is.
Is it Gemini?
No, I thought Claude was Anthropic. Copilot, yeah, Copilot is the one, exactly. Yeah, I didn't even recognize the name until now. So I was like, okay. Yeah, I hear not really good things about Copilot. I know Claude is like OP, but I mean, it's like changing every few weeks anyway. Who's like the top dog, I guess. But I'm not sure, like Microsoft seems like generally behind. And now they're gonna start introducing it into all of the development for sure, right? Like over the next years, it's gonna be like everywhere. And it's gonna be in Xbox Studios, and it's gonna be in Blizzard, like 100%.
Oh no, Woody. I wanted to add all these cool uniques to my Warlock build. I'm 6 items in and they're all mythics. It's Crown of Lucian, Elegy, Infernal Homunculus. Remember when they were like, we want you to be using maybe like 2 to 3 uniques on a build? Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has definitely escalated way too much.
Oh, this build also uses Temerity.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Someone says in Diablo 4 it's in the game files. Like, how do you identify this in the game files? Like, how do you know that? And I mean, honestly, you know, can it really get worse? Like, I think any of the AIs that we can discuss here, like from like the top 5 models or something that are coding, they will probably introduce less bugs. So it can only get better, right? So maybe we should embrace it at this point. Like, would an AI really make these mistakes? I don't know.
No, so one, if AI is like fully used for the creation of a set of code or all this, you have to remember that this game also releases on Steam, so it has to be disclosed. Part of that disclosure agreement, though, is that it doesn't have to be used if AI is used to like help work through the process of like coming up with code. It's whether or not it is full gen from AI. Once it's full gen from AI, you have to disclose it.
Yeah, okay, so how much do you have to like un-AI-ify it in order to not disclose it is the question, I guess, right? Like, how much can you game the system?
Yeah, you could never find out whether or not somebody asked AI to help them, you know, figure out how to like close out code or like get this to run properly or whatever. There's just no way to know that. But if the argument is you can use an AI code determination tool for checking if the code in there is AI, it would have to just be copy and pasted from AI. And if it's full gen from AI, it would have to be disclosed.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying is like, okay, like, you know, I asked AI to code the whole thing, like, okay, give me a new Mortar Crux design, blah blah blah. It should do that, right? And then it generates the code for you, and then you copy paste it in, but then you're like, okay, let me like, you know, tweak those like 3 lines here a little bit, and now it's not AI code anymore, haha, you know?
Yeah, but yeah, the argument would be, well, then it would do something, right? Are you really using Mythic Fist of Fate on everything?
Basically. Dude, it's rough out here, man. I've been playing some Paladin this season and some Zork. There was a lot of fisting going on here, for sure.
As a Mythic, it's 185% effective. It's an 85% effective multi, right?
I think it's 95.5 actually.
Yeah, 95. Yeah. Ah, man, I don't want to do that.
No, you're gonna do that.
Well, no, actually, I have to fit an offensive aspect on this build because I need the volatility aspect. Let's go.
Fuck.
Hell yeah, brother. I'm gonna do less damage to more often do more damage.
AI is good at programming, probably the best thing it's at. Yeah, like I see that. I think a lot of like programming is already done with AI, like for a while already, from what I read.
Be right back.
So, and that's, you know, it's only gonna get better, right? It's only gonna get better, more efficient, faster, and more polished, and so on. So there's basically no return now. They need to make room in the roadmap, and you don't think we will see that after the next expansion? Room in the roadmap for what? You're learning code and use AI to fix my shit, and it works most of the time. Yeah. I guess especially on like the simpler tasks and like, you know, studying coding and stuff. This is probably like a really good use of it right now. They aren't giving the devs time to work on old content. They have too much to try and fit in. They have like a 2-weekish window after being out to fix bugs. Yeah. Yeah, it's insane actually, right? Yeah, it's just like a misallocation of resources and dev time, I guess. Right? Like you know, it's probably not even that the devs are like incompetent and they could go and fix it, right? But they have like too little time to actually go back and fix it, and they're just like, you know, allocated to other projects again, or the next season or the next expansion or something. And so they, you know, it's just like whoever decides the priorities is just doing a bad job there, basically, because they just leave so much broken shit in. But then it's also, I mean, okay, this is not the not the only excuse, to be honest. You know, like, why was Mortar Crux designed in the way that it was designed? Like, whoever coded that, whoever greenlit that item, like, as a concept, right? Who said, yes, this should be in the game. This is what we use our, you know, 2.5 days of dev time of, you know, per season on the new uniques for. We're gonna make Mortar Crux now. You know, like, someone must have agreed to this, right? It was not just like some renegade developer doing a shitty job, right? I'm pretty sure there must be like at least some sort of meeting about this. Like, what are the new uniques for the next season or something like that, right? So someone said, yes, we're doing this. And then someone actually went and did it, you know? So that is kind of like hard to grasp, right? Like, where's that coming from? And then there's the other thing where, you know, Mortar Crux, I guess, is not even bugged. Mortar Crux is just a shitty design with no purpose, right? So it's literally just like terrible decision making. But then there is like other cases where, okay, they introduce something and it's not working as it should, right? It's just bugged. You know, like we have many examples now with like, you know, skill trees and sets and all that, right? Like those major features that were advertised in the expansion as a selling point, right? Skill trees, sets, you know, these are like some of the, like, you know, some of the top most important things that were added that were a reason for people to buy this expansion. And literally half of it is in like a broken state, you know? Like, that is the crazy part, right? Like, they sold us this expansion, and half of it is not working. So, why would you not allocate resources to fix at least like the most important issues, right? Maybe not every single little bug with like every little detail, right? But at least like, you know, Pareto, you know, 80-20 allocation, right? So like, okay, like, you know, take like a few weeks or whatever, fix all of the most important shit, fix the sets, you know, fix the skill trees, what is necessary. And then, you know, like, you know, suddenly we have like, you know, double the build options across all the classes. You have a lot more viable things, like a lot more things to try, a lot more like playtime for people to kind of come back and try shit. You know, the numbers will be way better. People buy more battle passes because they're happier, instead of just like, you know, like also like the trust in the development and the future of the game would be way higher, right? It's like if the expansion comes out, okay, pretty cool stuff, but half of it doesn't work. Well, fix the half so that we can trust that you will make another expansion that we want to buy. But next time it's like, wait a second, expansion 3 is coming out? Yeah, okay, but like half the stuff they introduced like 2 years ago is still not functioning. So why would I trust these guys now? You know? Like it just erodes the future gains as well. So I don't really understand the logic. Why would you not allocate resources to fix the stuff that you advertised as a selling point for the previous expansion? Because it directly translates into more sales the next expansion, you know? People will remember, this was broken, everything was broken, and they never did anything about it. I wanted to play this and that build, and none of it ever worked for the last 2 years. After I bought the expansion because I wanted to play that build with the skill tree rework and this new set. That never worked. The average person buying the expansion doesn't know or care. Yeah, but then, you know, they will just have this negativity of, you know, this bad feeling of, okay, like my experience is bad, you know, my build doesn't work, I can't complete the content, you know, everyone around me is like 10 times more powerful or 200 times more powerful, and they will never even know what is going on. And they're gonna be like, okay, this sucks. I'm gonna log out, uninstall, goodbye, never gonna play it again. You know, like even like on the casual end, this affects people and this affects the player numbers and everything. You know, even if you don't know that something is not working, and if you never find out about it, you don't have to have no reason. You just need to see, hey, this is not working for me. Like what the fuck? Like fuck this game. You know, goodbye, right? I want to play Necromancer. I want to play Blood Surge. That's my jam. Yeah, you know, good luck, right, with that. So it's like, yeah, he's gonna have a bad time. My bad experiences has cost Blizzard business for me. I used to play every Blizzard game, but now it is only Diablo 4. Yeah, there you go, right? People do remember that. And you don't have to take all of the games like super seriously or something like that, right? Like imagine you load, yeah, welcome back. Imagine you load up like, I don't know, Counter-Strike, right? And then you buy like a AWP, and then you fire it, and it just hits enemies for like 2 damage or something, you know? And then people's gonna say, yeah, this is okay, you know, the casual players don't care, you know, like how is that an excuse, you know? And then they just don't fix it for like 3 years or something, you know? Like imagine that, right? Everyone just accepts, okay, AWP just hits for 2 damage, you know? Like, okay, I guess this is what it is now, you know? Like that is crazy, you know? That is not an excuse. Like, what are we talking about? You know, like the casual players don't care, of course, you know? Like even if they don't know why it does that, you know, they will understand it just sucks, you know, it's something I cannot use or something. And it's the same thing in Diablo 4, like, you know, if your set doesn't work, maybe they don't understand that the set is not working, but they understand that their build sucks, for whatever reason, right? And they will have a bad time. So, you don't need to understand why you have a bad time, you know? It's a developer's jobs to make sure that stuff is working as it says, and that the stuff is balanced, you know, at least to like a reasonable degree, right? Obviously, we don't expect everything to be perfect, but you know, we are so far off from perfect, right? So,
what was the? Give me the 5-second rundown.
Okay, so we were talking about why don't they fix bugs, especially those that were advertised as major selling points in the expansion, such as skill tree bugs, you know, many builds not functioning, or sets, you know, half the sets across all the classes are just like not in a working state, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And then like there was an argument in chat about, yeah, okay, the casuals don't care about, you know, they got their money, they will come back next time, and I'm saying no, they will probably not come back, because even if they don't care about playing the most important, the best build or whatever, like they will still realize they have a shitty time because, you know, something sucks, right? Something is not working well or whatever, right? And they will just like see that their build is miserable compared to other people or whatever, right? And they're gonna be like, you know, okay, why would I trust Blizzard to make another expansion and like, have like, you know, a big selling point in, you know, that's like hyping it up and whatever, right? Why would I trust them that they actually do a good job this time and actually fix the shit that needs to be fixed, you know? After the launch, right? It's like, okay, like the expansion launches, a bunch of stuff is broken, but yeah, they're also just like leaving it there, right? Like literally half the stuff they advertised is just not working correctly, you know? And they're also not fixing it. So why would I trust them?
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
Okay, I'm holding.
Because we're still playing the game and we all know it's broken.
Yes, but for us, it's a business model. You know, the only reason why we're thriving is because of the bugs, right? Because imagine the game was actually working the way it says. You know, who would actually watch any of our videos?
Well, no, but then we could just be the PoE crowd. And it's just we all pick the one build we're good at and then we just do that. And everybody comes and loves us for whatever that build is. And this is not shitting on the PoE crowd. I know a lot of those guys, they're great. But like, my argument would be, I think that content creation could continue to thrive even without bugs, because then it just, you know, like you just create like the things that you are experts on. But when I was saying,
I was joking about this, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah, the when I said, but we play it, I'm talking about all the people who are here and listening and who are actively playing the game, even though we know it's like bugged to shit. So it's like, I'm not sure that the argument holds water that like somebody doesn't know that there's bugs, but their build feels bad and they stop playing. I think, like, I don't know that the bugs are even part of that equation for that.
Yeah, but you know, imagine you find out, you know, like a year later, like, you know, like you're like a, I don't know, a charged bolts enjoyer or something, right?
Yeah.
And like, man, I really like this is my thing. I want to play that, and this is like the build I play every single season. And like some super casual, like you end up at Torment 7 maximum after every season or something. But then you realize, yeah, this shit was like broken all along, and I could have actually done Mephisto if they had fixed it, And you learn this like 2 years later. Like, I don't know, I think you're gonna be upset.
Yeah,
and then you're gonna be like, okay, what the fuck are these devs doing? And I think this can hit people on like the very, very casual end.
Yeah. If the argument is casuals don't care about it at all, that's why it's okay. Like, I disagree with that. Like, there are plenty of Reddit posts that are just like, I don't know what's wrong with my build. Like, what am I doing wrong? And they just post 15 screen caps of all of their gear rather than just writing out a list. And please, if you're one of those people, stop doing that. Just make a D4 planner. It'll save us all a lot of time. But you'll look at it and go, oh, why are you using XYZ? And they go, oh, I thought it would be good. Like, oh, yeah, that thing doesn't do anything. And you look and it's Mortacrux, and it's like, that doesn't do anything. And they're like, oh, but I got really excited about it doing something. It's like, yeah,
it's
it just
purple.
doesn't.
I need to equip it.
It just doesn't. And they're like, huh. Oh, okay. And those people in that moment either go, oh, the thing I thought that was very cool isn't a thing. I guess I don't care about this anymore. Or they, they convert at that point because now there's somebody who's in the know. But yeah, even casuals are impacted by it. Guys, so no joke, if I could flip a switch today, the changes to uniques would have never have happened. I think this is a bad system in its entirety. So I am trying to take your purples away. You can put that on a mug and sell it at a convention.
Hashtag no purples.
Hashtag if it's all purple, then nothing's purple. Which I think is like the stupidest logic on the planet. It just like sounds good, so people say it. But more so, I just like, I don't know, man. Next season's gonna hit. You're gonna find the one unique, and you'll be like, "Oh, sick! I can upgrade this to, a sick mythic. Hell yeah, brother!" And then you're gonna find your next unique that you need, and you're gonna be like, "Well," and then I think everybody's gonna feel real bad real quick.
I mean, it depends on streamers to test everything and make a build because nothing does what it says, and reading doesn't actually help you in this game is wild. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, the tooltips are so bad. Like, even the tooltips that are correct are so bad in most cases. Like, look at this, how often we get asked about stuff like, I have
you can't make a Layork crown charm.
Crit damage.
These are the only unique charms from the new items.
That has no bearing on anything. It means absolutely nothing. It's like, it's just there to bait people. It's like why is that a thing? Like, even the stuff that is technically working as intended, like, why do they even intend this? Like, it's the wrong intention. So,
dude. I love that. Yeah, there have been times which is like, oh, well, this is to do that, and I go, why? I go, well, because that would be cool. I go, no, nobody will click that. Like, no, I think people will click it. Like, no, they wouldn't, because it's a bad thing to click. If they click it, they'll have a bad time. I don't know.
Imagine how many mistakes you would make if we started playing PvE1 and tutors were fake, things wouldn't work or work differently. Yeah, even we would be cooked. Yeah, exactly. Like, this would be, like, this game would be unplayable, right? If, like, PoE had these bugs that we experienced in Diablo 4 and in this quantity, like, it would be unplayable. You couldn't finish this game. It's like,
You would click the passive node that's like, you only take chaos damage now, right? And you're like, oh, hell yeah, brother, absolutely. And you walk out and there's a firewall and you're like, you can't stop me. And then your hardcore character dies immediately and you're like, wait. And you go and you read the node. It's like, no matter what it is, you won't take damage unless it's chaos. And you're like, is this firewall green? Am I colorblind? What just happened? Woody, who's this guy you're talking to?
That is MacroBioBoi, our Necromancer and Warlock class lead on Maxroll. He makes a lot of videos too, and streams.
I do all of it. I mostly just wait for Woody to ping me and say, hey, do you want to chit chat on stream? And I'm like, oh, thank God, finally I have content to make. And then I come chit chat with him, and about 2 hours in, we're just bitching about Mortarcrux. It's pretty sick. It's like an infinite well to draw out of.
Usually I play the game while doing these chats, but I kind of just enjoy just sitting here for like the last 3 hours, like running random B-roll from my hard drive.
Yeah. well, that's just it. So like today, what I was thinking about doing, one, I just wasn't even going to stream. I'm not going to lie to you. I was going to get ready. I have like a pretty big event I have to do tomorrow with my family. And I was like, I'll just take the day off. And you're like, hey man, do you want to chat? I'm like, that would be good. Like we're going into a pretty hype PTR. You know, I think it would be good to make sure I'm still putting time out there. And then I went, well, here's the problem. Like Woody can multitask. I can't. Just straight up, I can't. And I went, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll make a list of, like, I don't know if you could pull up my stream real quick. I made a list of all the different builds, and I just like listed all the things that I should take a look at while theory crafting them that were changed. So I was like, oh, okay. For these builds, I should look at Sigil of Summons. For these builds, I should consider these unique items. And I kind of just put together that list. And then I went to go make a build. No joke, Woody. I did all of this in the past 5 minutes. I've done nothing on stream. Just been shooting the breeze. I have accomplished nothing.
Nice, okay. Yeah, I did like at least a little bit of plannering earlier, but then I stopped with that as well at some point. And then, okay, I was here and there, I was like going through like some of the patch notes and like looking at this stuff. But yeah.
Oh.
Pit Double is back, is someone asking, yes.
Yes.
But this was actually footage from before it was gone. You know, this was actually a lie.
The change to the nameless set, do you think the 5 set bonus was the one giving more damage or the 2 set bonus?
I actually never specifically tried this, to be honest, but apparently the 5 set was giving too much, I hear.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, I kept looking at it, and I read the note, and, you know, I'll read it verbatim. Fix an issue where right of the nameless set was increasing the ritual bonuses by triple instead of double. And I'm like, okay. So the first part talks about ritual.
Yeah, I think it... Yeah, okay, maybe it does mean a 2-piece, actually, because it's like ramping, right? Because, I know, wait, there is like the, when you have the power unleashed.
Yeah, the power unleashed is when the ritual is complete.
Yeah.
So it could be either one of them.
Wait a second.
But if it is the 2-piece
But it specifically
bonus,
says double damage, I think. It should be the 5.
Right. It's just that, so here's the problem. The 2-piece bonus is also a 3x multi right now. Because...
Yeah. Because it goes from 100 to 200, but I don't think this is what they mean. So it literally says, you deal 200% increased damage to enemies in sigil skills doubled while power within is unleashed. So I think they specifically mean like the last part here where it's doubled when you have the 6-second buff.
Yeah.
And that apparently
Oh, I see. Yeah, so it's not actually the 3x at all. It's the doubling of the 2. So it was giving a 7x as opposed to a 5x. Okay. Yeah, so that only really impacts Apocalypse.
Yeah.
That's actually a fairly big difference, right? That's, what is 5 out of 7? Like 70% damage? Something like that.
Imagine all the souls swiping with a D4 death would be, yeah, we winged those expansions, we did 2 dips the night before, Lamau.
See, here's my only thing though. I know we're mostly joking. I don't think anybody's winging anything. If I had to like armchair developer, I think that there's just a fairly significant breakdown between like what gets worked on and what gets rolled out and the in-between steps there.
So I mean there's like a lot of work being done that goes into nowhere because it never sees the light of day?
That I think there has to be something with QA. Like, the amount of times legit just a unique or an aspect was put into the game and it actually doesn't do anything. There's no, in my mind, there is no testing that could happen where that can be an outcome. Like, you click the button and it doesn't do anything. Not just Mortar Crux, just like it doesn't scale your damage. So my best bet is that there's like a lack of comprehensive testing.
How is that possible?
I don't know. How does an aspect get put into the game and when you click the button it doesn't do anything? These are great questions.
Yeah, I mean, like, it feels like, especially recruiting someone who for QA sounds like the easiest position to fill.
Yeah, you would have work. You would literally never get fired. You would have work forever. Okay,
No, that's not what I mean. But I mean finding someone who's capable of doing this, you know, like just like the most entry level position that you could have in like game development, I guess. That's what I mean. Or is it, I don't know, maybe there's something below that, but it should be pretty low, pretty far down, right? So. We are the test subjects. I mean, I worked in some IT companies as like an intern and stuff like that. And, you know, a large part of my duties was literally QA. So they gave me that job, you know. They relied on me and my findings. You know, and I was like the most lowly person, you know, in the entire roster, you know. So
even I did QA and I literally wasn't part of the development team. I was actually like in like the customer facing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been doing for the last 3 years, no?
I guess I always have secretly been doing QA, now that I think about it. That's a good point.
We have Blizzard employees brainwashed.
Look, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth, alright? Nobody would watch my stuff if stuff wasn't broken. I'm actually all the way back. I'm all the way back to what you originally said.
Job security, guys. That's what it comes down to. Like, the developers have their job security because they've never run out of stuff to develop for this game. Because they just keep redoing everything. And we will never run out of things to do because, well, the devs are doing a great job at giving us content to cover. Infinite money, guys. Infinite cycle. Just need to make a few more YouTube videos. We're gonna get the next Lambo soon. Easy. For who? What do you mean for who? It's for you guys.
It's for you all.
Yes, we're doing this for you. And for
I'm doing it for you in the ad revenue. Not your money. You can keep your money. But the ad revenue, that's stealing money out of the pockets of millionaires and billionaires, baby. Thank you, Bacterial. See, Bacterial gets it. Although that's me cheating. Bacterial's a fan favorite, so.
What is this build? What is like playing here right now? This is Umbral Chains. Did you ever make that planner or guide actually for Umbral Chains?
Yeah, I figure Q2 we can kind of roll that one up and no, actually. I did not get to it, but I do intend to.
Okay, yeah, it's like playing on my stream right now and someone's asking about the build, but I'm not sure if I actually ever made a planner for it.
Yeah, well, here's the problem. Now I don't know if it'll go Abyss or Hellfire. Moloch is just so insanely strong.
Yeah, if you play like a Hellfire Umbral Chains, then what's the point? You can just play Apocalypse, so yeah. That's what I feel, you know. At least there's a distinction there.
Yeah.
And I mean, like the Hammered and all that stuff is also crazy, so... Well, I guess that goes with both, anyway.
Yeah, this build fits 3 aspects on it. Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, I don't have a planner for this build, unfortunately, so sorry.
It's not that. I was about to say it's not that hard, and then I realized I was talking about the Warlock.
Someone is asking how come D4 has the running in your sleep combat mechanics as seen like games like such as Elden Ring. I don't know what you mean with that.
What are we reading?
Running in your sleep. Someone, that's like in my YouTube chat.
Oh, YouTube chat. Yeah, we have to find a way to link up YouTube chat too.
Yeah, I use ground control. It's like from Steam Elements. It's like a software.
Oh, it's from Stream Elements?
Yeah.
Okay.
When job security is at risk, you release the Wudijo ARPG masterclass courses. It would be kind of funny, actually. I wonder, like, I don't know. I wonder how I would do as like the you know, like game lead designer or whatever. What is it called?
Director?
Yeah, game director. So yeah, exactly. I wonder how would fare as a game director.
Yeah, I mean,
Diablo 5 or something.
Even just like the moment that you said that, you know, because effectively what we do with the Diablo 4 team, right, and obviously across other, you know, just Blizzard in general, is we are consultants, right? Hey, we have these areas of expertise that you can't technically get heuristics on or generate data on, and we have, you know, this particular kind of viewpoint, and we're able to translate that to actionable items for you. And it's so interesting how, because we're effectively consultants, but our bias is what we personally think about games and what we believe the communities that play the games are ultimately asking for, versus these are objectively what makes a good ARPG, because those are 2 very different things.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because when you're a game director, and I guess it depends on what you're attempting to accomplish, but let's assume we live in a utopia where every game developer is trying to make what they believe is the perfect ARPG. That is explicitly tied to what they think makes an ARPG great.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's like, you know, a different focus you can take in, you know, like 100 different factors, right? And each of those factors then also has different possible evolutions of, you know, what it could actually look like as like the final design, right?
Right.
So, you know, how much emphasis do you put on each of these factors, and also like what is your, I don't know, taste, I guess, you know, that you know, the direction you take with it. So yeah, you know, you could like conceive, you know, incredible amounts of different RPGs that are all ARPGs that all have like the same isometric, like hack and slash, whatever feel, right? But whatever it looks like, the whole product in the end must be like a good combination of all of those things. And you know, there's plenty of successful recipes that need to be discovered and that will be discovered, I guess, over the years, right? As the genre grows and, you know, gets like more competitors and so on. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's like a major issue with like D4 is that there is, I think the D4 dev team is way too democratic, probably. Like I feel like if you compare to like PoE, right, it's like, you know, like Jonathan and Mark sit there and they get like a question in the interview and then they decide on the spot, okay, we're doing this, or, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
And this would never happen in Diablo 4, right? This is unthinkable, you know. And this, I think this is like one of the big differences really between the dev teams. I think they have like way too much, like, you know, democratized decision making, probably. That just holds them back in a really big way. And then you also have like the other problem where it's like, you know, there's like too many people with too many opinions, and then at some point it ends up all over the place, right? So there needs to be someone who like gives it a structure, right? Where someone who's like the baseline, right? That gives like the baseline for what the game should be. At least in like one department or something, right? Maybe, you know, one there's like the lead balance guy, and there's like the lead art guy and whatever, right? So there needs to be at least someone who's like, you know, making sure that there is like a consistent line somewhere in whatever field they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what's kind of interesting.
Dictator Wudijo, yeah. I mean, I think this is necessary, you know, especially on a game of this size, right? You know, like with so many people working on it, there needs to be someone who gives the direction, right? I mean, that's literally the point. That's literally the name of the job, right? Game director. So it's like that is your job, you know. So
there's what's kind of interesting, and I don't think this is me shilling, but like feel free to call me out. I think that a studio like GGG, I think almost every other studio that wants to make an ARPG gets to say, this is our like beautiful untainted vision in spite of what is now like the hegemonic Diablo. Like Diablo sets a tone for the thing that is backed by a corporation that needs maximum profit, and the other studios get to enjoy the benefit of. We have a very powerful and headstrong vision that's according to what we think makes a good game, and you can either vibe with us or get lost as a selling point.
yeah,
And even,
I can see that,
but like
actually.
even so, like if you look at like at least PoE, right? Because I haven't been here for the history of PoE 1, but I sure have for PoE 2. A lot of PoE 2 has changed directly due to like the democratic nature of people playing the game and going, hey, I'm not going to pay you money for this. So I think it happens anywhere in this day and age where game studios are like closer to the people that pay to play their games than ever, right? If you wanted to today, you could go onto a social media platform and scream obscenities at somebody that works at Blizzard, and you at least would know that they would see it. It may not change anything, but you at least know that they would see it. What would you do before? Write a strongly worded letter to Blizzard North?
Yeah.
So there,
Send it across the Atlantic.
democracy has found its way into a lot of the relationship between game studios and developers, and Blizzard has an interesting position where they are expected to bend over more because they are the game that ostensibly they want everybody to play, and other game studios get to go, see, we're not them, like we get to do something different.
Yeah.
So I almost think it's like part of the nature of the beast.
I think you don't necessarily have to be different to be successful. You know, if you just like, for example, make a smaller Diablo-like or PoE-like, but you know, with like something that those games don't have, that, or like maybe something they have, but it's like way better or way more polished or, you know, way more fun in some way, right? I think you could also be successful with that without necessarily innovating anything. So
I don't disagree with that, I guess. I meant more so how the developers will continue to work on it and how much they're willing to ignore the democracy of their community and instead stick to their vision. That's more what I'm touching on.
yeah, I mean, you also have to see, like, you know, you actually have to decipher the feedback sometimes, right? It's like, okay, you hear the feedback about a lot of stuff and people are upset about this thing and that thing, but sometimes it's just like, you know, they are upset about a thing, but, you know, this is just a symptom of like a deeper problem, right? And they don't, the feedback that you get, you know, the people that are giving that feedback don't understand that there is an underlying issue that they don't see, right? So, you know, like, just one example, right? Like, everyone hates that Infernal Hordes is not rewarding.
Yep.
And we were talking about Autosite earlier. So, you know, if you make Autosite more scarce, then Infernal Hordes would be more played. And, you know, people would, like, maybe not feel upset about running one. Even though, you know, this would be a nerf and whatever, people would be upset about that. Just as an example, right? There is, like, another thing holding this other thing back, basically. And you don't necessarily see the connection as the guy giving feedback, right? So the feedback goes everywhere, basically, and then it's up to the developers to even like figure out, okay, what are they even saying? Like, what is actually the problem in the first place, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Or is there another way to fix that besides the suggested solution?
And this is like kind of interesting where so there were two things. Somebody asked a question, maybe you can speak on how you feel about this too. They asked basically how much of the feedback do we filter to the developers are our personal opinion versus the community's opinion? I like to believe what I do is I say, here are the things that people are complaining about. Here is how I feel about it, which are two different things.
Yeah, I mean, you give me like, you kind of giving the unfiltered version first as like, this is like your duty as like a, content creator with a community, right? It's like, okay, this is the things that I hear like raw, right? And then you can also put it in perspective with your expertise. Like this is like the sort of like extra value that you bring due to, being a fucking nerd that plays this game for 17,000 hours already, right? So yeah, this is a pretty good approach, I think. I guess I do something not exactly like that. I don't like necessarily distinguish between, okay, this is, what people say versus this is what I think. Or, I don't necessarily include it in the same message at least or something.
Yeah, I mean,
but
like...
I definitely do filter the opinions a lot. And, in my chat, I get a very good vibe check about, all sort of topics in this game, like at all times, right? I hear a lot of people saying this, I hear a lot of people saying that, and okay, sometimes these are, the duality of Twitch chat, right? They go in completely opposite directions. And I suggest things to devs that are not always just what I would like to see as the ideal outcome. Because, I have a certain way to enjoy this game, and many of my points for feedback are not aimed at making it more enjoyable for myself. I already enjoy the game anyway. So yeah, obviously I would enjoy it more under certain circumstances. But more importantly, I want the game just to become a better game and to be enjoyable for the masses as well. And in that case, I do give feedback where I think this would just help everyone, basically, So, or it would help the most amount of people, and this will just, make more sense and so on. So this is what I try to do with feedback, where, I understand like what is something that people want, and I also understand what is something that people don't want, but that, that is like necessary for the game or something, such as an up-to-side nerf, Like I do give feedback that Opposite needs to be nerfed, because why does that material even exist right now? It's just like way too plentiful, and no one thinks about it, no one cares about it. We have literally less content in the game because we have too much Opposite, So the game would just be better if there was less Opposite. That's it, basically. So then people are gonna be like, oh man, you're asking for nerfs. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a better game when we have more things we can do. That's an upgrade. That's nice. So that's one thing, right? But on the other hand, I also understand, like, okay, there's like plenty of people that want to play this build, that want to play this class. Necromancer sucks, and I'm not playing a lot of Necromancer, but I'm definitely giving a lot of feedback about Necromancer.
Yeah.
So I tell them, okay, please do this, please do that, please fix that. Here's a suggestion of something to look at, or at least something like that. Or here's what I would do, in order to make this a more popular class and make people have more fun with this. Or here's like, I think for example the boss farming loop is shitty, right? If we do it right, we do way too many bosses.
Yeah, for sure.
It's way too boring. Everyone has been complaining about it for years, and I give suggestions about what could be done in order to make the game more fun. Less bosses, more refinement tributes. I think that would be a better game, right? Nerf the boss farming, nerf the other side, so we have other stuff to do that is not just bosses, right? So
also bring back tormented bosses.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of things they could do, right? But whatever comes out of it is like up to their decision in the end, and maybe they're even gonna create like a new system that is like exciting or whatever. So yeah, it doesn't have to be that. But when we say okay, bring back tormented bosses, it's like the same thing that I meant with like, okay, they have to filter the feedback, right? Like, why are people saying bring back tormented bosses? Well, because they hate fucking farming bosses 1,000 times over. They want to be done with it faster, and they want to have more exciting fights. So tormented bosses solve all the issues. But maybe they come up with a new system, right? Maybe they say, okay, we're gonna make like this new line of giga bosses now that are like completely different encounters, and they have completely different rewards or whatever, right? And that could also be a solution to that system. Who knows? But yeah, either way, in terms of getting feedback, it's always like walking a fine line of, trying to filter what the community actually wants. And then also, trying to filter, like also for me, right? I hear certain things from people complaining about a thing, but I know that there is actually another problem that is causing this.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's more of like a downstream impact somewhere else. And
yeah, so I don't necessarily pass on feedback one-to-one because I understand this underlying problem, and I rather just focus on that instead when I give feedback, for example.
I think like one of the, like a really good example here, right, was this season, especially before we knew it was just like, it was supposed to be doing something it wasn't, right? It was just straight up bugged. It was, hey, I just accepted I'm not going to get mythics. Obviously, other people are upset about that. I want you all to do a thing, and I think like these are some of the ways that could be made better. I do hope that the answer isn't just we're all wearing a million mythics. There are people in the community who want to be fully geared out by day 3, with less grinding than I think is healthy. But I both recognize there is a problem. I'm not even saying what to do about it. I'm just saying that I hope that the end result isn't like a hyper-trivialization. And other people share other opinions, and there's a lot of discourse that goes on, right? It's a Discord. That's what its purpose is. But there is simultaneously there's clearly a problem. They're aware that there's like a communal problem. I'm adding to that by saying, yes, also the volume of people that I know and I have insight into also feel this thing. And also, again, this is like my opinion about it. Sometimes I just share my opinion. Sometimes I just be like, hey, I think this thing sucks. Straight up, I think this thing sucks. A lot of that comes down to like balance, how particular skills feel, engaging in a content type. Like, these builds are all bad at doing Infernal Hordes. I wish they were better. And that resonates with some amount of people. One of the things that'll happen is somebody will be like, hey, I came across a problem. Please go tell the developers this. I want you to know 99.99999 times out of 100, that has never led to me going, let me go tell them that. Because there's a difference between how somebody feels about a thing and what that thing is actually doing in game. Like, these are two very, very different realities. How we feel about a thing actually has very little to do with what the thing is offering and whether or not we're engaging with it properly. But there's some amount of direct translation of enough people that I've seen have said this thing, it should probably be looked at, versus at least part of my job, if I'm doing a good job, is that I do have a perspective about what ARPGs are supposed to do, what video games are meant to offer, what engaging with the video game feels like at specific levels, and insight from that thing that almost can't be shared by the community because nobody else other than the 50 of us doing this are doing this, right? There's obviously a unique perspective there too. If content creators and people in partner programs were only a mouthpiece for the community, then that same thing is accomplished by like the subreddit and the forums, right? There's an added layer that ostensibly the expertise that we have garnered would give us better insight into.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's actually interesting because like Blizzard actually spends a lot of time and effort on this as well, right? Like, they have community managers, like, we're in touch with them, and like they fly out people to BlizzCon to have the community there, and like this sort of stuff, right? They fly people to their headquarters to like test the expansion or some shit. So they do all this sort of stuff with like a lot of cost involved, right? Like, this is not a minor thing, really.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, in the grand scheme of like, okay, Blizzard money, it's relatively minor, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
But
they would also
still
prefer to save that money if they could, and instead do spend it here. I'm kind of glad you brought it, like, not to glaze them. I do think there's a lot of the cogs in the machine that are trying very hard to actually like succeed in all the places where you would want them to.
Yeah. It gets rolled into the marketing budget, but yeah. Yeah, who knows, yeah. If it's part of the marketing budget, then I guess it's like a drop in the bucket. Yeah. So, yeah. There's an ROI there. Yeah, for BlizzCon, maybe. But I don't know. I feel like no one's gonna buy a BlizzCon ticket just to, like, you know, see someone there or something like that, right? Like this one person. Is that like a thing? I don't know.
I don't know. Last time they had Amaranth there, but
How many millions of views does the campfire chat get compared to the views on the streamers? Millions is a bit optimistic, I guess.
millions is very optimistic.
You're buying all the BlizzCon NTX so I can invite it next year. Thanks.
Hey, actually, so fun fact, rather than do that, he actually just has a PayPal account. He doesn't tell a lot of people about this, but I can give you the email if you need it.
Gonna buy my ticket myself.
You know what's been very interesting is seeing people's reactions to the musical acts that they've had at BlizzCon. With the... So, like, when we were there in 2023, it was a K-pop band, right?
Mm-hmm. Apparently the same one is coming back, I heard.
Yeah, I think it's a K-pop band again. What's very fun, and this is interesting, I'm trying to help the Western world realize how small we are. One of the biggest things that I saw people saying was like, oh my god, they're so out of touch. Nobody likes K-pop. Why would they ever do this? Where's Metallica? Where's the fucking metal? I wonder how many people in the quote-unquote Western world understand how small of the total population of people who play Blizzard games we are in comparison to the East.
Yeah, okay, but I mean,
South
like, how many people that are not Westerners are going to BlizzCon or watching BlizzCon?
What? Oh, they're definitely watching BlizzCon for sure. Going to BlizzCon, almost none. Watching BlizzCon is a very approachable thing in comparison to flying out. Those are two wildly different things. You're only flying to BlizzCon because they're flying you there. I don't, like, would you willingly go to BlizzCon?
I mean, it's a pretty cool event.
It's a pretty cool event. Well, yeah, so maybe you're a bad... How many people from Europe do you think are flying to BlizzCon who aren't, like, invested in, I guess, the company?
Yeah. It's definitely expensive, if that's what I mean.
Yeah, like on top of the cost of the event, just straight up expensive to get there. Ain't nobody from Asia watches BlizzCon? I think you are... The reason... Watching things on the internet exists because of StarCraft and because of Korea. Like... I think people might misestimate how many people engage with Blizzard material who aren't in Europe and North America. Oh, can we take the Max Roll jet? It's all blue. It's really cool looking.
Yeah, but it might be stationed at the headquarters right now, so that's kind of far from you.
Yeah, it's kind of far. Oh, you can pick me up on the way. Because you have to fly over me to get to California, unless you guys go the other way. Oh, do you go the other way? No, that would be crazy. You'd be flying into the...
Usually it goes over, like, you know, the North Pole, or, like, you know, in that direction at least.
Yeah. Oh, right, because that's the way the Earth is turning. Yeah. Yeah, you guys definitely don't fly over me.
Yeah, it's just a shorter path, and, you know, basically going from, like, east to west, you just go, like, north, basically. And then, like, do a bit of a turn, I think.
Yeah, you curve over the north, but you're going northeast.
Yeah.
Because that's the rotation of the Earth.
Pick me out there.
I just fly
Frankfurt
west.
to New York to Cali.
I just fly west for 9 hours because the 6 hours it takes to get there, like, by land, it rotates away from me. Or the other way, or going the other way. I forget, dude. I'm over it.
And we're going to have another interview at BlizzCon. I will have a stream at BlizzCon and I will have a dev there, but I'm not sure who.
I will be having a stream at BlizzCon. I know nothing else. The last time I was there, I ended up doing like 3 things I didn't even know I was going to be doing, so I assume they're going to drag me around like a little monkey again, but... Or at least I hope so.
I think they will announce a new... Yeah, do I think they will announce a new expansion? I think it's relatively likely, but I would probably prefer to have... Yeah, I'd probably prefer to have the announcement next year at BlizzCon instead, when it's like nearly ready. Instead of now, I feel like it would be kind of early, and they just released a shitty season, and I think the hype for season 15 is also not extreme. So, yeah, we'll see. I guess whatever they say about season 15 at BlizzCon, that might be kind of a big deal, but yeah. We'll know how much they value me by what dev they give me. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, guys. Who should be on my stream? How much am I worth?
Oh, you would get Colin for sure, right?
Nice, so we have a Warlock season with both our Warlock riders gone at BlizzCon. Yep. I'm sure that won't be stressful. And I hope they don't do like some, major last minute update to like all the builds. So at least I can prep that stuff.
Well, we think the season is the 15th? No, when do we think the season is?
Yeah, 15th.
15th, right? Yeah, so I'll be home from BlizzCon. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll be stuck with some delays at the airport. You guys have fun.
Don't even worry about it, bud.
When I told the travel agency, like literally, okay, guys, it's crucial. I'm home by Tuesday afternoon. So let's see how this will work out.
Oh, I didn't even realize it really is that weekend, huh?
Yeah, it's the weekend before the season start. Yeah, you're gonna have IRL Maxwell meeting, by the way.
Yeah. IRL what?
IRL Maxwell meeting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's gonna be like 5 people in the Discord channel because we're gonna have like everyone sitting there with like one phone or something. it's gonna be 5 people trying to listen into a phone conversation as like we're in the lobby. People drinking in the lobby. Great.
Yeah.
I gotta say, one of the coolest parts about BlizzCon, because like I wasn't expecting this, is for whatever reason, all of the hotels in the area all have their bar in the immediate lobby. So the lobbies of these hotels are just filled with like 100 fucking multicolored haired nerds all trying to get over their social anxiety.
Yeah, it's very funny to witness.
Like, I was just like, y'all, are we just getting nasty in the lobby of the hotel? I mean, wow, they're putting a DJ up here. They're putting a dude on a raised table to DJ. Okay, sure, man. Yeah, why not, dude? Absolutely. I'm excited. I get to see some of my D2 boys. I don't know who has like said they are or are not going yet, so I won't put them on blast, but I'm excited.
You better sleep on a plane ride home. Yeah, there's no problem. But it's still gonna be fucked, right? Because I don't know, like, when exactly the plane will arrive and then how much time I have to sleep and, do like last minute Maxwell prep, Like I won't be able to do anything from BlizzCon almost. Besides like, okay, like maybe, managing a few things for my phone or some shit. But in terms of like the guides and videos and like all that stuff. Yeah, I have like an extra handicap because my editor is also at BlizzCon. So
hell yeah, brother.
That's gonna be fun, man.
Yeah, hold on. Well, that's just it, Woody. Like, me too, man. My editor's at BlizzCon. The joke here is I'm my own editor. Go fuck yourself. How dare you? How dare you complain about this? All right. No, actually, you know what's crazy about Woody
before the season starts, I started releasing like, 3 videos a day for like an entire week, So it's like, sure okay, okay, you have to prep everything in advance and hope that the final patch notes don't fuck it too much, basically. So that's the part, yeah. That's gonna be kind of fun.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fun. Now, Woody's crazy. Like, there have been a couple times where he'll be like, yeah, man, so I was just like I don't know, writing in a notebook on the flight home, and here's what I got. And I'm like, Woody, I can't even try to imagine the things that we saw and like what to do with them. I don't know how you're crafting right now. And he'll just hit me with like, yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, sure, some things will be off, but it's like, whatever. Like, no, you're special. You're special in a weird way.
What do you mean?
I'm a very visual person when it comes to like new information, so I need to be able to like reread it 1,000 times to feel very like confident about the conclusions I come to.
Okay, I see. If it's 7% off, he'll just roll with it. Yeah, I mean, okay, when you have like incomplete information, then you just have to go with what you got, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing.
Yeah. I think we did a pretty good job with like what little we had for the Warlock, so I think we did all right. This can't be too bad. It's just a season, right?
Yeah, like, you know, for example, looking back at the Warlock launch. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, if you just prepare enough and you already know all of the pieces that are available, it's also easy to kind of fit in the extra information that then comes out later, right? Like new uniques and paragons and whatever, right? Like, so, like, you know, I had all these like these necromancer planners prepared with like, you know, random placeholder items. But, you know, I already knew that, you know, okay, this build will most likely use this, this, and this, and okay, I'm gonna leave like 3 slots empty here and whatever, right? And this is like the skill tree that I'm thinking. And, you know, okay, you know, maybe everything is like 10 or 20% off, but it also means it's like 80 or 90% there, right? And that is good enough for like day 1 of the launch of the class, right?
Yeah.
So
it was also it was like funny because like we started to get like little tidbits of like things that they were showing, and they're like, this is the Warlock, and it was like screen caps of an aspect that flashed on the screen for 1 second. It's like, get it in there, confirmed, this is an aspect. All right, what build does this go on? Who knows? I'm putting it everywhere. This seems like a good one.
Yep.
It was funny stuff,
yeah, but that's exactly how it works, you know?
Yeah.
That's like the fun part as well, where it's like, okay, you don't actually have the full information and you have to figure it out as you go, and that's the best part, you know. And it's like both the most fun, and for me this is also like kind of like one of the environments where I thrive the most, you know, when there's like incomplete information and everyone is scrambling to figure stuff out. I'm really good at that, I think.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, especially like working together like on this one, because like, you know, sure, we all like worked on the branch open together, but that one was definitely a lot different, right? And this one was just, you're like, yeah, here's what I'm looking at. Like, I would go look at like what we had together. I'm like, where the fuck did he come up with? Where did he come up with these builds? What is this? When did you do that? Actually, you're streaming right now. When did you do this? Like, at what point did you manage to fit this in? It was very funny to me. I did just realize. When we equip this, not to derail us entirely, are we just going to be holding a cat in our hand when we equip this unique focus?
Yes.
It's a cat.
It has like
in a little like in like a baby Bjorn.
No, it has like a
harness.
Like a harness with a little rope or something that you hold, yeah.
So that's abuse. I watch my character jump off this horse. I watch my character sprint around, all right?
What do you mean? It's cute.
Can you pet the cat? Can somebody else come pet my cat focus?
So in D3, when you throw it on the ground, it actually has like the animation of a sleeping cat. And just sleeping there on the ground.
What do you mean? Oh, when the item's on the ground?
Yeah, it's just like a sleeping cat.
In my head, I was like, Woody, what do you mean throw your weapons on the ground? What emote?
Yeah, like
No, I get just dropping the item, yeah.
Yeah, when you drop the item, or when it drops as an item, I guess, yeah, it will. I guess it will have that too.
Is this +2 to Thorns like a callback to Diablo 3?
No, it's because when you get hit, the you know, the cat strikes back, you know, like.
Is that for real?
You know,
is that what?
angry. That's That's real. What do you mean? It's obvious. What? No, it's like a cute little, like flavor thing. That's it. The cat, claws at the enemy attacking you. That's what it is. Angie.
10 bucks says either sanctifying or masterworking can hit the implicit. Get +3 to thorns. Huge.
It might get to 3 from like the quality if you have enough quality. Nah, it won't actually. 2. Actually, wait. 2 can go to 3 actually, right? 2 to all skills goes to 3 all skills on the neck. So maybe it goes to 3. Yeah, we don't have any items with implicits anymore, right? Is there actually any item that has an implicit anymore besides indestructible? No.
No.
Yeah, so actually we'll see if implicits are still affected by quality then. It's like the only item that has an implicit with an actual value.
I want to point out, we still haven't seen the angels that we're supposed to be killing. I guess, wait, Reapers were angels, right? Or were they like a monster Malthael made?
So I don't know the lore exactly, but I think some of them were like his sort of like subordinate angels or something.
Yeah. Because
like the Death Maidens and stuff like that. I'm not sure.
Because they just got rid of the implicit on Air of Perdition, so it doesn't increase damage to angels. And then
they introduced angels.
and then they brought in the single angel we could kill. Because you don't even fight Reapers everywhere, you fight the Exarchs or whatever, right? There's one angel, and you just beat mythics out of her. Relentlessly.
Is that abuse too?
Oh yeah, dude, we're abusing this cat, we're abusing that angel. It's just like, she's just doing her job if you think about it.
And her job is to give birth to mythics? Non-stop?
No, her job is to wipe out all of humanity, I think is the storyline of Reaper of Souls.
Yeah, actually, that's true. Well, for Malthael, yeah.
Right, like Malthael's whole thing was like, oh, actually, I'm gonna end the eternal conflict by getting rid of Sanctuary or whatever the hell. I'm gonna eat all the demons and then I'm gonna kill all the people. There we go. Finally, no more conflict.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. No,
Here I go. Here I go, eating all the demons again. The Malthael story.
Are you ready to fight Malthael on Town 15 next season?
Oh, yeah, without question. Like, that's absolutely who we're fighting, right?
I think it's pretty likely.
That's just it, like, all of this reuse of assets says to me it's because they don't have time to work on it because they're working on something else. Because if that's not the answer, I would like my money back.
I'm not sure if the return policy allows that after like 8,000 hours.
I also don't remember the last time I paid for a Diablo game, so I guess that's on me.
You want the money back anyway.
I want my BattleNet fun bucks back.
Surely.
I want a hoodie instead. Sure. Oh wait, Woody, do you have merch?
Yes.
Do you own the merch? Or is it like you can order it through the website and they make it like make to order?
I'm not personally sending out the merch, if that's what you're asking.
No, but do you like have some of it?
Actually, I was going to do like a big order, but I kind of forgot about it because it was like right before the default launched. But yeah, I will get some. I was actually planning to take some with me for the BlizzCon trip and stuff.
That's what I'm saying, because like if I could get a Wudijo hat and add that to the repertoire of other people's merch hats, that'd be pretty sick. You get free advertisement like every third day.
Nice. Yeah, would I have like a little Woody C like on your forehead on the cap or something?
Yeah.
I can make that happen.
Yeah, buddy.
It's just like another face above your face.
Yeah, it's just a smaller little face above my face. I like walking around with Riker's hat on because in America, people wear a lot of symbols, and those symbols mean a lot of things. And walking around with an all black and white hat with like a very like Norse symbol style R on it, I get some looks. I get some looks from people who are like, is this a hate crime? And I'm like, no, don't worry about it. It's just a cool R, guys. So me just walking around with just this like rogue symbol on my forehead.
No, it's gonna be a Wudijo.
Oh, yeah, I would love that.
Yeah, see? We also have a Wudijo mug, guys.
Hold on, let me come say. Hold on, let me say. Show it to me again.
Well, it's gonna use the command. It's the site. It's on the 4th wall.
Oh, interesting.
You have the sticker as well. You have the mouse pad actually with my logo. You have shirts, hoodie, and so on. Here's the Wudijo mug.
Okay, I didn't know that's what Wudijo was. I just know that face.
Yeah, that's the Wudijo.
Dude, the best part about chatting with Woody is very emote focused. He's very emoji focused. He loves reactions. He loves reacting with emotes. So I'll just say something, and that will be his only response. His only response is that emote. And I'm like, okay, I'll be honest with you. I don't know what to do with that information, but I'll try my best, boss.
Well, I think it's important to lead by example.
Why is it a C, though? I thought this was like Woody's stare or something.
The C is like, you know, don't look at the like the sound or whatever of the C itself, right?
Yeah.
That's the C can mean many things.
Got you. Yeah. Okay.
Just imagine whichever word you think would suit.
Yeah, for sure. The Woody arrive is very good, and I think this really paints kind of the exact vibe, actually.
Yeah, I like the Woody arrive a lot. Yeah, the C in Wudijo is obviously cute, guys.
Woody, cool guy. Woody, pretty cool guy. Ew, you went with red Nemesis armor?
Mm-hmm.
Ew. Not Woody. The only good color palette is the OG green and purple.
Yeah.
Wait, did you play WoW? What'd you play in WoW?
I was playing a lot of WoW, yeah. More than this game.
Hunter?
I did play a bit of Hunter in Classic when it came out. But I was otherwise a rogue main.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, it would be too obvious if you were just played rogue there. So I was like, what's not a rogue, but kind of Woody flavor? I'd be like, yeah, Hunter kind of makes sense. Sure. You know, because like the biggest thing about Hunters was like, sure, yeah, they're not the best thing that you can bring into classic raids, but they could get a super nasty crit right there at the end. Boss's 1%, the Hunter alive at the back of like Ragnaros's chamber, just firing off nasty crits.
A black tea with a Woody despair emote. That would be cool.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, just like kind of blending in, and then like, you know, somewhere you see like the despairish, like the gray
you know
face.
how people will do like an all black hat, but then it will have like embossed with like a shiny black thread. You could do this as like negative space shiny black thread on the hat. So unless you look like straight on, it wouldn't make any sense, but then you do, and it's just you in this noir vignette.
That's been a cool idea.
So this is why Woody keeps me around. I'm a real big ideas guy.
Yeah. A lot of ideas. Now, if you could do anything with them, that would be great.
A lot of ideas, a lot of opinions. Willing to talk. The three big things you need. And I would
where has it led us? Where has all these ideas and the talking, where has that led the necromancer? Macro, explain yourself.
You know as well as I the amount of effort I've put into being a strong voice for this class. Don't you do me dirty like this in public, all right? You know how much of my life force has gone into analyzing this class in every way, shape, and form.
How many years have you lost on your life expectancy?
When did this game come out?
It's slightly over 3 years now.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm gonna make it to a cool 75. And then I'm gonna tap out.
Okay, and it's counting down, guys.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I just turned 36. You know, we're getting there. Halfway there, baby. I'm speedrunning it.
Yeah. But I mean, like, okay, how much life expectancy do we continuously lose still? That's the bigger question, I guess.
Well, so actually, yeah, that's a thing. It's kind of like if you take like a little bit of poison, you eventually like build up a tolerance to it. So I've definitely slowed down the process, right? It kind of, the Warlock coming out definitely kind of added to that a little bit. But now it's actually kind of reversing it. It's actually kind of working in the reverse. So I'm thinking maybe in 5 years, I go, you know, like carbon neutral on my life expectancy.
And soon you're gonna be the next Brian Johnson, man.
Oh yeah, dude. Just live forever or whatever.
Dude, imagine how many necromancer bugs you can find in 3,000 years.
I mean, I came, like, once I was finally done with the Warlock for this season, I hopped over to the Necromancer. I played it for like 3 days and I submitted 10 new bug reports, so a good amount, I think. I think I'll get there.
You know, once you actually really have nothing left to do, and then you actually start digging through like game files and like source code and whatever, and then you go deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, you know? Like imagine all the things you could find if you really try.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not at that point with D4 yet. Like I'm still over here scratching the surface. I'm definitely there on D2 for sure, but it's because that thing has been decompiled forever, right?
Macro will be the necromancer in 3,000 years.
Yeah, it'll be me in the Temple of the Firstborn. Like, I saw a spear of hatred cleave the breast of destruction, and also my mom was there, or whatever the hell Rathma's prophecy says. My mom was there and she hates my dad, and I think he kills me. That sucks. He shouldn't do that. He's an idiot. And then the 3 of them will come. Yeah, actually, Bacterial in chat has been doing exactly that, and he's just been like, look what I found. And I'm like, that sucks. Actually, that sucks out loud. I'm gonna mostly ignore what you just showed me.
I wish they released the D4 source code in 30 years so we can sit around and have a laugh and cry together. Oof. Dude, just imagine how messy this codebase must be.
That's just it. Like, you know, a lot of people are like, man, back in the golden age of Blizzard North and Brevik and the brothers and everybody. You listen to interviews with them nowadays, especially since they're working on that new game together. And it's just like, I kickstarted that. I think I should be getting a physical copy of their new game that I do now forget the name of. But you listen to them talking about each other. Yeah, Darkhaven. And you listen to them talk about it, and they're like, you know, talking about like working on D2, and they're like, oh yeah, no, I don't know, man, that wasn't supposed to do that. None of that was. We don't really know how that happened, but yeah, we just kind of went in and kind of, I don't know, messed with a bunch of stuff, and that's what we got. And I'm like, and these guys are the godfathers of this genre, like. Like I you know, I tell this story because I think it just like so perfectly encapsulates it. For the longest time, we didn't know how poison damage worked in Diablo 2, and finally, like, people were like guessing how it worked and all this, and I just went, screw it, I'm just gonna ask Brevik. Like, I'm not really anybody in the scene yet, but like, I don't know, I got some accolades, and you know, I tweet, I'm like, hey Brevik, like, first off, obviously love the game, man. How is did you guys intend for poison damage to be tied to regeneration, meaning it just stops working all the time? And he's like, I gotta be honest with you, I have no idea. I was like, cool. All right. And okay. All right. Well, that answers that question.
They were an actual indie studio back then. Yeah, I mean, like, 25 years ago, like every studio was an indie studio basically, right? Like everything was like smaller on like video games and like, all the stuff like developed over the last like, like decades, right? With like the crazy like production and stuff. And like I think almost all the games that came out, like first of all, there were very few of them, but also almost all of them were just like, okay, like you had like one shot, right? There was no like updating the game with patches or something like that. It's just like, okay, the game had to come out, finished, and functional, right?
Yep.
And it was done by small teams working on a tight schedule, right? They had to make a small game that was just fun for a bit. That it was a product. You buy it, you play it, you move on. That was it. And yeah, obviously, like a lot less stuff can go wrong in that case as well, right? Because fewer people involved, it's much less complexity, much smaller games, much smaller scale. But somehow they created products that were, that were arguably better in some ways, right? As well. Like there was something there. Like D2 is still praised and played to this day. It's not just that people are nostalgic about it. There's literally people logging in, and not even that few of them, right? So it's like, man, there is something there, right?
I have a lot of opinions about video games. I have a lot of opinions about video games, but yeah, I think especially when you're dealing with a game that is meant to continue to get developed, I think that really amplifies the kind of issues that you're going to run into. Like, I have more hours in Diablo 2 than most people who are about to disagree with my statement. So, just at least remember that. Almost nothing in that game worked in any way, shape, or form the way it was supposed to. Some of the things that people love the most about that game are explicitly bugs that they just said, I guess that's how it works. So there's this like rewriting of history where it's like, yeah, dude, and just like they just made better games and they were better and they didn't have all these issues or none of that. It's just not a true statement. Those games also have a total story that is done. And they made an amazing game.
And it was all an accident.
Most of it, dude. And they'll tell you that like they innovated in ways that a lot of people like never even thought to innovate. They were already thinking about like actually moving vertically in the game at that point. There's even like very minor verticality in some of the geometry. And also they didn't know why the hammers did more damage, and it was just because a bug, and they just said, we're just going to codify that because people like it better. Like there were so many fundamental and foundational bugs in Diablo 2 that when they remastered it and fixed them, people complained that they ruined the game because they got rid of bugs that like only existed because of the limitations of the hardware at the time and the limitations of, development knowledge and etc. But there's this like magical kind of rose tint we put on. It's just like, yeah, it was a fucking perfect game. I'm like, all right. Did you know that if you stand next to this pillar next to Diablo, he can't hit you? Right, and he can't figure out how to get to you. If you just stand next to it, he literally physically can't hurt you. Perfect game, 10 out of 10, no notes. Like, did you know that if you swap your weapons too fast, you could hit a monster off screen with a melee attack and it kills them? 10 out of 10, no notes. Yeah, so e-bugging. So in the game, they eventually added the Herodric Cube, and in the Herodric Cube, you could add sockets to an item. the process of this created it functionally creates a new item, and it saves certain aspects of that item's values when it does it, but it does effectively create a new item. When you do this with an ethereal suit of armor, ethereal inherently increases the defensive value of armor. That's like the offset. It's like, oh, it has more defense, but it's going to run out eventually. If you add sockets to an ethereal set of armor, it reapplies this bonus again, because it's creating a new item and it's applying these bonuses. So you could create armor with like thousands more defense than they were supposed to have. And that was one of the things that got fixed when they remastered it, because they couldn't make it do that because code doesn't do that anymore. Like they couldn't replicate the bug, because if you replicate it faithfully in a modern engine, it just doesn't do that because it's not stupid. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like they
ruined my Diablo 2, man.
And there's like such weird things too. There was logic in the game. Because of the way that they coded everything, they basically, there are items that can have skills on them. So you can get like plus to Zeal and plus to Blizzard and stuff on items. Oh, weapon speed bugging. Yeah, weapon speed bugging is a whole other thing. Weapon speed bugging is if you have two weapons on, if you just pick one up and then put it back down, the game just uses that weapon for your attack speed instead of both of them. So you could just put like you could put like the grandfather in one hand, and you could just put like a super fast dagger in the other one, and just pick up the dagger and put it back down. And now you just swing at dagger speed with a nuke in your hand. And that just like, you just did that by accident.
Wait, is that still a thing?
No, they finally fixed that, but actually it was in D2R. A funny thing in D2R right now is that you could for a little while do a similar thing where if you used a weapon that had no durability, if you swapped your weapon, if you picked up and put it back down, both of your weapons had all of the stats of that weapon. So it like kept all of the on-hit effects and like the deadly strike and the crushing blow and all of that. And people used this in a whirlwind build and only swung one weapon, but got the stats of both of them. So like, it sucks that this aspect doesn't work with my bone mages. And I just see these two things as the same thing.
Why are all the bugs in D2 good and all the bugs in D4 bad?
You know what?
Well,
that's
I guess most of the bugs that we
question.
discussed. I think most of the bugs that we're discussing are bugs that are in favor of the players, in the sense that they make you more powerful than intended and all that, right? Given that you actually know about them and abuse them.
And like,
And
I mean,
a lot of power and easy, like no resistance, and a path of least resistance, right? And in D4, like, we complain mostly about bugs that are making, stuff not work or too weak or whatever, right?
yeah.
But yeah, in general, I think it might just be like
exploits, right? Like all the exploits, like people doing 150 right now. Is that good? Is that bad? I mean, I think it's all.
Yeah,
bad,
I mean, people fucking love it, right? I mean, look at how many people are doing it.
They love it. Like how many people found out about the anti-venom antidote and they're like, oh shit, I gotta go fucking drink that potion to cheat. Like yeah, it's like,
heck yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. I gotta go drink that potion so my viscous shield makes me do quintillions of damage. It's like, yeah, sure, man, whatever. I don't give a fuck what you do with the game. I just want it to work. It's just
that bug the hour before they fixed it. Holy.
It's just every time you talk about like, how could this possibly happen? The answer is it's literally happening all the time, always. And if somebody has found a way to solve it, they have kept it an industry secret, and they're not making any video games I've ever played. But it's also incredibly valid to be frustrated, right? These two things are true simultaneously.
I mean, I think there's like another thing also at play, which is that, like the projects have grown to like such a size, and with like so many people involved, and like so many, that it's just kind of like makes it more susceptible to bugs and to issues, and like it's not just like a lack of alignment between all the people, but also it gets handed down from like person to person and dev to dev or whatever, right? And then yeah, obviously the chances for mistakes amplify with that as well. So I think it's also like kind of like a scope issue where, okay, they try to make like, this like, next gen ARPG, like, Diablo 4, and, they're trying all these weird things, and it all sounds good on paper until you realize you actually have to make that work somehow,
Yeah.
And then they try and they throw enough money and time at it to actually kind of do it, but then also, I guess it might be like a severe underestimation of how many issues are not known beforehand, right? So how many issues will we run into? And I guess it's like just something that was a bit of a learning curve or so, right? Because like the scope of the project of like, from going from D2 to D3 to D4, it like massively multiplied every single time, right?
Yep.
So that is probably a big reason.
The scope bloat is insane. Like, that's the other thing too. The total amount of things you can do in Diablo 2 equates to roughly 30 hours of activities for your average person to get through. Then we choose to play it more, right? Like, realistically, like, you you beat the game, and then you beat the game, but the monsters hit harder, and then you beat the game, but they're immune to some damage. So really, there's about 10 hours of gameplay, and the sandbox that it creates as far as builds that are possible has hard carried it. It's a great slot machine. But when they're like, yeah, well, they were an indie company. I'm like, well, not once they were an indie company for D1. They weren't an indie company for D2. That's just not true anymore. But yeah, they were significantly smaller than anything here. They also made a game with 10 hours of activities. It's all relative. It's all relative. It's just differences of scale. And one of the big takeaways is that you don't need more than 10 hours to entertain people for decades. I think that's like the golden lesson. But also, modern ARPG players, people love playing Diablo 2 because of its legacy and for the people who grew up with it. Anybody who's trying it now is because they've heard about it, and it's only like what, $20 or whatever. Like, yeah, I guess I'll try the thing that started it all. Oh, I really like doing it for sure. But if Diablo 2 Resurrected wasn't just a remake of Diablo 2, but it was just instead a game of the scale of D2 size with none of the hype, I don't think you would have anywhere near a fraction of the people logging in, because the modern gamer is also looking for a modern game. Right? You could say like, oh, just make like a D2 clone. If you made a D2 clone with just the 10 hours of gameplay that it had and none of like the grandiose genre defining like history of it, I'm not going to go farming that game for 100 hours until I get a Jar rune, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I guess a good example of that is probably Dragonkin, for example.
Yeah, that's I think you were playing that game and I walked in and I went, is this what it's going to look like? Just because I had never seen it before, right? That one?
Yeah, that one.
Not shitting on it. That was like a legitimate question. I was asking like whether or not it was in like early access or whatever.
It was in fact in early access, but it's now out. And it's just dead on arrival, I think. So
that sucks.
Yeah, it's actually not even such a bad game, I think. If you want to play like a little ARPG on the side, I think you're going to have a bit of fun there, and some people really like it and play it more even. But yeah, I think that is one of those things where it's like, it's probably comparable to like D2 in scope. It's obviously a bit more modern, has a bunch of like, kind of interesting like novelties as well. They have cool ideas in that game. But yeah, ultimately, yeah, ditch, I guess. And I don't think it's gonna go anywhere, even if they start making expansions for it or something. So, like, the RPG market is so dominated by D4 and PoE and slash PoE 2 that yeah, there's like almost no room for something like that. Like Grim Dawn is like an exception there because it came out with like like an actual like fan base, and now they like launched the expansion.
Yeah,
and there's actually people playing it.
Well, that's just it. Like Grim Dawn's also been around forever, right? Like that's got to be at least 10 years, or am I crazy?
It is. Yeah, it's actually 10 or 11 years or something. Yeah, and I'm actually doing my first playthrough. Like I'm like soon done with my first playthrough of the game, I almost reached the new content. I've been like half an hour away from actually starting the new content that they now introduced. After like 40 hours now or whatever I've played. And it's pretty fun, but also it's like, it looks like a game from 20 years ago, you know? So, like for someone who didn't already play Grim Dawn in the past, like no one would actually really start it, right? For that reason alone, almost.
Yeah, for sure.
So there might be like the odd like viewer here and there that sees like the streamer like me like playing it, and then it's gonna like, oh, what is this game? Like I'm gonna try this as well. You know, I'm kind of I have downtime now, or I'll try something else. I don't like the PoE League. I'm done with D4, whatever. You know, so I'm gonna try Grim Dawn. So that's basically exactly what I'm doing right now myself. And yeah, okay, nice and all, but also I don't think that Grim Dawn is like a game that I would like very regularly go back to or something like that. But it also is not really trying to do this. You know, it's not a seasonal game like the other RPGs. It's just there. You enjoy it at your own pace, and that's it. You know, you buy it, you play it. It's there. Maybe come back 3 years later and do another run. Who knows, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at least that game had like a bit of like commercial success and stuff, or maybe even like a lot. I think because I think it was very few people that made it, and they actually sold like quite a lot of copies for that. So I think they actually made some pretty good bank. But yeah, I don't know. Like there's other games like Dragonkin, for example, and first of all, most people have never even heard of it, and second of all, even if they do, they don't necessarily log in and try it or something. So yeah, it's kind of rough there. Like in this genre in particular, I think it's like very crowded already, and the only way it really is to make like another big title that competes with like Diablo 4 and BoE 2, basically.
Yeah, sure.
And who's gonna do that, right?
Yeah, who's gonna invest in it, right? So like, like Last Epoch comes to mind.
I heard there was something coming from Riot Games, but I'm not sure if that's actually a thing.
I thought they had an untitled MMORPG.
Yeah, there was an MMO that they canceled, but I think they're back on it again. But I'm not sure about ARPG.
Dude, this affix on enemies, this one where like it just spawns with the suppressor orb and keeps fighting you, that gets me every time.
All right, there's Last Epoch actually. I completely forgot.
well, that's just it. Like, yeah, Last Epoch, right? Of course, the ARPG who did, and this is not shade, they did have to immediately sell out to a major corporation because they weren't going to be able to float the game. Like they weren't going to be able to keep developing it, right? So, the question of who's going to do it is a very big question, because the people who are trying to do it are not necessarily being successful at it. Like Titan Quest 2 is going to have a player base, but I think that's nostalgia.
I think it's crazy that they actually managed to find a buyer in the first place. For I don't know what the deal was exactly and stuff, but
yeah,
I imagine it was no small sum. And now, like, I wonder, like, okay, first of all, they paid for that game, and now they're gonna supposedly keep developing it, and maybe also get some money back from that. But like, I don't see a world where that big corporation is actually gonna come out with a profit. So,
yeah,
where is that profit coming from? 96 million. They paid 96 million for Last Epoch. Really?
Yeah, it's insane.
I cannot believe that.
They have a really good negotiator. Did Titan Quest 2 actually release yet? That still isn't released, right?
No, but they're getting close.
But it's like soon? Yeah.
They wanted to do it this year, but I think it might be early next year.
Like I played it when the EA came out. I had some fun with it. It was giving me big like D2 farm this boss a million times to get items vibes, which is not bad. Oh yeah,
Titan Quest 2 is pretty decent, so I like the game as well.
I liked it, and I like the class system.
Yeah, they've done a really solid job. They're doing like really regular updates. They're on a pretty good track there. So, and they have already sold like 500,000 copies or something as well. So they're doing pretty good actually.
Fucking No Rest for the Wicked is doing whatever that game is doing.
Well, mostly tweeting angrily at other RPG creators.
Dude,
that's what I see.
Malor is a psychopath. I'm not afraid to, like, just the most insane nonsense I've ever seen just spat out into the internet with like, yeah, that's all I got.
You think that the profit in Last Epoch is gonna be some Chinese, Korean version that is full of pay to win? I mean, could be that they make something like that and try to like profit off that, but holy shit, that would be insane.
But I mean,
Maybe.
like here's the thing too. Like, say what you would like about, you know, especially if you are still on like the, you know, Blizzard bad, D4 bad. Blizzard has successfully created a model where an ARPG is being played on mobile, on desktop, and on consoles, and on Steam. Doing pretty. They gotta be doing something good.
What do you mean Blizzard?
Yeah, like the Diablo model clearly works. Bare minimum.
Yeah, it's obviously extremely successful, yes, but oof.
I take it as inspiration. If they can do this,
How?
if they could do this, you could do anything. You could.
If they can do this, if they can do this, you can do anything. You can be anything. You can create anything. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying in spite of the like a lot of negative reception that it gets continuing to be successful, then you can face adversity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a better rephrase. Because I'm firmly in the camp of I think at this point D4 just good game. I think they have to succeed at make good game.
Yeah, but how much of that was an accident?
Oh, I like everything else in the world. Apparently half of it, I assume. Oh, Diablo makes stupid money. There's another part of this too, which like it is hard to say this with my full chest because none of us really have the numbers. Diablo does represent an overwhelming majority of people who play this genre actively. An overwhelming total population of people who play this genre are playing a Diablo title. And that's even if you take Immortal out of the equation, which is like unfair, obviously.
D4 is a very different game now than at launch. Can't really say it's an accident. It took a beating but got up strong. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I don't want to discredit the devs in that sense.
Absolutely. Like, an insane amount of effort has gone into this.
And I mean, like, you know, Lord of Hated, for example, I mean, Lord of Hated was an insane upgrade to this game, right? Like, the launch, like, it was just like a major success, right? Not just commercially, I think. You know, like, the vibes are just good. Way better than they used to be ever, basically, right? So, despite, okay, Mythic system, and we're bitching about the patch notes and the balance changes or whatever, like, in general, it's just good vibes, right? So, there's that. And I mean, we have seen this with like player numbers, retention numbers, and so on. They were like incredible in season 13, especially. So there's that. And now there's hope, right? There's like an expectation that okay, wherever they go and continue this title now, you know, we have a good baseline. You know, there's something to work with, right?
There's also so like. I think it's important to always keep the context that we are like very, very much on team, care about game, think game is now good. At this point, we're mostly just shooting the shit. But like, yeah, no, the game got to where it got to due to an overwhelming attempt by the developers to get it to here. You know, it's very easy to shit on it, but like, literally we would not be sitting here, right? If the story was different. What was oh fuck, damn it, I had a whole point before I went off on a weird tangent. Well, it's gone now. D4 good. D4 good. D4 good. Some like the devs that I've gone to meet and the people that I've gone to work with here are just like incredibly passionate about this thing. You know, they aren't just vibe coding, right? I was just like, fuck it, whatever. There are ideas, and not every idea is a great idea. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't try it. That's one of the things where this is kind of an interesting topic. There are clearly things that work in ARPGs. Like the Atlas passive tree adds a meaningful meta progression. War Plans is that. I want War Plans to be different than the Atlas passive tree because I think that these video games should offer different things to the player. Whether or not you like it is different than whether or not it's successfully offering a thing that is seen as good in the genre. How many degrees of difference do you think is like really healthy for there to be between different games in the same genre?
I think that has no bearing at all.
Oh, actually. Just like if good, do it?
Yes. I don't think you have to be different just to be different. You know, like with the one exception of, okay, there's like a legal reason, you know, like trademark
yeah,
and stuff.
The lawyers are racking up like, no, could you say that again into the microphone real quick? I just want to make sure we have that.
Yeah, so what I mean is, I think it's totally fair and fine to take a system that works, that is just like an evolution of the genre, and just put it into a game. I think like a very good example of that is WASD movement, right?
Yeah.
So WASD movement is just in all the RPGs now. Full stop. Even fucking Grim Dawn just got WASD movement, you know? Like
Diablo 2 Resurrected has WASD movement.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that is like the perfect example of, okay, this is just how it works now, you know? The genre has moved on. This is just, you know, there's too many people that want exactly this and nothing else. And we have to do it, right?
Do you play WASD?
I barely do it in D4, but I do it exclusively in PoE 2.
Oh, yeah. Explicitly do it in PoE 2 for sure.
In Grim Dawn, I do it in WSD as well. In D4, there were like a few builds where I actually did it, like Pulverize and stuff, because sometimes you need like this like very precise back and forth stutter stepping or something, and I was very comfy with WSD. But yeah, I use WSD like partially for town movement and for like checking my inventory while I'm running through the dungeon and these kind of things. But most of the time I play with mouse movement, or like mouse wheel in particular for force move.
Yeah, I got real into mouse wheel for force move in D2. I think. Oh right, I play controller here, obviously. You know what's so funny? Even though PoE 2 does offer controller support, at least the last time I was playing, you couldn't just swap between the two of them. You had to like go back out to character select or whatever. I just play keyboard on D2 and I play keyboard in PoE 2, and I just suffer through it. I just straight up ruin my hands.
Oof.
Controller in D4 is not even close the best controller feel in the genre. Nothing else even comes close. Like I even tried to play controller. Like I think playing maybe like a mercenary controller would feel a lot better in PoE 2, but I just suffer through it.
Yeah, I think I can't imagine myself like playing with controller really, like at all.
Yeah, you just have to accept the fact that you're going to be worse at the game, but it's just
exactly.
so much more. It's so much more comfortable.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I think I'd rather just stop playing video games, honestly.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So I'll just fuck off. All right. Goodbye, everybody. This is great.
Yeah,
I should have just hung up my towel when I pushed for World First 99 and literally developed carpal tunnel over 2.5 weeks. Sick, dude. Great, great, dude. Do we have an HR department? Actually, I need to, somebody clip this. Hold on. So that was a joke. I actually do have to go get dinner. Me and the missus need to get out of the house. So that was a good jump off point for me.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think that's. As I said, I cannot imagine that I will enjoy video games if like I don't know, for health reasons or whatever, I'm forced to use a controller. I think I would rather just like not play video games.
Nah, dude, 5 years down this road. Actually, you know what? I'm back for a quick second. Woody, chat, clip this. I want Woody on record saying if I ever developed a disability or had to use a controller, I'd rather just quit I want this on record forever. The moment, dude, the moment I see you pick up a controller, I'm roasting you forever.
I did play with a controller once. I had a subathon goal to level a character to level 70 back then. What, level 60? I don't know. I did it, yeah. I managed to successfully not rip on hardcore all the way to max level in Wrestle Patriot with a controller. I was very proud. Yeah, I was very proud.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother.
But it was tough. So it was hard, man.
Yeah, you know, here's my whole point. Here's my last point before I go, because, you know, I do love to gab. Just remember, as I'm out here playing solo self-found, getting top 10 leaderboards, fucking crushing it out here, I'm doing it on controller, baby. All right? Put me back on mouse and keyboard, put me back in my prime, and I'm crushing Woody in these races. All right? Just remember that.
Actually, who knows? Probably true.
Let's do a controller race one day.
Oof.
All right, I'm gonna bring these beauties over to you. I assume you're getting off soon, but I'll bring them over to you.
The what?
I'm gonna raid you over with the people so that they stay all
the raid. Okay. I think I'm gonna go actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring them over to you because I'm leaving first. So bye.
Okay. Well, it was fun talking, Macro. It was pretty good talk, actually.
Yeah, man. It was a good talk. Thank you. Shout outs to chat. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for asking who I am every once in a while, by the way. That does help to get the name out there. That's big.
You can also just click on the stream together thing and see his channel and stuff, guys.
Woody, people don't click stuff. All right, you gotta yell at them. You gotta yell. You just gotta say your name every 5 seconds like a Pokemon.
Click on that thing, guys. MacroBioBoi.
MacroBioBoi at your service. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great night. Woody, this was incredibly fun. We got to keep doing this, man. I actually really like this.
Yeah, this was good.
Right, ciao, ciao.
Okay, enjoy your dinner and your evening and everything. So, yeah.
Goodbye, everybody. As always, I love y'all very much. Treat yourselves well. Have a great weekend. Do all the good stuff. Don't do bad stuff. Fuck capitalism. You heard me. All right. I'll see y'all later. Bye.